we're going to pick up where we left off, which is this one, I believe. Yeah, this looks right. With some farm sim, we are doing, like, this is a relatively new farm, this will only be the second stream. We are doing dare drops. The goal is to get through the list of things here. I don't know which one's going to actually take the longest, because, like, the spelling forward costs money, the versatile costs money, and the cake will cost money and be a little bit of setup. The barley's going to be done in no time. And then the playground, I don't really know the amount of effort involved. But for every one of those we finish, I get another key of Farm Sim 25 and the Prairies and Plains DLC, or Plains and Prairies, whichever order that goes, DLC to give out to the community. So we started with 8 objectives. We're already down to 5. The barley's gonna get done today. Like, that one's a give me. And as far as, like, the versatile tractor, that'd be nice to get that going today. But we'll see that. So I think my order of operations, get the barley done, get the versatile tractor, we work on the playground as we go. The spell forward with Fords, that's not really a priority. I'll probably save that one for last, because at that point I'll probably just have enough money, we can just lease them all, do it, and then that'll be like doing the end of that. For those who don't know, it's why we're doing this. We have Plains and Prairies DLC did drop a couple days ago. And they sponsored the stream for a dare drop and all that, and we're able to get a bunch of keys to the dare drop to give out to the community for the game and all that, so I like doing that. I know it's been fairly recently that we played Farm Sim, so that's not great timing, but you never know. But with all that stuff, let's see. Oh, speaking of Farm Sim, will you go back to the mass death run through at some point or no? That depends on what people want. Like, this run we're working on for the dare drops is probably one to work through the dare drops. As far as going back to the mass debt one, I wouldn't be against going back to that one. It basically depends on if the interest's there. Because the big issue with the dare drops is there was, I think, 3 dare drops that required me to start a new save. So I couldn't just continue that run. That's the only reason we started a new run, was to be eligible for some of those keys. I had to start a new save. Alright. Okay, so let's see where we left off. I believe we had just finished planting the field. Yeah, we're already halfway through the day, so I believe we had just finished planting this field. Yeah, so you've already got the barley in the ground. It's just we just planted it. And then I've got the wood to go in here. Let's check on the status for those things. So sawmill needs more wood. Let's go ahead and gas you up while I'm here. So sawmill needs more wood, and the reason we're doing that is, 1, is it's a really good income source, and then 2, in addition to being a good income source, I do need to build the playground, and that's going to primarily boil down to just being produce lots of wood. There's our fuel. But yeah, so at this stage, I've got all the equipment I need to run a field. Most likely, kind of my next plays are going to be pursuing the versatile tractor, paying off our debt. Those are going to kind of go hand in hand. That we just keep paying down our debt until we have an opportunity to snag the versatile tractor, which is just, it's a brand name. Keep working on the playground until we reach the point that I need the rope. Realistically, I'm just going to have to buy the rope. Okay, so there's the winch. Yeah, so we're basically cutting away all the trees on our tiles slowly. It's not what I necessarily wanted to do, but this way we make money, as opposed to the alternative would be I would buy the wood each day, which is what we did towards the tail end of doing the temple when we did that one. And it worked fine, but it was one of those things that doing that with the temple really kind of hurt the money situation a lot. Okay. I remember how I even... I'm like blanking at how to reel in the winch. My brain just immediately went to the roadcraft controls, which aren't what it is. Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, so that's gonna fill us up. Cool. So with that, I actually do already have what I need. Right. And we did store all the crop to sell in November. Right. I remember what's got going on. So yeah, so I got 2 in-game months till we sell the crop. So let's keep things moving. The farmhouse is over here. And we keep stuff going. We don't need to be working on contracts anymore. But yeah, so the plan here is to keep working on these objectives here, knock them down. But if there are any games that come to people's mind that they would like to see me play on the channel, keeping in mind just generally the style of games I play and all that, and just keeping in mind as well, like, that's not a tractor I'm gonna buy, and then keeping in mind that kind of not all games stream well in general. Okay. Yes, I don't think there's really anything for me to do right now. So we'll just go ahead and advance the day again. But I am, like, fishing for ideas. It's not, like, strictly, like, a numbers thing either. You notice a lot of those games I listed, like Captain of Industry, Stardeus, and a bunch of those, don't exactly have a strong following on Twitch. It is what it is. I'm looking for, like, a midterm game kind of thing. To play. Like, I'm not really interested in Project Zomboid. I put in thousands and thousands of hours in the game, and while I don't regret doing that, I haven't really been enjoying the direction the game's been moving with Build 42. It's just not really been... Like, to me, it's not what I want in Project Zomboid, is the way I'll phrase it. Then, in a lot of ways, it's taken the game and put it in a way that I find far more tedious than fun. So I've kind of come to accept that. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because it could be that what I want in Project Zomboid might be in the minority. I don't know. And I could use settings to get around it, but honestly, as many hours as I've done in the game, I'm not exactly sweating it. Oh, I also had RimWorld on the list, as I mentioned. Because that's always been, like, a tried-and-true one going, like, RimWorld category is pretty quiet on Twitch right now, but that's fine. We kind of all know there's a DLC coming sometime soon. We just don't know when or what. And it's even in kind of its quieter level, it's still not, like, a bad category to be in. And I looked at Dune Awakening, and I honestly I didn't even go after a key, to be entirely honest. Like, I know a lot of people are having a lot of fun with it. For me personally, it's just like, it's another one of the bajillion survival crafters that have come out recently. So it hasn't particularly excited me. Alright, so we can go ahead and grab our canola. We could sell that. And the canola... Yeah, so November and December are kind of at the same, like, max price. So farmer's market is pretty high. The railway, we have to go through extra steps. I don't know about the grain bars, so it looks like this is probably our best bet. Because the grain barge feels like it's the same thing. Well, let's see. Let's see if we take it to the grain barge terminal too. I have a feeling that works the exact same way as the train, which means you have to, like, get the barge or whatever. So grain barge is down there. Let's go check, because I'll actually add a lot on if we sell it down there and it works. Because we need to make our money. And then with that, once we sell this, we can reconfigure the trailer and haul some of the wood down to the playground and get that all sorted out, and that'll be good. All right. Yeah, I know a lot of people haven't had a chance to like really get in here yet. It takes a little bit for stream to warm up and yada yada, especially on the weekends and Fridays and that kind of stuff. Because like Going Medieval's another one. I haven't kept up with what's changed with Going Medieval. That's another RimWorld-esque game, except it's more medieval based. I generally found it was more interesting on what you could do building stuff-wise than RimWorld, because, you know, there is vertical in it. But it also, for as dumb as the pawns got in RimWorld, Going Medieval suffered from a lot of the things where you could outburst and dig behind them and then get stuck. Like, not like deliberately, you'd sit there and be like, dig this hole. And then to dig all around them and get trapped in the middle, and then, you know, you'd have a crisis because suddenly one of your important people is trapped in an area and starving to death. And I had like lots of that kind of stuff. And then the combat in Going Medieval, last I looked, was definitely nowhere near as interesting or polished as RimWorld. Which, you know, makes a certain amount of sense because RimWorld's been around a lot longer. And I know they've had a number of updates since the last time I played. But I'm not really sure where the game's at. Because I'm second guessing things a little bit more these days after I had, you know, I had gotten myself all excited about checking out The Long Dark. Where it's like, cool, we could finally finish the story, I'm so excited. And it wasn't done. After over a year since the last time I had played and had finished all the previous story content. And I was pretty upset about that. Like, very, very genuinely, I'm not honestly expecting that I'll probably play The Long Dark again. Because it just got me kind of in a bad headspace with that particular game. Which is a shame, because I actually, you know, speak highly of it as a survival game, but... Alright, well, apparently I could just sell it right here easy. That's good to know. So we should be making pretty good money out of this. Oh yeah, solid $40,000. Now I can go back to our farm. I'll need to switch the trailer configuration from the tipper. Being the trailer configuration that could take the wood stuff. Because that'll be the next thing I need to do is grab all that wood stuff and deal with that. And that'll be probably another 20, 30,000 maybe, give or take, depending on how much is piled there. We've got the barley in the ground to get that knocked out. So yeah, so that'd be what, like 70,000 that well, actually be more than 70,000 because it's just however often I have to empty out the wood stuff. So it's probably getting close to 100,000 a year, maybe just a little bit shy. Because each time I empty out the wood stuff, it's usually 20, 30,000, and I think I'm doing that like twice a year. It's a shame there hasn't been, like, a major update or DLC for Planet Crafter. A playthrough of that I could go for. But that definitely feels like the kind of game that once I do a playthrough of Planet Crafter, I don't really feel like there's a need to do a second one, because it'll be literally the exact same thing again. Kind of the same thing with, like, Subnautica. Or Raft. Subnautica and Raft are both really amazing games in their own right as well. But kind of once you do a full playthrough with, like, the last update's worth of content where they're not getting anything new, you're kind of like, well, I did all the story stuff, I made my big raft, just floating around to add to the raft. You know, there's a certain appeal to that. But I'd probably rather do something else. I'm also a little curious about when it comes to like Space Haven and Stardeus and those kind of games. I'm wondering if the interest will be there. I'm down to experiment and find out. Like if we do a couple of streams, like do people end up staying interested, or is that one of those things that people check it out while it's new and different and then bail? Which is not super unusual and completely understandable. Because a lot of people be like, oh, here's this game, how is it? Ah, it's not for me. Which is totally fair. Alright, so customize. So we need to switch it to the bale trailer. And while I'm here, I'm going to repair the tractor. Excuse me, ma'am. And also, right. I was doing a double check because we're gonna watch now for the versatile. Because we'll keep paying down stuff as we go. Oh, actually, before we get too far, how are you? You getting ready to need to be emptied? No, so we don't need to empty it right now, but we will be emptying it very soon. So we could load up the trailer, get one big payout all at once. Actually, I should probably check what the price range is on these planks. Because I'm willing to bet we could actually get a pretty good bonus up in our sales if I sell it at the right time. Usually there's just so much of it that, one, I'm not motivated to wait for it. Because I'd have to find a way to store it or whatever. And then two, I need the money. And so waiting until you can get peak money is certainly nice when you're like min-maxing. But just being able to keep doing stuff, sometimes you gotta sell it a little bit cheaper to just keep things moving. Wood beams. Supposedly the best prices right now. So it looks like October, November is the best price for the wood. So keep that in mind going forward. So that might be what we go out and do, is just shove the wood around until we get to the fall. Alright. There we go. At some point I should also check out the new Microsoft Flight Simulator, because I had gotten a key to check it out when it released, and like I had set aside a day for it and everything, and then the servers just didn't work. And by the time they got all that crap sorted out, you know, like none of the reviews for it were at all good, even from people that I like, you know, people I individually know who I very much trust their judgment and everything. And as like a creator, it's kind of one of those things that was like way too late to really get in at the ground floor, that people had kind of already seen it and decided they didn't like it, or they decided they did like it or whatever. And so it kind of just sucked because I got those keys. But it is a thing that can kind of hurt you when you get keys and they don't end up playing the games for it. But still, after all this time, it might be interesting to see what's changed with it. Like, have they majorly improved it, or once it got the bad reviews, do they kind of just minimum bar it? Knowing Microsoft and its history with that kind of stuff, they would most likely just keep supporting it until it improves. That is one thing I'll give them credit for, is they tend to do that with a lot of games. Not that they don't kill games before they ever get released. That certainly happens. Plus they do the layoffs like dang near half the industry. But like, for example, when State of Decay 2 released, it wasn't particularly well reviewed and all that. It had a pretty bad reception. But they stuck to it, and now it's, for its genre, it's one of the better games. Now, a big part of that was when it first released, like, the multiplayer were the big draws, and you had to go through, like, the Xbox store and all that kind of garbage, the whole thing just to multiplayer, and it made it incredibly obnoxious. I want to say you still do, but at least they got the, It's weird that that's not sitting on there like I wanted to. Alright. So it's one of those things that, like, you know, they were trying to bump their numbers up, as it were, by taking their big release and, like, forcing you to use their multiplayer platform. The same thing that Sony's done and everything. But that really hurt its reception, and then it was, like, much buggier than State of Decay had ever been. That kind of thing. But they worked at it, slowly made it better. Like I said, now State of Decay 2 is for people into, like, zombie games or that kind of style of game. Pretty popular. Would you... Not sure why you're struggling to drop those as much. There you go. Okay, so it looks like we got all of those out. So looks like 1 thing of beam, 4 things of short planks, 2 things of long planks. It's not going to be a lot of money, but it will be money. Alright.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 10 subscriptions to the channel.
Holy crap, Randall Thor. Thank you so much. Randall Thor gifting 10 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. Just dropping in, no warning. Just being like, here's your support. Deal with it. Thanks, buddy, man. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. So I do hope everyone who just got themselves some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emote enjoys that. And thank you again, Randall Thor. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so let's see here. That's not what I wanted to do. So I need to go to the playground. That's right. You're all good. I feel like you've earned a misuse of caps for a minute. Now, granted, you cashed it in on a yep, but, you know, no one said you used it efficiently. Thanks, man. I am eagerly awaiting other people I know who have been playing Roadcraft to finish it or decide that they're not finishing it right now, because I want to ask others what they thought of the ending, which I won't spoil, other than simply it has a surprise in its ending, which is weird for a game like that to have, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But it genuinely makes me want to ask others what they think about it. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait on the train, aren't I? Ooh. Ooh, train. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because I'm curious what our people's thoughts are. We had fun. For those who didn't catch my context, we did finish Roadcraft last night. We did roll credits. Which was fun. I very much enjoyed the game. It took me somewhere in the area of 110 hours. That's a cute follow alert. I know, right? I'm very proud of my follow alert. For those who don't know, Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic content creator, does a lot of like music content and all that. If I can get a shout out for Jonathan Ong, if I got one of my mods here, otherwise I can get it here once we get to the playground. Let's see. Randall said 40 hours to finish Sunken. You should be asleep, but you need to finish it off. I understand that feeling. I absolutely understand the feeling of being like, I'm just going to finish this one thing in Factorio. Don't worry. Wait. Why is the sun not just kind of up, but like just solidly up? Alright. Let me go ahead and do shout out for Jonathan Ong. For those who don't know Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does like a lot of music content. Like just really, really cool stuff there, really slick stuff there. I like just because of time, I usually only get to lurk for a little bit before I got to go to bed myself. But really good content over there. Highly recommend. Like has some like really, really big talent where just, you know, be like, all right, let's make a song like this. Listens to a little bit of a song and then just starts like kind of working through kind of making an improv version of it and all that. Like, you do love country driving? Yeah, no, Farm Sim's a great time. Alright, so it's our 30,000 bucks worth of lumber towards building the playground. So what do I still need to get this phase of playground done? So I need, it looks like 7,000 liters of wood beam and then 12,000 liters of rope. So wait until we have all the wood beam, and once we do, then I'll just go buy the wood rope or buy the rope. And that'll be deeply upsetting because I'm sure it's going to cost more than I want to pay. But the playground must grow. Measuring wood and rope in liters seems silly. Yeah, it's... I want to say people gave me that there was a different unit. It's lowercase l. But the first time we came up where it was weird, it's like, you know, getting stuff like, oh, I'm buying canola. And getting your canola in liters, you're like, you know what, I can accept that. That seems reasonable. Like, canola seeds are pretty fine. I could see you literally having a liter bottle of canola. But then you're like, okay, well, this is 2,000 liters of logs, and you kind of stare at it going, it's what now? It's what? Yes, technically we could convert logs to liters and it would be an acceptable measurement and everything and all that. But why would you do that? Was kilograms not good? I mean, most of the time you're talking logs, you get into stuff like board foot and all that stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Leon. I think it's literally just so that when you're comparing the different stuff in the game, that it's easier to compare stuff. So instead of having like, okay, you're gonna be like, this one's in kilogram, that one's in liters, this one's in this, and you know, you'd have some stuff that you wouldn't sell it based on the weight or the volume, you'd sell it on the unit. Because there's some things you don't care about, like, I'm getting this many kilograms of egg. I care about I'm getting this many eggs. You know, and then they'd be like, right, but is a large egg a medium egg or a small egg kind of thing? But you don't care about the weight of the eggs. You don't go to the scale and you get paid by the weight of the egg. You get paid by, did I get a dozen eggs or half a dozen eggs? But versus having to make like all the programming for all those different systems and all those different units and trying to measure and compare and all that stuff, they're just like, hell with it. It's all L's. It's all liters. Because technically liters does work for all of it, even if a very strange choice of measurement for doing it. Okay. So, with where we're at with that, what we're going to want to do nah, that is weird. I mean, Germans use liters and kilos. Yeah, well that's what I'm saying. It is a weird choice of measurement. But it's like, okay, it works. Like, it's not incorrect. It's just not normal. It would be like buying soda by the pound. It's like, well, yes, you can do that. You're usually more concerned about volume than weight with soda, but it is technically an acceptable measurement. Oh, I do not want the cover. So I'm gonna switch that back over to the tipper trailer. And get it back into position for when the barley is ready for harvest. All right. Because we got our field of barley here growing. It's not ready yet. You can go ahead and drop that. Probably give enough room to get the harvester around that field. Drop that there. Drop our forklift attachment here. Okay, so let's take a quick look at our stuff. You're still doing relatively fine. You were actually right about to get another batch of beams out. Okay, so when we harvest the barley in June. So June's the big one there. Let's see, how does this feel driving the vehicles after roadcraft? I'm really struggling to get used to not having a handbrake when I push space. That's honestly been like the biggest catch for me, is I will hit space expecting the vehicle to stop and then just plow into something in front of me because that's not the button that does that. And I could change it, but that's the big one that's been getting me more than anything else. The driving is definitely different. The driving in roadcraft is a bit more like grippy. Versus this one is a lot more like, you don't get like caught up in the mud, you spin your tires and that kind of thing, where roadcraft you get a little bit of that. It's not as bad as switching between SnowRunner and Farm Sim. SnowRunner and Farm Sim, like after playing Farm Sim in a little while, you jump into SnowRunner and your truck just bogs down in the mud and you're just like, oh yeah. I can't just send it in this game. That's not how this one works. Okay. Alright, so I need to get more wood for the sawmill. It's a very light tree. I think we're gonna get more than one before that matters. That'll be one of the things we're gonna probably have to worry about, is once I deplete the trees off of this tile, I'm probably gonna have to go and buy another tile to keep the wood coming. Which is always where things get tricky in that regard, because those tiles aren't cheap. But that kind of works out as well, because one of the things that can be a little bit of a struggle in this game is like when is the point that you upgrade your equipment versus when is the point where your equipment's good but you just need more land to make money. So it could definitely be one of those things of trying to decide, okay, I need to buy another tile of land. If I run out of trees and to keep my sawmill running, I gotta go buy more land anyways. Then that becomes a thing. Alright, yes, you're still at only 41%. So it looks like that next tree over there might be a similarly small-sized tree. So we'll probably grab that and pull that into sawmill to keep it running. Yeah, unfortunately with this tile, I don't actually own all of these trees around my property. Like, I think that tree right there, I don't technically own, so I can't cut it down. So I actually might not have as many trees left as I think. I don't really want to go to a tile where I'm gonna end up buying... Or, like, go to a tile where I end up having to, drag the trees half across the map. And the sawmill does cost, like, 30,000 to build. Yeah, so that tree isn't on my property, so I can't cut it down. Can't cut that tree down. Uh-oh. This definitely feels like one outside my property. We'll check this tree over here. Okay, this tree does belong to me. Let's turn that before I cut too far into it. Now this is a really big tree, so I do not want to drag the whole thing in, because if I max out the, people in that house started calling the police the strange man with a chainsaw on it. To be fair, I'm their next door neighbor. One would assume I know who they know who are, like, that they're aware of me kind of thing. Yeah, so this tree, I can't drag the whole thing in. It's 6.5 tons. My winch won't handle it. Time to bring up the channel meme. Which one? The trees being evil, nature being the enemy? For the record, we don't genuinely... Yeah. And thank you for the Gigantify, Randothor. Yeah. That's what I figured I was going for, the trees being the evil. For those who don't get that, I don't actually have a problem with trees. It's just a meme that came out of Project Zomboid, which is a game that's been played very heavily on the channel. Because zombies in Project Zomboid will cut through the trees and they'll, like, walk through them. And you don't get to have line of sight until they're, like, directly on top of you, which means you basically fall over dead. Because they just poke through there, bite you in the face, and you don't even get a chance to react. It's one of the things that you'll notice with veteran players when they play the game. If they don't have to go near a tree, or if they're not, like, cutting down the tree, they always give the trees a wide berth. And that is why. So the joke is that the trees are in league with the zombies. And that you cannot trust them. But, you know, it sticks around because it works for so many games. Like, how many games, like Survival Crafters, do you go and you cut down a tree, it immediately falls on you, and then you die? Alright, we're gonna stop with that for right now. And pop on down to here to fast forward again. Because no surprise, there's not a lot of farming that happens in the winter. So we're just trying to get our barley up and running. Go with that. But yeah, no, that's almost anyone who's played Project Zomboid for any length of time has died to a tree zombie. Which is creeping on me, Walter. That wouldn't be a bad one, but we are specifically aiming for stuff. So yeah, we can go back over here, cut off another chunk of tree and load it in. We've got a couple more months until the barley is ready for harvesting. Eventually what we'll want to end up doing is getting more fields around here. So what I think I'll probably do is once I'm basically done with the trees on this field, I'm going to go try and get like field 83. And we're just going to kind of work our way around this area, just getting more and more fields in the area. But then what we could do is instead of having just barley, I could do like barley and wheat. Probably not oats. They tend to not be worth as much to work with. Sorghum, all that kind of stuff. To give them to have just a little bit of a different schedule. So it's not all at the same time. Okay, so you still weigh way too much for my tractor to pick up in one go. I gotta remember that when it falls off your property, okay, so we have a problem. And the problem is, just the way the game works, this has fallen off my property, which means I can no longer cut it. I'm really hoping... Okay, so we can drag it with the winch. Alright, we're okay. Because the issue is, if it weighed too much for me to winch it, and I couldn't cut it smaller, which means I couldn't get to a more reasonable size to work with. It's not that it couldn't be figured out. I would have had to like shove it with the tractor, and that gets kind of dodgy sometimes. I'm sure I could have made it work. But you get the idea, is it wouldn't have been great. Okay. So we don't want to drag the whole thing in there. But attach that from the tree. Alright, never mind. I'm just dragging the whole tree in there. And there's mods you can get that lets you cut trees everywhere. Honestly, the tree's not that heavy. So what I might do is I might drag it over here. So how much... Okay, so we've got one more day till I need to top this thing off. So I'm going to deliberately do is we're just going to drag this tree over here for a minute. I'm going to advance the day one more time, and then we'll load this whole tree into that. Okay, so we can pop over here real fast. I need to check how much money we've got. Okay, so we are going to borrow a little bit. I am instinctively hitting tab, which makes me go to my vehicles. So I'm trying to pay down my loan, but I need at least enough money in the bank to keep the interest covered year-round until we get the next batch of money. Okay, so with this, we can then drag the tree in. I'll need to check on the sawmill to see how full it's getting, because if it maxes out its volume of capacity, then it will stop collecting stuff. But the goal here is I'm just going to keep shoving the plank stuff out of the way. Ooh, Playground Marker Hall. Oh wait, Playground Marker Hall was the other thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, so we don't care about that right now. Let's grab you and drag you into position. Fortunately, dragging a tree across the field in the game doesn't destroy your crops. Unlike real life, it would absolutely ruin everything. Okay, so how's that doing? Alright, so we got a good amount in here. We've got plenty of storage still available there, so we won't sweat that yet. Alright, so we're looking pretty good there. Figure out which tree is the next tree I can cut down. I'm pretty sure this one's a no. Yep. Okay, so that'll be our next tree for the sawmill. And that's a real big tree. Okay, so we don't need to worry about loading it in right now. We can go pop down here. So mostly just got to babysit the sawmill a little bit during the year. We'll get that to be less of a pain, especially if I can get a bigger sawmill, but that's probably not a priority. We got a lot, like all these other things over here will be our priorities for the dare drops kind of stuff. But so yeah, so we're going to be babysitting the sawmill, getting what we can out of our field. Right, so we got June is barley harvest. You're just fine to be left alone and ignored. And the game does have hail and tornadoes and all that in. They'll damage your crops. We actually did have a tornado that day. I honestly don't know when you fast forward through the storm and all that, what happens with it. Alright, so I've got one more day till we need to top off. I want to take a quick peek just to see if our field took damage. Yeah, so as you can see, our field is just this big open green area of partially grown barley. So let's go ahead and hop back down here to Walter's. Because it's June that I need to get to, that it's harvest day. We're getting really close to that. I need to probably take one more bit of loan to keep paying down our interest. But yeah, considering we paid off, it was like $60,000-$70,000 worth of our loan. And I did have to like kind of go back and take $10,000 to deal with the interest. We're still knocking it down. Loans in this game don't work like loans in real life. None of your money goes towards principal at all. So you kind of have to just kind of do it little by little. Lots of good used equipment here. But I'm waiting for the versatile. Do the dare drop stuff. Alright, now if we look at this, this will be low. So it's at 6%. So if I don't go and take the time to drag a chunk of a tree in there, that'll stop producing. Now this tree weighs 10 tons, so I'm gonna have to cut it down into smaller chunks if we're gonna do anything with it. Alright. And it'll probably also be time for me to grab the forklift and just move all those chunks of wood around. Alright. And I don't have any of the mods like super strength or anything load. So if you ever wonder, it's like, why are you taking the time to like winch a chunk of wood and drag it across here? It's because we have a limit of 200 kilograms that I can carry, which is still outrageously strong for a person, if we're being honest. Because I don't know about you, but I'm sure as heck not benching 200 kilograms on any frequency. Considering more than likely I'd break my arms doing that. But it's not a trivial amount of weight to be lifting. Okay, so the last chunk was about 20%. Try loading this chunk up. Okay. It's actually kind of funny because when I first started playing Farm Sim, like I did the tutorial, and I think it was for a dare drop the very first time too. I did like the tutorial on the beginning map where they give you a farm. They just kind of be like, you know, harvest that field, seed that field. Okay, cool. That's about perfect. We're at about 90%. You know, like there's really, you're just kind of going through a bunch of steps and then they just kind of cut you loose without really teaching you how to deal with the field. It's more they just kind of mechanically teach you how to push the buttons. But the very next farm I did was people were like, oh yeah, you can cut down trees. And I was like, oh sweet, I want to do that. And like Silver Run map had just come out, which is a big forestry map where you have like a roller coaster you can build and all that. And that's when the game like kind of really sold me on it. I must have put, and this is like on stream too, I must have put hundreds of hours into that one run. And like 90% of it was just cutting down one tree, like cutting down a bunch of trees, loading them up, selling that all day, with the very rare like working our stuff. Because there's just to me a big appeal with those, like these kinds of games of where you start with like a big forested map or whatever, like it could be muck, mire, doesn't matter, like an area you can't really work with that's just kind of untapped nature or whatever. And there's absolutely kind of an appeal to being able to go into that and then take it from that into like you've got farmland. I think it's kind of the same thing when you play games like the survival colony builders, where you start out in the wilderness and you kind of slowly carve your way into the woods and build your houses and your farms. And there's just like a strong feeling of progression, seeing that all come together little by little, where it goes from like the wilderness and all that to civilization. Even if you recognize, like in real life, mass deforestation for farms is not exactly great for a whole lot of reasons. But for video games, it's cool to go in and be like, able to look at this after the fact and be like, that was a forest, and now this is my cool little farm there. So I very much enjoyed that style of content. Now, downside is, for farming, even with the ability to cut down the trees and get rid of all the stubs and all that, the map is very, very mountainous, which very much limits your ability to actually farm it on any reasonable capacity. So, Silver Run is always just not a great map for farming. It's got a couple of fields to the south and all that, but still, I had a great time. I took one area that was off to the side of the railroad tracks, fully cleared it, built a big farm right there. Maybe only harvested like 3 or 4 times at the absolute most because of how much time I just spent cutting down the trees. But after that, like I did almost no lumberjacking outside of like when I was doing, you know, Survivor-Man Challenge, which is where you start with $0 a chainsaw and a dream, and you have to build up from there in hard economy things, so you kind of get forced to cut down trees because there's really no other option to make money at the beginning. But outside like that very beginning, I kind of like don't do the lumberjacking hardly ever anymore. So me doing this right now is a little bit of an outlier. I don't have anything against trees, really. Spent hundreds of hours cutting down trees one at a time, true colors showing. Hey man, the trees know they started it. And the reason I'm doing what I'm doing right now is just the wood is worth way more in October and November. So if I don't move the wood out of the sawmill will back up to a point it stops running. So I'm just trying to grab all of these I can. Just piling them out off to the side so the sawmill keeps running. And then come, you know, October, November, we'll load them all up and sell them. Check out Slormancer. Slormancer. Well, yeah, and I'm not, like, it doesn't have to be super about the numbers or anything like that. Slormancer. So you're saying it's an action RPG just by context? Can someone drop that in the game suggestion channel so I can check after stream? So I can, like, look at what it is before I, like, add it to the list. Please don't push the logs in the water. A very casual pixel ARPG. Okay. Yeah, so someone can put in the game suggestion channel. The only reason for that is I do stream for 9 hours a day. So if I don't stop and, like, give myself a place to reference later, ADHD brain ain't gonna remember it. Not from a lack of desire to, just, you know, kind of acknowledging things I'm good and not good at. So casual action RPG. Lots of build options. I do like that. And I do very much enjoy action RPGs. Path of Exile, I believe, is my most played game on Steam, just period. Like, there's no quantifying it, like, of this genre or whatever, just period. So that does say a lot that I get into that. And I never really gotten, so, like, the early Diablo games, like Diablo 1 until I got into, but Diablo 3 and on, I played them and I enjoyed them, but I never got into them quite the same. Let me go here. Game suggestions. It said Slormancer it was. We'll go Slormancer. Don't play a bunch of music. Okay. Stop it. Alright. Because I'm going to go post that in that channel myself. Note to self. People suggested Slormancer on stream. Cool. Because like I said, I just need to have a written record of some kind or I will forget. So I just basically post that there. Okay, so now we've got our ready to harvest barley. And you're basically in a good state of repair. So I am going to go in here real fast and say, alright. We'll put you as the AI worker situation. And you do your thing here. Well, that's going to quickly grab the more wood and chuck it over here again. We should have way more than enough lumber in the sawmill to keep it operating. I can go over here to the trailer and hook up to that, but I mean slam into the stump at force. What I can do, in the meantime, while I wait for that to start filling up, let's go ahead and drop off the forklift attachment over here, grab our stump grinder, and work on some of these stumps, and then as that gets full, we can go and grab the trailer and all that. Planet Crafter Moons. So I know I did Planet Crafter and I did its DLC. Is Planet Crafter Moons yet another DLC or something that I'm unaware of? Alright. This is probably a waste of money for me to do this. I'm accepting this stump grinder thing is utterly worthless. So we are going to sell it back. And if I can, how much would the mulching attachment could be? Mulching attachment, so it'll be under the forestry. Yeah, so both of these could do tree stumps. And that one I can handle. We can basically afford it. Use to remove tree stumps and bushes. So that is what I'm looking for. I am going to go ahead and buy it. Which I probably shouldn't be. Alright. So just double check. No, that is not the right one. So I'm glad I double checked that. Wait, do they not have... Okay, so that I can't handle that. That's too much horsepower. Well, I will just not worry about that then, will I? Because those all attach to the big excavator thing. I could have sworn there was, maybe it wasn't for this version of the game. Because I know there was another, like, mulcher up here, but I think the mulchers up here don't do tree stumps. So just, like, find it. Okay. Yes, it has to specifically mention that it does tree stumps. Yeah, so none of these do tree stumps from what they're saying. So yeah, so the issue I have, because I could have sworn there was a smaller one. So the issue I have is I'm not going to be able to deal with the tree stumps now. That's fine, whatever. It apparently expands, free DLC apparently extends current map so you don't have to start over if you read the description right. Interesting. Well, with that, I'll definitely be willing to consider putting that on the list, because people have been around the channel when I've gotten to mess with Planet Crafter. No, I get a wee bit super obsessed with Planet Crafter. That is one of those games when they have like a major, that's not the bunny one, a major update, that I have a tendency to just binge the whole game. How am I doing on this? 65%, that's probably too full to empty. Alright, I think I'll probably just take over the harvester in this case. I thought I was going to have more stuff to work on in the meantime. Okay, so you're still working your way around here. Actually, with this, I'll let it finish this row, and I'm going to take over because I'll be literally sitting next to the silo. Okay, so for barley, oh, we should probably have, if someone could clip the fact that we've harvested barley, that's one of our, dare drops done. Because we had to do, like, all of the grains, and the barley was the only one we hadn't done. So with that, we have done all of the grains, and the canola, and the soybeans. We have harvested all of those in this run, which means that dare drop is off the list. So that's another dare drop done. That puts us exactly halfway through all the dare drops we agreed to at the beginning. I also need to circle back to the other stream to go back to the 1 or 2 dare drops that we did that didn't get clipped. Yeah, it apparently expands map. But yeah, I could definitely see with Planet Crafter, with that DLC, like assuming it's something that people would be interested in seeing, I am always down for more Planet Crafter. Planet Crafter is kind of a weird game. in that it's sort of factory automation, but not to the level like Factorio, SAS Factory, anything like that. It's not that level of depth, but it's more about terraforming. So you kind of sit there and you go in and you're doing your work, and so it's got like light. It's got light automation and stuff going on, but as you make the planet, you know, better, more terraformed, you unlock more things that you have to work on and all that. So instead of, you know, you get like iron to make ingots, to make gears, to put together with rods, to make this, like that, it's a lot more of like, okay, you know, you need to start getting heat in the atmosphere, so you have to get these raw materials, survival crafter style, to build a thing that just dumps heat into the air, because, you know, the planet's just too cold to sustain life. And they need to use this thing that just vents a bunch of gases into the gravity well of the planet to slowly give it an atmosphere, and then you got to go and work on trying to make the atmosphere more in line with, you know, something breathable, and, you know, start introducing basic plant life to slowly work your way up to, you know, other life. And so it's got like that sort of survival crafter thing going on, sort of factory automation thing going on. Not really too heavy in either. Yeah, I think that'll go on the list. Planet. There we go. Planet crafter has new moons DLC. Has new free moons DLC. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Randall Thor. When people clip the dare drops for me, that really does help. I mean, generally clips help in regards, obviously, doing a clip of something, whether it's for dare drop or like funny or interesting moments or big achievements or whatever. All of that kind of stuff does help. So I do really appreciate it. We're getting some pretty solid yield out of this barley. Just doing a single lap around the outside of this thing is giving me pretty close to a full cargo of barley. Now, one of the other big plays that we could potentially do is probably after I get the versatile, getting the flour mill. Because with the flour mill, one of the things with Farm Sim is for every production line you do, like if I take a product, so I take, say for example, the barley, and I can make that into flour. Taking it from the barley to the flour, that production chain going that one level roughly bumps it up to about 1.5 times its value. And I say very roughly, it varies a lot depending on the production change, but that's kind of your like very broad scope, like this is kind of what you should expect as far as like magnitude of improvement in money. So as you can imagine, if I'm making 50,000 a year in barley, and I can turn that into 75,000 a year by just tossing into a flour mill, very quickly that starts to pay itself off. And that's kind of like forever. And then plus the flour mill itself acts as a buffer to store your crops in and all that, where now I don't have to sweat as much. I just come by at the appropriate time of the year and just grab the flour and sell it. And then you can take it a step farther, because then you can take that flour and you can take it to a bakery and have another production chain that then makes bread using your flour. And that same rule applies, that whatever you put in it, you get roughly 1.5 times what you put in out. So if I start with that $50,000 worth of barley, I toss it in there, and now I get $75,000 worth of flour, and I toss it in there, and then I end up with what does it end up being, like 125,000 or 112.5 thousand or whatever dollars worth of bread and all that kind of stuff. So you get the idea, is that literally I start with that $50,000 worth of barley, and by the time you do that stacking, you more than double the value of the bread, or more than double the value of it. And some of those chains can get a good. I think the deepest the chains go is something like 3 layers deep or 4 layers deep. So you can imagine, you can get a lot of money by taking something that already makes relatively okay money and then just doing those magnitudes. I don't think it's as extreme in Farming Simulator 25 as it was in Farming Simulator 22. But yeah, Farming Simulator 22, like, your crops were almost negligible of importance by consideration of the production chains. If I remember correctly, you could literally buy the crops from the market, the ones that they sell, at like their cheapest price in the year. Like, buy them then, put them in the production line, and then sell what you get out of the production line at its peak and make money that way, just like literally work in like effectively manufacturing or processing. No one did it for the most part because you would just be hauling pallets around forever and it get obnoxious. But the point was more that production lines were extremely powerful. And then all in all, for the most part, they don't add that much labor to the process by comparison to, like, if I'm going to add an entire additional field. So if I have a field like this, if I want to get 1.5 times the amount of money that I'm getting out of this field, it means I'd have to get another field that is half the size of this field and work through that. But then you have all the extra costs from operating the field, fertilizing it, liming it, doing all those kind of things. So you'd have to have even more to make up that difference. And then every single one of those processes, I'm extending how long it takes me to do it by about 50% and some change. Because, you know, I have to do a whole extra field now, and I have to bring my equipment back and forth between those fields. So, like, production lines are always the way to make some quick money so far as expanding your operations. That's not counting, like, there's cheese strats you can do in the game, like, you can buy power generation, just put it down, and it's just free money forever. The thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. So, like, you just toss down a wind turbine, and from then on, for all eternity, it's gonna make you like 1,000 something a month, and there's like no maintenance, upkeep, or anything. Like, that's just profit. So, you know, you build one, and it's usually about 10 months, I think it was, for a power generator to pay for itself or something like that. So, you know, you build your first one, 10 months later, whatever it is, you build your second one, then 5 months later, you build your third one, because, you know, now you have 2, so it goes faster. And then, you know, the next one gets done in like 3-4 months or whatever, and then you get your fourth one, and now it's like 2 months to build, you know, another one. And you get the idea. Is very rapidly you get to the point where you can put down multiple a day and literally get tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars every single day. There's been multiple videos done about that. And so that's the reason why usually when I'm doing challenge runs in the game, I always have a strict rule like no power generation. Because it's effectively like getting cut a check every month for no effort after that. There's a mod called Government Subsidy that does the same thing. By all means, play however you find fun. If you're having fun playing the game, congratulations, you're playing it correctly. I personally do believe, though, ultimately, turning on stuff like getting the government subsidy mod and all that is ultimately going to hurt your fun long term. Because when you can kind of just skip into getting any equipment you want, there's no progression to the game, really. Because, like, you just kind of go through it. And to me, that's one of the big parts of these types of games, is where you start with like your little teeny tiny little farm that you can barely manage much on, and you get like that next field, that next piece of equipment, and things get a little bit better and a little bit better, and eventually you work your way up to, you know, the really big tractor, and, you know, having the best seeder and the best thing. And how much effort goes into that is certainly worth discussion. But it is just kind of one of those things that being able to kind of skip to the finish line takes away. I'm getting that shimmer like it's turned back on the graphic settings. Like it's got PSAA turned on. There we go. Nope, that's too far off. Okay, we want some anti-aliasing on. I was getting like this shimmer effect that I usually get from post-processing stuff. Yeah, temporal anti-aliasing. I don't know which ones are which. Yeah, no, I'm still getting that shimmer. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Is there's a shimmer, and I usually associate it with the with resolution upscaling. And it's deeply upsetting to me. I cannot stand it. It's like when you turn, it's like got the shimmering behind your vehicle, like weird artifacting. I need to figure out, it's gonna be the anti-aliasing, I need to change it to not do that. I guess such a mod can lower the entrance threshold burden, but it takes away from the longevity of the content, definitely. Yeah, that's kind of thing. But in a game like, genuinely when you're playing Farm Sim, if you're willing to do contracts and that kind of stuff, like, very, very genuinely, money is not that big an issue. This is not a particularly hard game. And I'm not saying this even as a person who's been playing for a long time. Like, very, very genuinely, contracts are very good money. And even if you bury yourself in $500,000 in debt, it's only like $1,000-something bucks a month to pay the interest off on that debt, which is like one small contract. So it's pretty easy to get going. Like, there's the figuring out part of the game that can take a bit of work. The game's not very good at describing and teaching you things. But as far as like actual difficulty about bankrupting yourself, it's just not the kind of game. It's not like a tycoon game where you can get like your game over screen or whatever. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, you could technically soft lock your save. Well, actually, I don't even think that's necessarily true. I don't think that is actually true. You could soft lock your save. Because you can always keep doing contracts and doing it where you lease the vehicles from the contract. They don't actually cost you anything. They take from the contract. So even if you did go negative money in the game, you'd still be able to do the leased vehicles on the contracts. It's only if you're doing a map like No Man's Land or whatever, which are modded maps that don't have contracts, would be about the only way you could soft lock a save. Because otherwise you could always do the contracts. And if you bought all the property, which is the only way to make contracts not available, if you did bankrupt yourself, you would just sell some of the land back, and then you'd be de-soft locked. Alright. Gonna try changing graphic settings here and again in a minute. Change the anti-aliasing to something else. Okay, so let's try the DLAA. Okay, I'm not noticing the shimmer. Alright, that looks better. So it might be just something with TAA. Because what was happening is when I'd stake that out, for example, you'd see like the black part of the scoop. There'd be almost like after images of it behind it, like not complete ones, just like the outer edge of it as it's going along. And like I said, that's something I normally associate with when you're using the resolution upscaling. You get those like weird shimmering effects, or like really, really bad liquid crystal screens back in the day used to have that shimmer effect too. Or something similar to it, not exactly the same thing. I cannot stand resolution upscaling. There's certain technologies that come out that there's like some technology like, oh cool, that's some really neat fancy new tech. I'm really digging it. Like when they started, like when we had like our first liquid crystal screens, and then they had backlit liquid crystal. And you're like, oh my god, backlit liquid crystal, this is great. I do not miss the days of looking at like the regular, you know, Game Boy and having to have like a lamp facing it so you could actually see the screen and all that. And then you got this crap like the resolution upscaling, which it almost seems like it makes performance worse in most games, which is the exact opposite of what it's supposed to do, because the whole idea behind is you're supposed to actually render at a lower resolution, and then it upscales it, but you're not supposed to notice the difference, and it's supposed to be less computationally heavy on your GPU and all that. And for the life of me, I've never seen that run well. Like, not on my computer or anyone else's, where it's like, just using the base settings wasn't just the better option. And you mean accessibility feature? There were times when a lower burden would have helped you with such games at all, but you weren't playing anything at that time. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Like, that's the whole thing, is like the subsidy stuff does basically give you a whole thing. Is that upscale being done with generative AI? No. Not in the sense when you're talking about generative AI in that regard. It is, I mean, I would be willing to bet if it came out now they would label it as AI or whatever. But no, it's been around for a little while. It is doing like a guess similar kind of pixels around it, but it's kind of like with anti-aliasing, how they'll be like, okay, here's this hard edge pixel like here and here, and here's this set of hard edge pixels. They kind of blur the line in between it to make it so there's like a crisper thing where it doesn't just like have the jaggies on it. It's a really fancy way of doing it. So it's not that naive, like it's not the simplistic approach of not just, you know, this is a black pixel, this is a white pixel, put a gray pixel in between. It's got a little bit more to it than that. But it is that kind of thing. But it does try and do more, and then the pro and con of it is, because it's trying to do more to effectively add extra pixels, it can get weird artifacting and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so something like interpolation, but non-local means. Yeah, something along that line. Like I don't know the specifics on how, because there's different technologies that do resolution upscaling. You know, like NVIDIA has theirs and all that, and was like DLSS or something like that. Okay, we damaged the tiniest little bit of crops because I wasn't paying close attention. It's just that little teeny tiny bump where you see those two tire marks. That shouldn't matter. Yeah, you took computer vision courses, you can get it. But doing it right is not computationally cheap. Well, that's the idea, is in theory, like in their tests and all that, the idea is, you know, rendering your screen at 4K would be very computationally heavy. Like that is a lot of pixels. Whereas rendering it at 2K and then upscaling it, while there's a computational cost, it's supposed to be significantly lower than the actual rendering in 4K. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But like I said, in my experience, I've never seen it work well. And half the time when it does work, there's weird artifacting and all that kind of stuff as well. So it's just kind of one of those... There's certain technologies that when I start a game and I see it has that technology, the first thing I do is I turn it off. So resolution upscaling, that straight off. Immediately if I notice it, it's gone. Motion blur, get it out of here. And that has nothing to do with performance implication. That's because it makes the whole game look like muddy water when you're moving. I see that as like just not a great thing. So motion blur gets turned off immediately when I'm playing a game and I notice it. I'll turn off ray tracing as well. Ray tracing is another one that one you actually do have improvements in the graphics that are very nuanced. It makes your shadows just a little bit crisper and all that. I should say a little bit more realistic, not crisper. But it usually comes with something like a 30% hit to your frame rate, And while I'm hardly the kind of person who's like, no, I need my 120 frames, I actually lock my stuff at 60 frames per second for content creation reasons. I would rather consistently get a very reliable frame rate versus having slightly better shadows that when some complex object goes by the screen, the whole game hitches for a second because I got to figure out how to do this wire mesh using ray trace. So I'm like, the graphical benefit is so minute that I'm just not willing to take the performance hit for it. So usually I'll kill ray trace immediately when I see it in a game. There's a couple others. Now, on the other hand, I'm going to crank the hell out of texture quality when a game, like as long as I'm not running into performance issues, I'm going to turn on my texture qualities. Because that crap you can see. Very noticeable. Obviously, if my computer's going potato and I'm getting 24 frames a second, I gotta do what I gotta do. Yeah, you're still surprised unbounded ray tracing you made into games releases? Yeah, so it's funny. I was using ray tracing back in like 2000, 2001 because I was on my local high school. We had a robotics team. It was actually like one team that was the local college. There was the local, I'm gonna say aerospace engineering without getting too specific. That was like a major person involved. And then there was two local high schools were all on one team. But one of the things that the robotics team had, which this is the first program, oh man, was it for inspiration? Oh man, I can't remember. It's been 20 years. First is a great organization. They do like Lego League and all that, but it's basically they'll present you with a problem and you work with the team to like come up with solutions and do a competition and all that stuff. It's really cool stuff. But yeah, I got involved in the animation team, doing computer graphics animation in 3D Studio Max. Back when you had to have your serial port dongle that you had to plug in the back of your computer into your printer port serial port. Was a 25 pin. And if the software didn't detect that thing plugged in, it wouldn't let you run it. Which is a big old pile of crap that even people who owned it legitimately, one of the first things you did is you went to your local software piracy website to get the hack to disable the check for the dongle, because those dongles were so unreliable. They would break really easy, or your port would have problems because, hardware standards at the time were not the greatest. So it's kind of like where you get the games that they didn't actually run off the CD, but they still required you to put the CD in the tray just to boot up the game. So you get a no CD hack for it. Because there was no need to put the CD in, the whole game was installed in your hard drive. The CD wasn't doing anything. And yeah, I remember dealing with that. But we had ray tracing in 3D Studio Max. And we could do all like the cool reflections, and we could choose how many layers of depth we could do ray tracing. And I definitely remember doing the thing of making a glass marble that you could, that both reflect and refract light, and putting it on a mirror and being like, let me just render a frame of this, and watching the whole computer just get mad and be like, all right, I want it to be like 60 levels of depth or whatever. And the whole computer just get mad and just kind of hang for a solid minute. And then it would go, okay, it's going to take me somewhere in the area of like 2.5 hours to render this one frame. And you're like, all right, never mind. I'm interested in seeing it, but not that interested. We did some of that just to check it out. It's cool stuff. But yeah. No, the moment you started getting reflections involved in those software, those render times, like you'd have like the little robot zipping around doing its thing for the animation. And it'd be like, okay, this whole thing might take us 3-4 hours to render this entire like 30-second, 2-minute animation or whatever. Okay, well, we want to make the aluminum sides of the robot have one level of reflection. Okay, well, now it's a 12-hour plus rendering. Okay, well, what happens if we made the diamond plate that the sides of the arena are made out of also had reflection. And then it's like 42 hours of rendering time. You're like, all right, hang on 1 second. But I mean, that was back in the days when a graphics card was an optional component, like a brand new thing. Like most graphics cards with these new fandangled technology where you had like Voodoo 3D or whatever it was. And like it was a whole big experience. Like you'd play Counter-Strike and it was just rendering off your CPU. Because there was no GPU in existence yet. You get, what was it like? Was it 16 megabyte or 32 megabyte graphics card or something like that? Different times. I remember, yep. Or built, yeah, or it was like, it'd be like next to your chipset. It'd just be another thing on the motherboard. And a lot of those chipset ones, or it's just on your motherboard, a lot of those overheated and damaged themselves so often if you pushed them. Because usually the cooling on those was just woefully inadequate, and there just wasn't like good things out there. Like you could buy a shim and like glue it on there with some thermal paste or whatever, but like they didn't have like proper mounts for half of it or anything. Because the motherboards just weren't designed with that in consideration. Let's see, your graphics group had a server cluster to render out the ray tracing application prototype, i.e. some RPG they hacked together to use ray tracing. Students in our class had to render the scene with all kinds of extra shaders and effects. They did like 2 frames max to the symmetry motion blur effects. Took them a night or two. Yeah, we had one of the years, and it was one of the years we actually placed really high. Like I think we got like top 3 of all the teams. And this is like an international competition, and we actually got, I think it was like 3rd place or something like that, which is pretty dang good for like 500-600 teams involved. But we finally got the last of our stuff sorted out, and we're doing our final render of the entire thing. And you know, we may or may not have completely taken over most of the computers on the entire high school campus. And so there's like a drafting, it's a shame, because that high school actually had a lot of cool stuff going for it, and then half the stuff they shut down, like after I left. But they had a drafting class, we had our engineering class, and these were like electives and all that. But we managed to go through that and like a bunch of the foreign language classes and all that. And with 3D Studio Max at a time, you could have clusters that you could introduce and remove computers from it. And so we convinced a bunch of the teachers to let us install the thing that let us add stuff to and from the cluster onto those machines. And so it was like the moment class ended in the drafting class at the end of the day, we just turned on all of those computers and got them all starting to render. And we had like the language lab and all that. And yeah, it was pretty wild. It took us 2 or 3 attempts to get some of the scenes to render because some of the computers jumping in and out caused rendering problems. But we did ultimately get, and that was a big thing that kind of helped us, is we could do a lot of effects, because we had like the version of it that we had already rendered with like 90% of the effects turned off. That way, if things didn't work out, we still had something to turn in. But we did have the one where we had taken the time to put like reflections and ray tracing and all that crap in there, and we leaned in hard on having a lot of that stuff, and it looked really slick. Like it was like genuinely, granted it wasn't for a product, so as far as like the storyboarding and all that going there, it would have been garbage for like an actual TV commercial. But as far as the quality of the animation, it was pushing like TV commercial at the time. So we definitely got up there. And yeah, that was one I was super proud of, because I was very heavily involved in that. Man, we pulled so many all-nighters on that thing. Because if it failed the render, you just threw the whole file out. It was gone. Like there was no, well, let's pick up where we left off. If, you know, you had like this, you know, 42-hour render and it gets to hour 41 and a half and something fails, you start over your 42-hour render. And there was some finagling you could do with it, but it wasn't much. But yeah, no, it was fascinating dealing with that. It was cool stuff. Originally, when I started college with the intent of doing that professionally. That's what my original degree I had begun pursuing was computer graphics animation. So doing stuff like Monsters, Inc. and Pixar movies and that kind of stuff. And it was just one of those things. I started college doing that, and I found once someone else told me what I had to do with the art, I didn't enjoy it nearly as much. I'm like, hang on a second. I've got to make a life decision right now. I'm early enough in this degree program, it literally won't set anything back if I pivot. Like, I'm still in, like, the, you know, English Literature 101, you know, college algebra, you know, your gen ed humanities. I'm in like that stuff that like no matter what degree you're getting, you gotta take. But in the next couple semesters is when I'm gonna start getting into like the meat and potatoes of the stuff that's really only for this. I can choose to continue this path and take something I really enjoy and learn to hate it and not get paid particularly well doing it, and be in an incredibly competitive industry, so I can ruin something I love, be paid poorly, and have a very competitive market to be paid poorly. Or I could do something else. And I went with something else, which I think was very much the right decision. And that's where I got into, like, I'd already been doing a lot of stuff with computers, and so I began the hardware side of computers. What the heck was my associate's degree? I gotta remember. I know it's technically an associate. Oh man, I can't remember. Because there's like, I don't know if it translates in our places. Here in the US, you'll have your associates in arts or associates in science. And I remember it was a weird one that like associates in arts is automatically accepted on next one, and associates in science, maybe. They're more picky choosy with the associates in science of what courses do and don't qualify versus arts, if I remember correctly, and this is again 20 years out of date information. And so I think it was an associates in arts. I just don't remember what the hell it was in, because I got my bachelor's degree and then the associate's degree doesn't mean anything after that point. Like it supersedes it. But I ended up getting a degree that was kind of a catch-all. Not a catch-all, that's not fair. It basically had computer science, which is, you know, software development, comp sci. So like software development stuff. It had network signaling. So like how you actually communicate networks over like wire and wireless and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, the different signaling and having your checksum bits and all that kind of stuff. So that, you know, you send a message, you make sure the message actually gets across, you do that verification, going back and forth, you know, TCP, IP, UDP, all that kind of garbage. And that was part of it. It also had a lot of electrical engineering, because that goes hand in hand with network signaling. But it was kind of a nice, broad computer science, technology, whatever you want to do degree, because like, you had computer stuff, you had networking stuff, you had software stuff. When I say computer, I should say hardware. I learned a lot about like electronics and all that. So it's kind of one of those things that like, if say like I went to the software dev side and I realized I just didn't like it. It was broad enough I could easily pivot into something else where I wouldn't have to, you know, retrain and my degree would still hold weight and all that, versus like, you know, if I'd gotten my degree specifically in like software development kind of comp sci and realized I hated it, the bachelor's degree would still hold some value. Like having like people make fun of people who have like an English lit or a philosophy bachelor's degree and all that. But even having a philosopher's bachelor, like a bachelor's degree in philosophy, still generally has more value than no degree for employers. There's a lot, like 30 asterisks after that, though. It's not as cut and dry as it used to be. Because it used to be that was just kind of universally true. Any degree was better than no degree. But now there's a lot more nuance to it than there used to be. Which I think is honestly more correct that there's no nuance, because there are definitely some crap colleges out there. Coming from someone who used to work in the university system and has gone through their degree and everything. There's some really good ones and there's some real rubbish ones out there. Like here in the US you've got, and I always get it backwards, there is regionally accredited and federally accredited. And I think it was federally accredited was the good one, and then regional accredited wasn't worth the paper it's printed on. I could have that backwards. Again, it's been a long time. And so it's always those ones that, like, you'd go, it's like, we're accredited. And, you know, regional accredited sounds good. But it doesn't mean anything. If I have that correct, like I said, I could have it backwards. Because that just means, like, in your county or whatever, yours, like, the college is viewed as good. It's like, well, your county probably has 2 colleges in it. You know, maybe if it's like a college town, maybe there's 5. And sometimes regional's larger than a county. It's sometimes like Central Florida could be a region. You know, so maybe it's a dozen colleges or whatever. But you get the idea, if I've got that right. That's stuff you'll want to look into when you're like, you know, if you're someone who is at an age that you're considering college, or in a, I shouldn't say age, life situation that you're considering college or whatever, university, all that. That is one to sit down with someone who works with like professional development. A lot of them they're like paid by the hour or whatever, or not paid. They're paid by a group to provide that service, so you don't pay them individually. They are already on payroll either for like the university or the Chamber of Commerce or whatever the appropriate organization is. And so you just get an appointment with them and chit chat, and they'll give you honest stuff. And thanks so much for the raid, Pataka Zero. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out while we're dropping off this barley. So Pataka Zero also playing some Farming Simulator 25. So I hope you had a good time with it and all that good stuff. How was your farm sim? Get up to anything fun or interesting in farm sim? And if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you and all that. Obviously, do your self-care and whatnot, but you're sure as heck will, you know, raid stater. Gotcha. A bit lost. Well, if you have any questions, by all means, you are super duper welcome to ask and all that. I have a lot of hours in the game. Let me guess. Let me guess at where you're lost just from past experiences. I'm guessing you went through the tutorial and they were like, what is it, like, fertilize this field, harvest this field, go sell this thing. Okay, go out into the world, have fun. And you stared at it and went, how the hell do I do those things and make that into crop? Like, you've kind of showed me how to hook up a piece of equipment and then said, go forth into the world, young one. And you're like, you basically gave me a couple of steps of how to do things, but not what order or anything. Yeah, it's a big problem with the game that they don't kind of teach you in that regard. And it's gotten better, but it's still a weak point. So the big thing that you want to learn is the key things you have to do with every crop is you have to either plow, cultivate, or harrow. That's or, not and. Plow, cultivate, or harrow, so you prep the field. You seed the field, and then you harvest. Those are the only 3 required steps. Everything else will give you higher yield and is optional and all that, unless you get to like fancy, more involved crops. But if you stick to like grains and that for the beginning, it's prep the field, which is again cultivate, plow, or harrow, seed, and then harvest. Those are the only required ones. The good news is a lot of the stuff, it actually will kind of help you once you get it started, because you'll go to the field, and if you... Here, I could get to the end of this road, and it'll probably tell me, like, you know, weeds growing, might tell me it needs lime. Yeah, so I could go over to the... So I'm actually using a official mod that makes it harder, but if you look below me, it says weeds growing. So there is stuff like that that gives you hints, like it's got a little exclamation mark, weeds growing. The problem is it doesn't do it for all of it. So, do you need fertilizer? It's not going to tell you. Like, you'll learn eventually that you can see what percentage of fertilizer it has and all that, but it's a really good game, but it is pretty crap at teaching you how to actually do the fields. Generally, what I'll recommend people do at the very beginning when they first start playing is if you hit escape and you go to the contracts over here, this is a good place to start, is doing some of these contracts. You can get some money. It lets you kind of try a bunch of different stuff, so you can go here, borrow the items, do the contract, get paid, and you can be like, oh yeah, I like harvesting barley. That's pretty straightforward. And then you take a contract and go, okay, well, let's harvest characters. Wow, I hate this. I hate everything about this. I never want to do this again. And you know not to invest in building your farm where you're going to be growing carrots because you've come to realize you don't like it. So it's a good place to start to go through there. You'll start to also notice some of the order of operations. Like if you pay attention to the field, that you'll be like, oh, field 53. All right, well, I planted field 53. And then like the next month you go on the game, it's like, oh, field 53. They're now having me spray it with fertilizer. Okay, I guess I do that after that. But yeah, so there's a lot of things you can do to improve yield, but unless you're playing on super hard economy, a lot of those things are optional. You'll obviously make more money, but they're not critical. Like, you don't technically have to spray your crops with herbicide or weed them. You don't technically need to do fertilizer. It is going to massively cut down on the amount of money you make, but at the same time, for at least getting started, it's just prep the field, seed, and all that. And there's actually another thing you can do to make your life easier. If you go in here under the seeders, if you want things to be, you know, simple, if you look at some of those, like it'll say, like down here, that's, you know, it has the possibility to seed directly, no previous cultivating or plowing necessary. If you look at some of these machines, they cultivate, seed, and weed the crop all in one pass. So literally they do everything but harvest, so far as your basic stuff. And some of them will even fertilize too. So they don't have nearly the width of a lot of the other equipment, but it is the, I just want to get it done. And they actually usually do perform pretty well until like mid to late game, that you can just get better stuff. All right, so barley. So do we want to keep doing barley? Because it's probably wheat, barley. We'll probably just stick with barley. So September is planting month. Let's check on our lumber mill. It's fine. And then we've got our field fully harvested. But yeah, no, that's yeah, that is a weak point. I thought there was somewhere in here in this version of the game that there, yeah, that's a seasonal. There was somewhere in here I thought it had like a yeah, this is the whole thing. Yeah, so these are your critical operations. So cultivating and plowing, these kind of fill the same spot. There's benefits with one versus the other, but it is as well as things. It's like cultivating, sowing, planting, harvesting. Those are your required ones, and they'll walk through like how to do each and every one. But let's be honest, no one wants to read through this crap. It is one of those ones I brought up a couple of times with the devs. I'm like, you really probably should change the tutorial so that the tutorial literally is just, here is a field, and it walks you through each and every step of the process until you've, you know, sold your crop. You know, at that point, you'd start over. I think that would make for a much better tutorial. I think the reason they don't do that is you'd have to go through an entire year for, you know, planting the crop, getting to where the crop is harvestable, going through, and then, you know, getting set up. And that takes way longer than the tutorial they have, which I think you can knock out in one day in game. Okay, so we need to, what was it, September? Yeah, so September we're planting. But yeah, it's a very common problem. The good news is once you get past that and you learn the basics, all of the crops, while they all have their own nuances, it's all based off that same pattern. So, like, you learn to, you know, do the cultivate, seed, and all that. And then you go, okay, well, let me get to a more exotic crop. Oh, and also, here's another one. These things here, the packs, they're really good for your, like, I want to try potatoes. And it will show you all of the equipment that you need to set up potatoes. I want to do olives, and I'll show you the machines you need for olives. Be careful with some of these. Some of these crops suck. Grapes and olives suck. But with some of them, you'll start with, say, like, your grain, and you'll go, okay, well, I want to expand into something else. If you compare grain versus cotton, the only thing that changes is it's got a much fancier harvester. So it effectively works the same way, except it pops out in bales versus trailing. Or then you'll, like, work on some other stuff. You gotta do grass, which is usually a glorified lawnmower that you pick up crap with. But, like, a lot of these are very, very similar. They'll be, like, just, it has a different harvester, has a different seeder. There'll be, like, that little nuance difference. So once you kind of get the base stuff, like, switching into a different crop isn't, like, learning all over again. Okay. And let's go check for sales, because we're doing dare drops right now, so we're trying to get these things over here done. And that's why I'm checking on stuff. So you're fine, you're fine. Alright, so let's just go back to Walter. Because we're not buying a bunch of equipment right now. We took on a lot of debt. I usually don't take on debt at all when I do these. Like, most of the time I'm doing challenge runs where I don't let myself take loans or leases or anything like that. But because we're doing dare drops, I don't have all those restrictions, because the point is to get all those objectives done. Because every one of those I get done, I can submit a clip to dare drop. They give me a key for a game that I can give out at a later date. So of our 8 objectives, we're down to 4. Granted, we're starting to get, like, the versatile tractor. That one should be easy enough to do. The other ones are going to take more time, because the Ford's just a hell of a lot of money. Right, so you got one more day here. And then I got to load up the sawmill with more wood. I've got to seed my field. And then we'll probably also need to take more of the wood out of the sawmill so it doesn't get backed up, so it can keep operating. Okay, nothing new there to care about. I also need to remember to borrow a little bit of money so we can keep the loan payments under wraps, because we are paying them off pretty well. Okay. So I think step 1 is get the sawmill sorted. How heavy is that tree I got laying over here? So there's the winch. The tree will be over there. How heavy are you still? Where you download Precision Farming? So if you go into the game, I can't really do it without, like, exiting out of the save and loading back in, all that. I want to avoid that. But in the same place you get, like, all your mods for the game and everything, inside the game, it's, like, there's a downloads area, workshop kind of area. It'll probably be near the top. But yeah, it's just you download Precision Farming. In some ways, Precision Farming appears like it's going to be way more complicated. But it's really kind of not. It's weird like that on the server it's like, oh yeah, now you need to worry about, like, making sure your fertilizer is balanced and this is balanced and all that. But in practice, most of the machines, once you buy, like, the piece of equipment that just handles that for you, and then you just don't have to think about it. And then as an added bonus, normally when you're doing stuff like the fertilizer in the game, just for whatever reason, without the mod, you have to, like, do a pass of fertilizer, do something else to your field, or wait an in-game month. then do a passive fertilizer, because it just doesn't let you do 2 rounds back to back. But then with precision farming, you can just do 1 passive fertilizer and it just works. And so it's kind of weird in the fact that supposedly like the more precise, complicated, realistic one, but in a lot of ways it's less work. Okay, so we pulled that in there. We need more wood than that. We need to cut down our tree and pull it into the sawmill. We're fast running out of trees, which is a concern. Don't think you're on my property, are you? Nope. This could be a problem. Because I have no more trees on my property, gotta make that decision about am I buying a new plot of land. Okay, we have another tree here. If we're buying a new plot of land right away to keep the trees going, which is a certain justification with that, because then I get another plot of land and I can start growing either more barley or wheat or something else. Probably keep it in the grain so that we can get the flour mill, because I'm gonna need the flour mill for making stuff there. That's okay. That'll be a weird tree. Alright. So how full is our sawmill? It's about 40%. So I could probably honestly grab that big chunk of that tree. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to probably need to lime the field to get our pH back where it needs to be. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about the precision farming, is down here, like, you might not realize, like, which one's pH, but, like, way at the bottom, it's saying, like, pH value bad. Okay, well, that means I need lime, because lime changes your pH level. That's the acidity of your soil. Nitrogen bad. That's fertilizer. So it's basically telling me down there, I've got weeds in my field. It needs rolling. You don't really need to roll. It needs rolling, it needs lime, and it needs fertilizer. So this field kind of needs everything, which is fine. It might be too far away. Oh yeah, liming a field that's another thing. Yeah, that's kind of like, but that's the thing. So behind the scenes, the way that stuff works is if you don't lime your field, I believe it's a 15% penalty to the amount of crop you get. So it's not one of those things like you don't lime your field, then suddenly everything's awful kind of thing. It's just, oh, you don't get quite as much. Like, don't get me wrong, those penalties and lack of bonuses will add up and cost you a lot of money, so far as, like, not making nearly as much as you could be. Okay, so, cool, 95%. Perfect. So let's drop this off. How full are you? You're not very full yet. Okay, so we've got all that sorted for right now. And now it's time to go lime our field. Yeah, these are things you'll learn over time, is like, you, generally speaking, you would cultivate your field, then lime your field, then seed your field, like, you know, depending on your equipment, some of those can overlap, some of them can't. In my case, because my cultivator, my seeder, and my weeder are all one piece of equipment, because I chose to do the lazy way because it's amazing, I'm gonna lime my field first. Because with precision farming, I don't have to babysit all those different things. Let's see here. I don't think... Pretty sure that's fertilizer laying in the ground there. Alright, so I'm going to need to get some lime. So let's get like 4 things of lime. And I want to make sure I'm grabbing the lime, not the solid fertilizer. Alright, Pitaka, you have a good one. And I hope you enjoy Farm Sim. It's an excellent game. Even if it's teaching you stuff, is pretty garbage. It's a good game that really needs a better tutorial. Okay. So we're getting 4 containers of lime. I forgot how much lime this thing carries. Do you want to... There you go. Close the cover. Cool. But yeah, so with like the precision farming, we got the automatic application rate. So literally you could save a bunch of materials by just using all that stuff. Steering assist. Yeah, I'll just loop around. I don't usually bother with header rows with stuff like the fertilizer and the lime. Can you move? Can you please move and stop wasting all my lime? Oh wait, wait, what? Somehow my cruise control got set down to 1. Alright, so we're slowly liming the field. And then depending on the type of soil and what the desired pH is, the acidity. And we just go back and forth, lime in the field. Looks like I might have to do like a mini pass there, because there's a little gap just because of the way the field lines up, but that's okay. Alright. But yeah, so with the precision farming, one of the bonuses you get is basically the better your fields are taken care of. Like the more environmentally conscious, whatever you want to call it, you do get like a little bit of a bonus, and I think it gets up to like 15%, which to a certain degree does line up with reality. Most countries in the world have some kind of subsidies or whatever for farming sustainably, because there is definitely a strong vested interest in people farming sustainably, just because if you're doing the type of farming that you're just pulling nutrients out of the soil constantly without replacing them in a manner that is not wasteful, you do end up running into problems where you just kind of destroy the land over time. Thanks, nice guy, I appreciate that. And yeah, you can blast it with chemicals again and again. You're still gonna do that. Like, there's nothing, like, you do need fertilizer. That is a reality. You do need different things for treating different stuff. But there's the point of, like, you know, going overboard with stuff or using it in ways that a lot of the fertilizer doesn't get proper use, which most farms run sustainably to at least some degree anyways, because fertilizer is hecking expensive, and so they sure as heck don't want to waste it if they don't have to. I'm probably going to have to go buy more lime. I underestimated how much I needed. To be fair, our pH is way off what it needs to be. But, like, you have a lot of places in the world that, like I said, you'll get a real strong subsidy for you know, doing stuff like having some of your fields have wildflowers and all that for the bee population and all that, because, you know, if everything is all kind of monocultured of just, you know, everything's barley, everything's whatever plant, you do run into the problem that it ends up killing off a lot of the bees, and that creates problems for your farms because you need the pollinators to do their pollinating things. The big thing in the EU and UK is sustainably and environmentally friendly chems. Yep, we also have a lot of that in the US as well. It's not to the same degree, I don't believe, as you see in the EU and UK, but even here we have a lot of stuff so far as making sure the way you're farming, you know, is not wasteful, is not super harmful to the environment and all that. Like, there's always some intrinsic issues you run into when you have large, you know, swaths of land dedicated to something, and kind of become this weird, like one of the problems we're running into with bees, for example, is when you have these, like, incredibly large areas of plants that the bees don't end up pollinating. It's effectively a dead zone that the bees can't survive on and, like, go past, so it almost becomes like a barrier for them. So there's definitely a lot of stuff incentivizing being like, hey, you know, building a field that has wildflowers or, like, certain types of crops and all that to help with the insect population and all that, you can get a subsidy for it. Because otherwise the bee population goes away, and that's bad. That's real bad. That's real bad. But yeah, there's a lot of importance about however you're setting up your farming and all that to make it sustainable. Because, like, for an example, historically in the US, if you went to the southeast, we had lots of tobacco and cotton farms. Tobacco and cotton plants are both really hard on their environment crops. They draw a ton of nutrients out of the soil. And we're going back into yesteryear when we didn't have nearly as good understanding or technology so far as maintaining the fertility of soil. So it's kind of one of those things of growing those crops was very unsustainable, where you would eventually kind of ruin the soil in an area, and so you'd move on to a new area to grow there. So to this day, there's areas in the southeast that, you know, barring shipping in really large volumes of, you know, fertilizers and all that to try and slowly bring the soil back up, there's just areas that aren't really viable for agriculture anymore that used to be. But that's just kind of a downside of that specific crop. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff like that, because you can genuinely, like I said, kind of ruin an area for agriculture that eventually you can recover it. But it's not a simple or easy process. It usually takes way more. You can listen to you play all day? Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I definitely, with the way I approach the channels, I definitely try to have it be like a relaxing kind of chill vibe that we have. I do deliberately stream what's kind of like overnight US time, you know, like Australia and New Zealand time, till right around the time that you, like, a lot of EU viewers start popping back on in their mornings. So I kind of do that overnight thing. So as being in that time bracket, I've kind of always approached it being like, yeah, there's gonna be a whole lot of people who are doing like full-on degen hours and that kind of stuff. I see you. I am among my people here. But you know, people who need a little bit of help winding down at the end of a stressful day, whatever you want to go with. So I try to offer content that can help with that. So it's one of the reasons I don't have like all the high energy stuff or the jingling keychain kind of redeems and all that, where, you know, there's lots of silly fun stuff. And for the record, there's nothing wrong with any of that stuff. That adds, like, there's a lot of draw to it. But for my value, where a bunch of people are trying to, you know, like, again, de-stress, relax, cool down for the day, whatever you want to go with, choose your terms, before they call it a night. Try and just do the best we can to make that a possibility for people. Let's see, you remember when you learned both the history and chemistry classes about industrial fertilization coming up in the 19th century? Just push the soil full of these handful of chemical elements. It's what the plants crave. Yeah. It's not quite that simple. Yes, ultimately, it's like, yeah, nitrogen, potassium, phosphate, yada yada. Right, plants do crave that. But you can do all sorts of stuff to, like, really jack up the soil pretty bad. And it takes a lot of work to de-scuff things. That's, it's more of a home gardening than a farming problem. But, like, the aggressive overuse of fertilizer, and I don't mean in a reasonable, like, yeah, you need to fertilize your crops kind of way. It's people not knowing what they're doing, and they'll be like, my plant looks less than happy. Let me give it fertilizer. My plant looks less than happy. Let me give it fertilizer. My plant looks less than happy. Let me give it fertilizer. My plant died. Clearly I didn't use enough fertilizer. When you literally, like, fried the root system of your crop because you chemically burned it with the sheer volume of fertilizer you've been dumping in it. Put multiple years worth of fertilizer on your plant in the course of that, and it just, because of how much it is, it just rains and it ends up in your river water, and then you get algae blooms and all that stuff. And it's not that farms don't contribute to it, but home gardening, you know, people don't know what they don't know kind of thing. Has there ever been a case where bee population actually died out? I mean, locally, yeah. Like, as far as a species die out, not that I'm aware of, but I also haven't looked into that. But you do run into situations, like, in places like Iowa, where you have, like, long stretches of farm. And a lot of it will be stuff that, you know, the bees can't really survive on. Because for those who don't know, just like we kind of have, like, you need vitamin A and vitamin B and vitamin C and D and calcium and all your different stuff, bees have the same kind of thing going on. But the way they get a lot of that stuff is, you know, they'll go over here and get some of these flowers and go over there and get some of those flowers and go there and they get different varieties of flowers to get different things they need to survive. So when you run into an area where it's several thousand acres of wheat, and that's it, it's effectively the bees getting sick from malnutrition. It'd be no different than, like, if you as a person just stopped eating anything with, like, vitamin C in it. You know, eventually you'd get scurvy, because you need vitamin C to prevent scurvy. And they get their kind of equivalent bee diseases. It's not specifically vitamin C, but you get the idea. So on the local level, that has happened a number of times where, you know, you've got an area that's, they have what's known as a monoculture, where it's just that area has a crop that is their staple crop, and so you have, like, extremely large areas of just that crop, and then bee populations in that effectively die because of what's effectively the equivalent of, like, bee malnutrition. But that's the reasons why a lot of there are sustainability subsidies around, you know, growing variety of stuff. And usually what they'll do is it won't just be about growing variety. They'll be like, okay, you know, you need to grow like wildflowers or something else like that, which then offer that wide variety to the bees and other pollinating insects and all that. You know, and birds and whatever. Your local wildlife, just broadly speaking, that offer those areas. I am doing a terrible job of backing that up. You know, to get them a healthier ecosystem. That doesn't mean taking, you know, your thousands and thousands and thousands of acres and then cutting the whole thing down and just letting it go wild. But it will usually be something like, okay, for, you know, qualify for this 10% or whatever, I don't know the actual percent, 10% of your farmland, you know, would need to be whatever these types of things. They'll have like some cut off, and if you have that much or more, you get money for them to subsidy. But their immune systems are awfully weak from lacking nutrients, and they get all the same germs in common on the same types of crops. They'll die to the simplest diseases. Yeah, it'd be the same thing like if you have someone who is very, very malnourished, like as in, like not malnourished as in they're starving to death, but malnourished as in a very unbalanced diet. People have the same thing. If you have a very unbalanced diet, you are far more susceptible to a lot of things. You know, colds, flus, stomach illness, you know, that kind of stuff, scurvy. That it massively compromises your immune system. Alright, so we got the lime down. And where normally you have, like, by default you have crop destruction on in the game. Right now, I don't have crops planted. That's actually what we're working on right now. So this is just all weeds in here, so I don't care about driving over and trampling the weeds. But once we go and we plant our actual crops, when you first seed them, you can drive over them without any consequence. And I believe the first stage of them growing, you can drive over without consequence. But once you get past that stage, you'll destroy the crops if you drive over them by default. And you can turn that off, and a lot of people do. But yeah, and that's, like, that's the things, like, a lot of people don't... It's not even out of malice, like, it's not people going like, I don't care about the bees. We need to get that soy money. It's not a thing like that. But, you know, they don't realize the impact they're having. For fun other things, so like, you know, historically there's been a number of pesticides over the years that we have learned were really, really bad. The most infamous probably being DDT. That DDT was a pesticide we came to realize, like, it kills everything up and down the food chain from the bugs you're putting in. So you spray an area with DDT, and yeah, you kill the mosquitoes, and you kill the birds, and the lizards, and everything else. Like, it's an outlier in how incredibly awful it is. It does a real good job of killing the mosquitoes. Like, that part of the equation, it does what it advertises on the tin. It makes the mosquitoes real dead. But it unfortunately also makes dang near everything else dead too. But we've learned lots of ways of dealing with stuff that can be pretty fascinating. For kind of a fun one, when you get to places like in parts of Africa and Asia, where they have, you know, elephants. Elephants are notorious for going onto the farm's field and basically just destroying everything. Like, because they're big animals, they trample stuff, they like to eat things, so they rip stuff out of the ground and they eat it. They end up kind of digging up the ground with their behavior because they scoop sand and they throw it on the back of themselves because elephants have very sensitive skin, so they put dirt and sand on their back to protect them from getting sunburned and various pests and all that. But the point is, they get on your farmland and they just wreak havoc. Now, they don't want, like, a lot of those elephants aren't exactly doing great on the population side of things. So sure, you could kill them, but it's not great. Well, what they found out is, as I mentioned, elephants have very sensitive skin. Elephants do not like bees. They are team absolutely to hell with bees. And so what a bunch of these farms have started doing is, one, they'll either keep actual beehives, which works great because then they also get honey. But on top of that, a lot of them will actually set up speakers that'll play bee noises near the edges of their property. And the elephants will start walking in the area, hear the bees, and be like, F that, and turn around and go the other way. So instead of having to, like, kill these elephants and do all this sort of stuff, they just keep bees and or play bee noises. And the elephants are, like, absolutely to hell no with the bees. Like, it's the joke, the elephant, you know, jumping up and being scared of the mouse. That's not really a thing. They can get startled by small things they don't expect, but they don't actually have a problem with mice. But bees they don't like. They do not like bees. They are very, very no bee team. And it's not like they destroy beehives or whatever. They see bees, and, you know, they act like your typical full-grown man who has a bee show up and goes, ah, and, you know, like, runs away from it. But you read a study about 15 years ago that said if we paid bees for their pollination work in agriculture, they'd get paid a few $100 billion in the U.S. alone, and it'd be far more expensive to have the same work done by humans. A lesson we learned from vanilla farming in 1990. So we're dependent on them. Oh yeah, no, we depend on pollinators big time. Yeah, poor elephants. Yeah, it's one of those things you don't think about. Like, you see an elephant, you look at them, and they've got, like, that really leathery skin, so you're like, oh man, elephants, they must be tough. It's like, no, actually their skin is, like, super sensitive. That they get out in the sun too much, they can get sunburnt, and it's really bad for them. So again, like I said, they have a natural way of dealing with it. They scoop dirt up and they throw it on their back. So if you ever see the elephant doing that, where it's throwing all the dirt up in the air, that's what it's doing. It's putting a layer of dirt on its back so it's not exposed to the sun. Insect bites and all that really upset it. Did you see the video on News Story from 2 days ago about an elephant at a Thai shop getting snacks? I did not. That sounds adorable. But yeah, no, it's cool stuff. Because again, like, it's even less expensive for a lot of these farmers to keep the bees. Like, ignoring the fact that they get honey and they get beeswax, that they can make money off of that. Like, even ignoring the fact that there's a profit angle for it as well. Like, chucking a bunch of bees into a beehive, or, you know, putting a speaker on, making it play sounds, ends up being way less expensive than, you know, having someone, like, have to go out there with the know-how on how to hunt elephants and then dealing with all of it and all that. You just put a beehive out there and be like, alright, later bees, you just do your thing, man. And then you get the added bonus of the fact that they're pollinating your crops, and you get the beeswax for stuff like candles and health stuff, or not health stuff, beauty stuff, and, you know, finishing wood and then honey. And thank you, Kath Games, for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, it's cool stuff. I always like when you have that kind of stuff, like the approach. It's the same thing of, like, where you have a lot of places that, you know, they'll have some type of insect population, so they release, like, a swarm of ladybugs or a swarm of wasps or whatever to deal with the harmful insect. Like, for, like, caterpillars, it's often wasps. For stuff like aphids and leaf miners, it'll be stuff like ladybugs. And you can usually have much cheaper pest control. Now, granted, if you already have an established problem and you're this giant 1,000 acre field, you're not releasing a swarm of ladybugs and dealing with it. Like, that's not gonna work out too well for you.
Yay. Showy W, showy W.
Hype trainers go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. And if you're wondering where you get a lot of this information from, like, one, lots of interest. But two, people know that my wife actually works. So she works in animal care, but what she actually does is she does water treatment for aquatic animal habitats. So, to keep it broad, to not dox herself, you know, when you go to aquarium, someone takes care of the water to make sure the fish don't die. And when you get into large-scale saltwater and freshwater systems, that crap gets ridiculous. If you've got an exhibit with, like, a tiger, someone's taking care of that water. If you got an exhibit with hippos, someone's taking care of that water. And by God, those animals will absolutely disgust that water so fast. Are we watching a video? Not at the moment. I turned on the AI driver because it's actually going to step away because I'm out of drink. And then the hype train started. So that was the entire reason I started the worker working. Is I was going to quickly step away to get myself some more drink and all that. Because ideally you want to catch it before it spreads to your 1,000 acres. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the reason it's usually a proactive thing, not a reactive thing. Yeah. So, like, a lot of stuff, it's a proactive thing about keeping, you know, stuff to deal with your pests. That was, like, another interesting one. So, oh, man, was it malaria was the one they were fighting? I think it was malaria that they were fighting in a lot of humid areas. That, you know, mosquitoes being the primary way that that disease gets spread. And so they were trying to figure out how to tackle it, because at first they were just blasting them with pesticides, and it wasn't really helping out, because what was happening is there are some mosquitoes that have... It's not a gag reflex. Basically, they'll be exposed to poison, and they've actually learned to, like, spit the poison back out. So you now got mosquitoes that are harder to kill with poison. They're like, we need to not just keep blasting them with the pesticides because we're just going to make a whole group of mosquitoes that have this evolutionary feature, and it's just going to make it harder to deal with them in the future. And so what they learned is, for, like, you know, African villages and all that, that instead they were taking this type of fungus that attacks insects, and they would take it and they would run it along the tops of their buildings. And the mosquitoes, you know, flying around where their lights are would land on it. They get that fungus on them and attacks the mosquitoes. But it doesn't kill the mosquito until after they make offspring, which seems like it'd be a bad idea. You get more mosquitoes. But because it's, you know, happening at that pace, it means they don't get an opportunity to evolve to be immune to it or whatever, because they still have their offspring, so there's no evolutionary pressure there. But then it wipes out the mosquitoes that are the ones doing the most of the biting and all that. You know, versus like the smaller like larva, you know, pre-mosquito stage mosquitoes, you know, survive, as well as like the early ones. They'll get a couple of bites in here and there, and it's been one of those things that's really helped out with fighting the malaria, because now, using this other strategy, they can only deploy pesticides in the case that they have one spot that's like particularly bad. They can use it and it works really effectively. But also now it works as kind of a consistent pressure on the mosquito population to keep it down to prevent the spread of disease, and it primarily prevents it in the areas where people are, and so it's worked really well to actually achieving their goal of, you know, bringing malaria cases down. Does it cost you $1 per meter? It's based on time, so it could actually slow down, like, that's actually one of the tricks, if I remember correctly. If you slow down time, you can actually get it to cost less for them to drive around. Oh, the reason it's charging me so much money is I have the setting turned on where the AI is automatically refilling the fuel and the fertilizer and the seeds that's going. You'll notice we're still at 100% despite it. And so it is basically charging me the amount for those seeds and fertilizer as we go. Let's get a disconnect. What did they do to reduce the mosquito population? So there's a fungus that attacks insects. Like, it basically, it's not the one that you see on the ants where it turns them into zombies, but it basically attacks insects as part of what it does. So they take the fungus and they kind of rub it along the tops of the buildings by where their lights are at, so when the mosquitoes get drawn to the lights, they land on it, they get it on them, and it eventually kills the mosquito, but not before they have offspring, so they don't have an opportunity to, you know, like, because the whole thing that creates an evolutionary pressure for something to change is if you kill something before it has offspring, then you'll have a tendency for the surviving animals to be just those that have a resistance or are immune to whatever you're doing to kill them. So by it happening afterwards, then it ends up being a thing where it's actually technically an evolutionary disadvantage to have that, that system to get rid of the poison, because that is costly in calories and energy and all that for the animal to have that. And so it puts them at an evolutionary disadvantage that they're wasting resources on this thing that doesn't help them. I'm going to go grab myself a new drink real fast, and I'll be right back. Did that hype train already finish? Yeah, so thank you so much for the hype train. Level 1 at 38%. With 600 biddies, I do appreciate it. Didn't mean to miss calling that out, just got distracted. I need to grab a drink. My throat's getting a little scratchy just from all the talking. So I'll be back in just a minute, and you can go ahead and have this, and I'll probably take over because it's deeply upsetting that's doing the middle part instead of the head roads first, and that's my own issue. We'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. But yeah, the whole game around the mosquitoes thing wasn't even really about the mosquitoes. It was about preventing malaria. It's just mosquitoes were the vector in which malaria was getting around. So it's kind of identified that we have to deal with these mosquitoes because, they bite someone, give them malaria, and then all the other mosquitoes, bite that person. They are then passive carriers of malaria, and it can take it on to the next person and spread it. That didn't really fill up things much. Okay, so I'm going to take over from the AI, because it's deeply upsetting me that it skipped to doing the middle of the field instead of the head rows. So what I'm going to quickly do is switch over to doing the head rows. This gives the middle host to the parasites. Yep. Yep, the mosquitoes carry... virus? I think malaria is a virus. I can't remember if it's bacteria or virus, but regardless, they carry malaria, but they themselves, from my understanding, aren't impacted by it. It's like there is, I think it's armadillos can carry leprosy, but leprosy doesn't hurt them, if I remember correctly. So it's one of those things that, humans should be very careful about handling armadillos. Because leprosy sucks. That's what I want to say. Leprosy is bacterial, if I remember correctly, so... Where it once used to be a horrific death sentence. Now it's like, oh, you've got leprosy, go take your antibiotic. I think leprosy was bacteria. I know tuberculosis was. It's fascinating how many of those diseases, you go back even 100 years, oh yeah, you got TB. Go ahead, you can write your own obituary, cause you're done. You're done. And now it's oh, you got TB? Well, that's not good, but here, let's go get you your antibiotic. Put you on that for a couple of weeks and you're good. Not that you should go out of your way to, get it and all that. Yeah, exactly. It was something that, hands down, if you got it, it was a death sentence. You were just, it's over. And nowadays we're yeah, it's a mild inconvenience. You're gonna have a little bit of a cough that wants to stick around a bit, but no big deal. You just take some antibiotics. It's also interesting that, tuberculosis is still a big problem, but it's a problem, from my understanding, for cattle farmers. That, apparently cattle are very vulnerable to tuberculosis. And that there's a lot of animals that can host TB. Oh, so there's still thousands of people? Yeah, I didn't I haven't kept up with that. You know, availability of medicine and all that. But yeah, so this tool we're using right now, normally you need to cultivate, plow, or harrow, then seed, then weed. This thing I'm using right now, that first part of it cultivates it, then there's the seeder behind it, and then there's a weeder behind that, so it's one machine that does it all. It's pretty slick. Honestly, I put in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours in this game, and I never did end up using this until very recently. I always did the doing one pass with the cultivator or the plow or the whatever. And then, you know, go through and then seed it, and then... Oh, and it also fertilizes as well. So with precision farming, literally it's just harvest the field, then run this thing. Then harvest the field, occasionally doing a round of lime in between. Yeah, it's been interesting seeing that, let's see, malaria is caused by, by the way, a single-celled eukaryote, like animals, plants, fungi, parasite, that nests inside red blood cells. Gotcha, so it's not a bacteria or a virus, it's a parasite. Yeah, no, so the reason it wasn't taking the seeds or the fertilizer in the middle is because I had the AI doing it. There is a setting for the AI. Let's see if I can check this really fast. There's a setting for the AI that if we go in here, you have worker refill seeds, fertilizer, and fuel. I have that turned on. So basically, instead of drawing from the reserve when the AI is doing it, because they don't, the AI doesn't know how to go refill. Instead, it just kind of pulls from your wallet, so to speak, that you're just paying for it on the go. I believe with the worker doing it, it's slightly more expensive than if you paid for it yourself. Like 5-10% more, which is not a little bit. But it just kind of auto-magically, you know, tops it off. Versus where now I'm driving it, it is, you know, it is what it is. Oh, that something reminds me. A game that I'm excited to check out is from the creators of Plague Inc. For those not familiar with Plague Inc., you play as a, I'm going to say virus, but you can actually play as like virus, bacteria, parasite, zombie plague, whatever. But the basic idea behind the game is that you are whatever disease, and your goal is to wipe out all of humanity. And, you know, that's a pretty grim concept of a game, but still. And so kind of the game loop is you start as this like virus or whatever that could do basically almost nothing, and you get a couple of points, so you infect 1 or 2 people, you know, and then you develop the symptom of a cough or whatever, you know, which helps you spread the virus a little bit, but, you know, people are more able to see that you exist and all that. And your goal is to basically infect and then wipe out all of humanity. You know, just genuinely positive things that you do, I guess. But that game has been around for a very long time. It's a very fun game that you can get a lot of interesting strategies. It is a game that, like, you eventually learn, like, oh, I'm doing a virus. Here's kind of, like, my go-to strategy that I'm going to win almost every time. So it is not truly a solvable game, but it does get into that kind of ballpark sometimes. But, they are working on a sequel to the game that has an entirely different genre and everything. That my understanding is it's like a survival city builder sort of like 4X strategy game-ish kind of thing. Like I can't remember, they had like some term, like it was a 4X strategy light or something like that. Like on that part of it. But the idea being that you are building up after one of these viruses, you know, ravaged humanity. That, like, you know, clearly you didn't get the total victory ending, because the total victory ending is, you know, humanity doesn't make it as the total victory ending. that you literally eradicate all human life. So this would be the one that, you know, Greenland or Madagascar or one of the other areas that could shut down really early in the game and really screw you from being able to have a total victory, did its thing, and then otherwise you pretty heavily wiped out everything else. So it's kind of a survival city builder, and it's very curious. Like, I'm wondering what's going to go on, because the devs behind that game had a really great time at all that. My day's been going pretty well, thank you for asking. Which will be interesting, because I really enjoyed Plague Inc. a lot. It was a little tough to play Plague Inc. like right when the pandemic was going on, because it was a little too on the nose, if you will. That, you know, you're dealing with everything else and, like, you know, places locking down and everyone waiting with anxiety about when will the vaccines come and, like, all that kind of stuff. And then you're playing this game where you're wiping out all humanity before they can manage to get a vaccine together. And it's like, you know what? This isn't feeling very good right now. This like, I like this game, but right in this moment, it's a little too close to real life in an uncomfortable way. I think I'll circle back to this another time. Which that was an interesting thing. So while that was going on, what Plague Inc. actually did is I think they did it for charity. That they added, I think it was for free, an extra game mode, or no, I don't remember if it was like paid or whatever, but I want to say it was proceeds going to charity while they were doing it. But they added a mode to the game called something like The Cure. That it was, instead you're playing as, like, I can't remember if it was like the CDC or some, like, fictional equivalent of, like, or you know, people who deal with, like, disease management on the global scale or whatever. And so the idea behind that one is you've got the viruses going around, it's evolving, it's doing its whole thing, and you're basically trying to save humanity. So you're trying to research this vaccine, and you're trying to enact policies to slow the spread of the virus. But then they had this whole thing about, I think there was like different resources, like you had, I think there was like political capital was like one of them. So, you know, to be able to, you know, within your government or whatever, do the things you needed to do. But also there was kind of a, what's the word? They didn't use patience. There was a word for basically how receptive the citizens are of your area for willing to do it. That the idea is the more restrictive you get in your policies of being like, hey, you have to stay home, hey, you can't do this, hey, you can't do that. Eventually your people just will stop listening. Like that you'll get more and more people pushing back, which means they're not doing the things they need to reduce the spread. And it was a pretty interesting thing at the time. But I thought that was a cool one. If you've ever played, there's also, if you're into board games, there's a board game called Pandemic. Pandemic is a really good board game. It very, very, very heavily predates COVID-19. Same with
Thank you, Kev.
Same with
KFC
Plague
for
Inc.
subscribing for 10 months. Thanks to Randall41812 for my sub-giftee.
And thank you, Kravik, for the tier 1 sub. That's 10 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So I do hope you are enjoying your stream, your advertising, previewing, as well as access to the emails.
Thank you, KFC, for subscribing for 10 months.
That's
Thanks
just
to Randall41812 for my sub-giftee.
That's a bug going on right now. I think it's on the Twitch API side, but I could be wrong. That when someone upgrades a gifted sub kind of thing, there's a couple things related to gifted subs that renew. So not just a gifted sub, but a gifted sub that's like a gifted sub for 6 months, or gifted sub for 3 months, or you take a gifted sub and you upgrade, that some of them will trigger a double alert. But yeah, so Plague Inc. is another, it's a board game. Not Plague Inc. Plague Inc. is not a board game, at least not that I'm aware of. Pandemic is a really, really good board game. It is you versus the board game, like you as in the collective you and other people playing. That the idea is it has these mechanics where the disease spreads in the game. So it's got like the exponential growth problem that diseases have. That as they establish, they can pop out into more areas and spread more aggressively. So it's very much about trying to put in the effort of trying to research the vaccine while also trying to keep the disease from getting too far out of hand. Because the idea is once you get too many disease in a spot, it has what's called an outbreak. And each time an outbreak happens, it actually makes the game harder. And so you're kind of running against the clock. So doing what you can to mitigate the outbreaks, knowing you cannot stay ahead of them forever. While also trying to research the vaccine. And I remember something like you have to do something with the cards or whatever to research the vaccine. But then, you know, once you get the vaccine, then you can go around and start doing it. But then the idea is once you've hit too many outbreaks, you get a game over. Because something like after like 10 outbreaks, it's an instant game over. Because the idea is it's just the disease has gone full awful. And also, honestly, at that stage, with how aggressively it spreads, it's really hard to get under control without the vaccine. Because I want to say without the vaccine, when you go to a tile and it's got like, you know, five of the disease markers on it, it's like I think most of the people can remove 1 or 3 or something like that, and then there's like a doctor or nurse or whatever who can remove like either all or like double the amount that normal. Yeah, no, Plague Inc. is a computer game you play as the infection. Pandemic is the board game. But then once you get the vaccine, I believe you use it on a tile, and it fully eradicates all of the disease on that tile. So that's where you go and you start cleaning it all up real fast. So getting the vaccine sets you up to be able to win, but you can be in a situation where things have already gone so bad you can't bring it back from the brink kind of thing. And it also has like a easy mode and a hard mode kind of thing, and it can be a brutally hard board game. Like it is a board game that you can genuinely lose a lot of the time if you're not organized with the other people you're playing with. That was the same company who, I don't know if it's a trend still going on in board games, but for a while there was like the Legacy / I think it was like Legacy style board game, which is a board game that permanently changes as you play it. So like you'll play the game and it'll be like, okay, well this happens. Alright, so you need to go to this part of the board and rip this thing off, or, you know, there's like a little package that'll come with the board game that you pop open the package and now like you have to permanently make a change to the thing right on the board.
1998 for subscribing for 17 months. I just pressed a button, I don't know what it did, but I'm happy to get to say hi.
And thank you, Darkstrider, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 17 months. You press the "you're supporting your local content creator" button, which I do appreciate that. Oh yeah, you're saying there's Plague Inc. Yeah, I thought I don't even think it was a mod. I want to say they had like Plague Inc. is one of those games that just like it's not high profile with it, but like they keep adding more and more like different diseases and game modes and all that. And some of it's temporary, some of it's permanent. Like the temporary stuff is stuff that are like, all right, this is interesting, but it's probably not going to be a thing. Your brains thought it said, thank you for surviving for 17 months. Well, thank you for surviving for 17 months as well, and many more than that. And for 3 months in advance? Wait, what? 3 months in advance? Wait, where'd I miss 3 months in advance? Who did I insufficiently thank? Yes, thank you again for that support. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, alright, Darkstrider. Yeah, rescribed for 3 months at tier 1. So thank you so much. I apologize. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird that the thing presented in the chat panel for me isn't mentioning the 3 months, but when I go to my activity feed, I do see it. I really wish, one, that Twitch would set the verbiage to be far more clear between when, like, someone's on their second month of a 3-month, like, you know, prepaid, like where they paid in advance, versus when someone did just buy their 3 months, and then to use that exact same verbiage everywhere I get presented it, just to make it way more clear. Because the number of times I've had it where someone will, like, sub for 6 months and be like, thank you for the sub, and someone's like, it's 6 months, like, oh crap. So I do wish that was better, because they've changed it once or twice on me. I need to watch the activity feed is what I probably need to do, because that seems to be the place where it's best written out. But thank you again, Darth, for not just subbing, but, you know, like, committing to 3 months. Like, I don't know if it was previously committed to 3 months or just now 3 months. It's so confusing. Because I also get thrown off because you'll have the one where it's like they've been subscribed for like this number of months, and then they'll like have the separate one, you know, like what streak they're on so far, stubs versus the total.
Thank you, Corkmas, for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Corkmas, for the 5 gifty subs, giving 5 subs to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, and thank you so much for that support. And Darshar for having the 20 stream streak thing as well. Yeah, so we got 5 new people with some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to email, so thank you that much. Let's see, wow, apparently you can sub for 45 months in advance, at least in the US. Yeah, so one of the things that got announced at TwitchCon Rotterdam, I don't know if I'm able to turn it on yet or that's coming soon, but apparently they're going to be adding a thing. So you know they've got like the whole every once in a while be like, all right, subs are 35% off or yada yada. Well, they're going to give content creators the ability to choose to have like a discount day on their individual channels. So I can be like, okay, you know, subathon, I'm going to do a discount day to kick things off or whatever. And you can do that. And you can't do it all the time. I think they give you like, it's something like 7 days a year or 5 days a year or whatever it was, that we could set it to be like, subs are discounted 35%. I can't remember all the rules around it. But you get the idea that I could offer discount subs. And I know it's something I would definitely like to do. I'm not sure how I want to do it, because again, it's you only get a couple days a year that you can do it. So it's not just one of those things to be like, all right, cool, I'm discounting subs 35% just period. Like, that's not functionality they give us. And so, like, on one hand, it definitely feels like a good one I could leverage for, you know, if I get a front page segment, it would probably make sense to do it for a front page segment. If we're doing a subathon kind of thing, I could see that being something I do either at the beginning of the subathon or when I think it's going to end, because I also don't know how much in advance I need to do it, like literally if I could be that day being like, boom, discount day.
Thank you, Corkmas, for subscribing for 16 months. Saluting face.
Thank you, Corkmas, for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. Been subbed the channel for 16 months, and that means a whole lot that you continue supporting the channel for all that time. A full year and a third. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. But yeah, so it's like one of those things that you could see, like, alright, you know, doing a subathon, kicking it off right at the get-go of, like, opening up with a discount to, like, really get it going. Now, I was trying to think of, like, what other events I'd do it for. I was like, oh yeah, I could do it for charities. Like, no, wait, that doesn't work. If I'm doing it for charity, then people are subbing to me versus not putting money into the charity, which doesn't help the charity. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. But yeah, definitely like subathons, which I don't do super often. I usually do like 1 or 2 a year, maybe 3. Because usually I'll do one for like my birthday slash, because my birthday and my my like streaming anniversary, like my partner-versary thing, they're not like, one's at like the beginning of a month and one's at the end of the same month. So I usually, like this year, I split the difference instead of trying to do like 2 different subathons that close together. Is like, okay, let's just meet somewhere in between, and then just do one big subathon to celebrate both. So usually only do like 1 or 2 in a year, which I think is good. I think it's very easy to overdo subathons and all that. But I could definitely see doing it for that, but like if they let us have like 5 or 7 times, it's just figuring out when I'd want to do it. Now that said, those discounts, the way it works, so usually when you have like September, usually the way the discounts work is that they reduce the sub price, but Twitch is the one who eats the cost. It doesn't reduce the cost for the content creators, and it's been different ways, different years. But these discounts I'm talking about, they are split between the creator and Twitch. So if I were to, do the 35% discount, it would reduce the amount of money I get and Twitch gets by 35%. We both share that hit, which I think is reasonable. The entire idea is that you would hopefully get way more subs, thereby making up for the difference in the price. I did also see that they are lowering the requirements to hit affiliate. Because it used to be it was something, like, I always forget, it's either like 5 average viewers or 3.5 average viewers or whatever. But they lowered the total amount you need to be streaming per month per average, the number of individual streams you need to do per month for affiliate has been reduced, and the average number of viewers you need has been reduced. Which I kind of see that as they're just kind of moving more and more towards, like, if you want to be an affiliate, you can just be an affiliate. Like, you can just make that happen. They're just trying to make that bar really low. Because anyone who's affiliate or partnered, they are obligated to run ads. And I do think Twitch is just trying to get to the point where it's consistent platform-wide that, you hop on, you're either Twitch Turbo or subbed, or you're getting ads. Because it is a thing that creates a weird inconsistency in the platform that you can tune into these tiny little channels, and you have this, like, strangely different experience. And then having that would be a more elegant way to tackle the loophole that there's some really big name creators who they revoked their partnership, like the creator themselves dropped their partnership so they wouldn't be required to run ads. And then Twitch had to make a thing that was like, hey, if you're over a certain size and you're not affiliated, we're still going to run ads, kind of thing. Because, Twitch has to make its money. Like, that's just business. But that gets kind of messy about, like, what if someone's, like, right on that line and all that, and, arguing back and forth, and if they just make it consistent, then it's easy. As much as ads suck, it is just kind of the reality that, the classic, if you're not paying for a product, you become the product. I.e., they're going to shovel you with ads, or they're going to sell your data. And that's not a comment about Twitch, that's just a comment about the, quote-unquote free internet. And Twitch does give you a paid option to get rid of it through Twitch Turbo or subbing to people individually. The one that really irks me is a number of, like, these major streaming services that you can fork out 15, 20, 30 bucks a month for their service, their streaming platform, and then they still hit you with ads. That's the only one that irks me. I'm like, man, I am already paying you. But do you know a few affiliates who dropped their affiliate status so they could stream to YouTube at the same time, given the multi-stream thing? Or who has changed, not affiliate, fully perk? Yeah, so, like, right now, literally this second, I am multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch. And that's been a thing we've been allowed to do since 2 US TwitchCons ago, I think it was. It was TwitchCon Vegas that they announced that was going to be the case. So not this last year, but the year before that they made it so there's no longer an exclusivity clause for Twitch. I'm not dropping this off here, I drop it over there. But yeah, no, it used to be a thing. Like way back that made sense. But yeah, nowadays there's no restrictions of that kind. Like nowadays the only difference between it being affiliated and non-affiliated is when it comes to being an affiliate or partner, your like ads are just on, you can't turn them off. As a non-affiliate, you cannot have ads, you cannot have any means of making revenue through Twitch itself, so you can't do like bits, subs, all that. Let's see, partners can multi-stream, and those that are non-partner, non-affiliate can multi-stream. Affiliate can't. I'm pretty sure affiliate can. Yeah, I'm like 99.9% sure affiliate can. Because one of the things they did change, they changed the partner and affiliate agreement at kind of the same time to be pretty close to almost exactly the same. It's been a big reason, like, for the last couple years, people have been kind of complaining, like, what's even the difference anymore? And there still is, but it definitely is way more nuanced. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? But yeah, no, affiliates can multi-stream. Like barring something I'm blissfully unaware of, but affiliates been able to multi-stream. I believe it was literally the same time partners got the permission to do it. They updated the terms of service. Are you using any mods? I'm using a handful of official mods, some mods that Giant Software came out with. And I am using one mod. This is not the right screen, I look for it. I am using one mod that adds this thing. All it does is makes it so I can see my equipment listed here in a better UI. It doesn't actually do anything, it's presentation. But its first interviews, it was specifically that affiliate couldn't. You'll admit, it may have changed. You stopped keeping up with the affiliate contract details about 6 months ago. Yeah, and I'd have to double check that, because I know a lot of affiliates multi-stream. I would be really, really surprised if they're not allowed to. That would really shock me. It's one of the things that was changed you dislike the most? The equipment UI? I thought it was the same in Farm Sim 22, where it's kind of just not a great thing UI-wise. Hey, Ryoko Shaw TV, how's it going? Alright, so now we've got all that planted and all that. You're good on all your wood and all that, so I don't need to worry about that. We don't need to worry about this. We have, I believe it was barley in there? So we can go down here, prices. Yeah, we have barley, and it sells best in December. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I only remember this one. This is the tab I remember from Farm Sim 22, is just like the list of vehicles like this. As opposed to this thing here. Still, regardless, basically I'm running very few mods that change the game. Just a bunch of extra equipment and all that. Oh, and the precision farming mod. We are running precision farming, which is another official mod. But yeah. No, that's honestly for me, I personally feel there's very little argument in not becoming affiliate. Like if you look at the subreddit for Twitch, you'll have people like, "Oh my god, don't become affiliate. You'll have to run ads and it's so terrible and the adpocalypse is happening and everyone's ads," and literally make it sound like the end of the world is coming by because, you know, 3 minutes of ads every hour or pre-rolls. Like it gets pretty wildly over the top. And they'll be like, it'll kill your growth. I'm like, man, I don't know about you, but emotes and all that other stuff is gonna do way more for your growth. Oh, interesting. All of the wood has different times it's worth more. Well, I'm sure as heck not taking the effort in figuring out when everything's best. You thought the apocalypse was Twitch losing advertisers? Yes. Which sure, there was some level of advertisers pulling stuff off, but a lot of it was overstated, because I want to say one of the big things that happened with like the whole adpocalypse thing was that they were basically saying, you know, like, oh no, literally everyone's pulling their ads off of the platform. And from my understanding, what a big part was actually going on is that Twitch had finally turned on a little bit more functionality around where advertisers could say, I do not want my ad to show up on channels that are running this tag or in this category or have this content, you know, label or whatever. So basically an advertiser could be like, hey, I don't want my ad run on on a channel that has the tag politics or like whatever their deal breaker is. And that had gotten turned on, and a whole lot of people got kind of caught in the crossfire of that, because there were a lot of really big creators who their whole thing was they did streams about like whatever current events and politics are going on, which means because it was new functionality and it was, you know, one of those things you had to opt in as an advertiser, you weren't just assumed to want it. I'm pretty sure if you're not non-partner, non-affiliate, it still auto runs advertisements, but you lose the ability. Yeah, so no, historically, if you are a non-affiliate, non-partner one, you cannot run ads, nor did it default run ads. And that could have changed because I haven't kept up with that. But historically, non-affiliate people didn't have ads on their streams, which was one of the big reasons why a lot of people were like, don't become affiliate. They're like, don't become affiliate, you're gonna kill your growth because you're gonna get all these ads or whatever. Honestly, I am of the mind that's like, you know what, just take that away. Like just make it so it's like, yeah, it's an ad supported platform, you know, kind of deal with it. I know that'll upset a lot of people, but it creates all this weird bad strategy around like deliberately not becoming affiliate because you might get an ad or whatever. And very genuinely, I feel like that's leading people into making very poor choices for their channels. Because like I said, if you look at the subreddit for Twitch on Reddit, you would swear literally 90% of the viewing time was just ads coming endlessly at every single waking moment. And that someone kicked your puppy somehow with ads, because it very, very much it comes across as like literally the end of days. It's honestly to the point, part of me kind of wishes the moderators of the subreddit be like, hey, if you're just going to complain about ads, we're just going to delete your post. Like, unless you're giving something of substance, if you're just here to complain about ads as a broad thing, because it's like, you know, this vocal minority who is always posting about it. Don't get me wrong, ads suck. Like, I acknowledge this. But the reality is, if you're watching for free, free isn't free. Like, on anything on the internet. And hosting video is hell of expensive. Right, ads suck, but those... Right. Well, the other problem is when you're talking about the subreddit, the thing you run into is because of how much is just people complaining about ads. Like, people have like, hey, I am running into this problem that I am trying to connect my stream to this and it's not working, and they're trying to get genuine feedback, but it just gets lost in people whining about ads. And none of the, like, I shouldn't say none. Most of the conversation about the ads is not useful, you know, discussion. It's not like, hey, here's some idea that maybe could improve the platform. It's just people being like, wow, ads are terrible. It's like, okay, cool, man. Is that all you had to say? So like a lot of useful, meaningful conversations just kind of buried. It's not even the complaining that's the problem. Like it'd also be fine if they're like, okay, here's the whining about ads super thread. I think that would also be fair. But I've gotten to the point I've just started downvoting everyone who complains ads on it. Again, if it's just literally complaining, if they're adding feedback being like, hey, you know, this is not a great experience, we could improve this through XYZ, that's fine. But when it's just someone to be like, Twitch is unbearable, it's 20 minutes of ads per hour, it's like, first, you're full of crap. Second, I mean, the reality is, if they are playing 20 minutes of ads per hour, that's because the person chose to run that many. And if that's a problem for you, you should stop watching them. Because the minimum required to disable pre-rolls is 3 minutes per hour. Yeah, the past year or two, they've been okay. So my issue is I don't really get to see a lot of how the ads are experienced by a lot of people, because I ended up getting Twitch Turbo years and years and years ago, well before I started creating content, because I don't like ads. And for 10-15 bucks a month, that is well worth it to me. And I understand not everyone can pay that, but let's see, the kid ad rolls are supposed to disable. Yeah, the mid rolls disable pre-rolls. If you run, like, basically the way it works is when you start stream, pre-rolls are turned on. And then if I run ads, for every like 30 seconds of ads I run, it disables pre-rolls for a certain amount of time. And that goes up to 3 minutes that it will disable a full hour worth of ads. If I run the ads for 3 minutes. And I can break that up however I want. Like I could run like, you know, 30 seconds of ads every, what is it, like 15? No, it's less than that. Like I could run like 1 minute of ad every 20 minutes. And because it still comes out to 3 minutes of hour, it would still disable ads for the full hour. It would disable 20 minutes of ads after I ran the minute. And then the next minute would disable another 20 minutes. You get the idea. My favorite is that people are like, I wish I could just pay to make the ads go away. And you're like Twitch Turbo? It's like, well, no, not like Twitch Turbo. I just want to pay the ads to go away. I'm like, you're describing Twitch Turbo. That is what Twitch Turbo is. It is literally paying to make the ads go away. That's like its primary feature. You have that choice. It is available. Alright. Well, I can't really go that high. That's right. Okay, so I want to try and get this to go on there. I'd like to avoid doing multiple trips. The more people pay for Twitch Turbo, the less people be seeing their ads. I mean, true, but it is one of those things, though. if Twitch is getting paid directly by consumers, that they don't need to depend on ads nearly as much to make their ends meet, then that just means the platform just needs less ads in general, and they still get to be financially viable. That's kind of the winning situation. Is it true that coronavirus is flaring up again? I mean, it's been going up and down every year. Like, in some ways, the pandemic never really ended. We just decided to stop making a big stink out of it, which certainly isn't the greatest choice we've made. We just kind of said, F it, we can't do anything else. It's like, can we, though? I do think there's going to be a two-tripper because we got more to load up, and my forklift just does not go higher. Yep. It's endemic. That means it's here forever. Well, barring some major advancement, it's here forever. I'm a little concerned that one in the back might not actually be on there well. Yeah, it's also probably gonna be just like, you know, just like flu and cold, where it'll have its season where it's at a higher rate and a season that's at a lower rate. Well, the big thing is when it comes to a lot of the symptoms that COVID has, that generally very broad strokes, it's definitely more severe than the flu typically is. Like, it's not that the flu can't be worse or colds can't be worse or anything, but broadly speaking, it's not just another flu, it's still more severe. And that's because its infection tends to F with your blood chemistry, which is bad. It's why people get stuff like long COVID and fatigue that sticks around for a long time and all that stuff. Yeah, to be clear, Kravik, Infinite Simplex isn't wrong, though. The way you typically buy advertisements, and I can say this as someone who's worked for companies buying advertisements through like Google AdSense and that kind of stuff, you've got two types of primary things that you deal with when it comes to advertisers. You've got impression and click-through. Impression is how many people saw your ad, and you pay based on the number of impressions. So most of the time with stuff like Twitch, it's not that I go and I drop $1 million, and then for 1 month you're running my ad. I'm paying, you know, a certain amount of money per impression up to $1 million, at which point then the budget is you know, met, exceeded, wherever you want to go, and then the advertisement stops running, or we hit the end of the window. But it could be if you didn't get enough impressions, then I only charge $200,000, like I only pay you $200,000 or whatever the amount comes out to, because that's all the impressions you saw. And then click-through is the same idea, but instead of just being someone saw the ad, they actually clicked on whatever the appropriate thing is. But yeah, so like when we ran ads with like AdSense, usually the way that works is like, all right, we're going to spend, you know, $200,000 on AdSense, and that amount of money with AdSense, you usually blew through that budget really fast. But you get the basic idea of it, though. You know, people as they, you know, went in and they typed stuff into Google and they got to see the little ad, you know, and start burning the money and all that. Can a train hit you in this game? Yes, it can. It doesn't, like, destroy your vehicle. It doesn't, like, knock your condition down to 0 or explode or something like that. But it'll send you, you know, sailing down the highway and rolling over and all sorts of bad stuff. I've definitely been hit by the train more than once in this game. Now that said, there is separately a value per click as in regards to how much do we think an impression is worth and how much do we think a click-through is worth. And honestly, historically, this is not where I need to be. Honestly, historically, with pretty much all online advertising, that's just been going down, period, since advertising on the internet's been a thing. Why do I play so far zoomed out? Just being able to see where I'm going better. Because if I play way zoomed in like this, one, it can be louder and all that, which is not that big a deal because I can just adjust the volume. But I'd much rather like be able to see a lot better. Especially when we're driving on the roads and you have the people flying down the highway that won't stop for you and just slam into you as you're trying to turn. Or like you're driving and they'll just cut you off kind of thing. Will your products be scammed with the vehicle hit? No, not usually. Like if you have something that's sitting loose on the back, they have a chance of getting thrown around. But in this case where you see those orange straps, for all intents and purposes, that's one object now with all those things on it. There's some stuff that can screw with it, but usually it's got to be pretty extreme. Alright, there's 55,000. Yeah, no, zooming in could absolutely help with picking up pallets and all that. A big part of it is sometimes just getting underneath the pallets. Hey, Dr. Dynasty. Thank you so much for... Sorry. Dr. Dynatastic. My apologies. Thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I'm going to get you a shout out here real fast. There we go. And let's get you that shout out real quick. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and welcome in raiders. Oh, looks like I had people there. Playing some Out of the Park Baseball 26. Nice. Oh, no problem. If you got a raid and run, do your self-care, do what you got to do. Thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate that. But welcome in, raiders. And again, if you're looking for that, the Out of the Park game, that's kind of like a football manager-esque kind of game. They have, you know, your spreadsheets and you're doing all your math and all that and figuring it all out. So definitely good times. If you're looking for that, you can find over there with Dr. Dynatastic. But thank you again for that raid. For one popping in here, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits of Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life, with no mods, change, itemization, or vehicles. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense on that. That record has been beaten. But I am a variety content creator to play a whole range of games. So I play a lot of simulation games, like, you know, we played a bunch of Roadcraft, we finished that yesterday, SnowRunner, Farming Simulator. I do a lot of stuff like RimWorld, Colony Builders, Settlement Builders, Tycoon, the occasional Survival Crafter. Pretty wide range of games. So if any of that sounds good, definitely hang out and check that out. I also advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, so we do have a tendency to talk about, like, when you check out a new game, accessibility and all that stuff. Are you gonna go back to that record? Oh, hell no. Absolutely freaking no. I'm very proud that I got that record, but to give you an idea, the person who ultimately beat the record, they finally set the record at like 970-something thousand zombies before they died. To give you context, when they passed my record, on the same save file they passed that record, after that point, they played that save file, just that one save file, for like a year and a half, real life year and a half. Not in-game year and a half, real life year and a half, one save file, full time, almost exclusively, to set that record. Which means, if I want to tie that record, realistically, for 2 years of my life, I would need to play Project Zomboid nearly exclusively on a single save file. And nope. I getting my record burned myself out pretty hard on the game. That I do still speak very highly of it, but also I have no desire to put that kind of time into it. Yeah, literally Lamprey, when he died, was like, "It's over! I'm free!" It's really cool to hear about exact accessibility feature reviews. You're veteran quadriplegic using eye tracking technology control your PC. That's pretty snazzy. Just allows you 4,000 hours or so. Yup. Yeah, no, so it's like one of those things that when you break out a game, like if they've got motion blur and you can't turn it off, I'm gonna make a stink. When they do stuff for like people with color blindness, that's pretty awesome. Accepting multiple different types of input devices between like keyboards, controllers, all that, that's a solid one. All of that helps. Not having a pixel font that is unreadable. And if you do, which is fine, if you do have a super stylized pixel font that is borderline unreadable, give us a setting to turn it to a not super stylized pixel font. Because I can't remember what game it was that I was like, people were like, "Oh, this font's perfectly readable." Like, all right, hold up. And I, kind of paused the game, minimize it out of the way, and just I can't remember if it was like Paint or something like that. I grabbed something like Paint, took a screenshot, cut one letter. I said, "What's that letter?" Let's see, do you have your Zomboid run or other content on YouTube? Yes, so I do have some Zomboid on YouTube. Do I have parts of the world record run? I have it saved on a hard drive somewhere around here. Because that was before we were allowed to multi-stream to YouTube, so I had to upload stuff and you will, the amount of hours that go into a save file that length is staggering. It is not a trivial amount. I cannot see if there's any more. I think we got all the pallets. So, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. So, as you can imagine, putting it all on YouTube, where I had to cut up, edit, and post the videos, and wait for them to, render and upload and all that. But, oh yeah. I want to say that run was one of my spare hard drives laying around from past computers by itself, pretty much full. You played Project Zomboid since last build? Yes, I am in the internal test group. Literally, my name shows up in the credits in the game. I knew that was gonna happen. What I mean by that is at the top right where you see the names roll by. So your favorite games to watch? Yeah, I still play it on the rare occasion. I don't play that much anymore. Like I said, I kind of burned myself out pretty bad going for the record. And very genuinely, well, I'm glad a lot of people are enjoying Build 42. For me personally, I really tried to give it a try and enjoy it. But it kind of gets in the way of the things I want to be doing in the game. And so, yeah, I could go into the custom settings to pretty close to turn off most of it. How long did that record take? How long did the record run take? It was a number of months into one save. A pretty big number of months. The way to think about... Well, actually, I'd have to sit there and look up how many days it was in-game. Because a typical day in Project Zomboid lasts around 30 minutes. The official time is 1 hour, but you fast forward through enough of it that it ends up being around, 30 minutes or so.
To the channel.
And they vary wildly. You'll have some that go the full hour, you'll have them that, but vaguely. I want to say that save got to be a year and 6 months or something like that. So if you consider 30 minutes on, 306, basically a year and a half worth of individual days at 30 minutes there, you can do the math there. And sure, it'll be off by 10-20%, but it's, for napkin math, good enough. And thank you to the very last 13 for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel like that. How's it going? It's going good. So a bunch of people just got themselves some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, so I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, so I still like Project Zomboid as a game, but it's just with the stream streak, yeah, 475 streams without missing a single one, which is absurd.
Whoa.
And thank you, Senjin Cookie, for the 100 biddies. How did you mention that it was melee? How did you mention that it's melee only? I didn't mention it's melee only, but to be clear, when you're talking those type of kill counts, unless you're running heavily modded, which, you know, part of the stipulation I gave was with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, i.e. not heavily modded, the reality is you're not going to have enough bullets to, like, you're going to be meleeing 90+% of zombies or more. At the end of the run, my character's favorite weapon was the hunting knife. Because for build 41, and honestly build 42 as well, that is still my preferred weapon. But yeah, anytime you're talking record runs, unless you're talking super heavily modified, or modded or whatever, it's just going to be, and it was on sweaty tryhard settings, so everything was harder than default or default, depending on the setting. But yeah, no, generally speaking, you cannot main guns in Project Zomboids without, like, you know, doing Breedus gun mod, or like even if you crank up the gun spawns and ammo spawns to their max, you're still going to be meleeing when you're doing very high pop. That's just the reality. There's just not enough ammo. That's it. Generally, when you get to late game, you'll kill stuff much faster with melee than you will with guns. With the exception of, before the nerf for build 42, the shotgun. The pre-nerf shotgun was the highest kill count you could get in a day, but it was unsustainable because of the sheer amount of ammo you needed to do it. Alright, Randall Thor, you take it easy. How much base fortification is required? Literally 0. Absolutely 0. Like, and that's even with I run the setting where zombies can open doors and windows. At the most, I might toss a board over a window or so that way if a zombie goes to open it, they have to bang on it first. Like, don't get me wrong. All right, to be fair, where I said 0 in the actual record run, I did make like the occasional little shed in the very large open areas where I had to go. Like when I was pushing the secret military base, I built a couple of these like little boxes with doors on them, just to give me a place to sleep and whatever for convenience and all that. Which, granted, one of those almost got me killed. But you don't. Project Zomboid, for as much as you think about like, oh, it's got to be like State of Decay, you got to fortify your position, you just don't. Wake up, kill zombie. Congratulations. The zombies in the area are dead. Now they can't bother you. And especially when you get to late game, you will kill hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of zombies every single day. Sorry, hundreds is not selling it up. Thousands of zombies every single day. Breedus is a Project Zomboid mod that adds like lots and lots and lots of guns to the game. Let's strap that down real fast before I start trying to add more. Yeah, like people don't realize how effective melee is. But it was the most difficult part of the run to stay alive. So basically the hardest part of the entire run is right after you press start. That's the hardest part of the whole run. Now, with that is playing on maximum population, which is 16 times population, which usually means there's kind of a very sweaty get the heck out of town moment, because you can't really stay in town. with how high the population density is, there's just no sneaking. Like, you can't sneak, there's just too many eyeballs, you're not going to get away with it. And with the way Project Zomboid works with sound, it's based on RNG, whether or not they hear you. So you can't truly be silent if you take a step, stealth or otherwise. The zombie just rolls the dice and goes, "Did I hear you?" And there's nothing you can do about that. How long does it take to get comfortable? Usually just 1 or 2 streams. About the time I hit, like, maintenance 3... maintenance 2 or 3. That's about the time that I'm just kind of going through the motions. And then what happens is, like, it just gets faster and faster and faster. Like, don't get me wrong, at the very beginning of the game, you're killing, like, 50 zombies a day. What was your first farm sim, and which is your favorite? My first farm sim was 22, and I'd say 25 is my favorite because, generally speaking, farm sim is additive, where when they come out with a new version, it's the previous version and then. So I haven't really run to a situation where I've seen like Farm Sim 19 to 22 or Farm Sim 22 to 25, where I'm like, oh no, the previous Farm Sim was better. It's like, no, it's basically the previous Farm Sim, but better graphics and more functionality. First of 2009? Gotcha. But yeah, no, with Project Zomboid, and this is still true in Build 42, though it's a bit slower on the starting part. Basically, the hardest moment of the game is you push start, and that's as hard as the game's gonna get. That by the very design of the game, the reason why Project Zomboid doesn't really have a meaningful end game, is by the nature of you get stronger and stronger by comparison to the zombies. You eventually get to the point that they're always dangerous, but you can trivialize where you can kill like literally thousands of them low effort. Alright, Diz, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And so the only ways they can make it have a good end game is, one, they have to have some way to take back progress, which feels super awful in a game that you get like very meaningful progression. Losing that progression just feels terrible. Lamprey screaming in joy at his death. Oh yeah, Lamprey was way burned down on it. I haven't been able to catch Lamprey live in a while. Is he still doing Project Zomboid heavily? Because I imagine he is. He was doing the rat race and everything, but I think he was burning out pretty bad from last I had heard. Like, from his own words. Like, on his stream I had heard. Because I know he was doing the rat race, and then he kind of stepped away from that and, you know, had other people take over the rat race for him. Has he been doing like more variety? Is he still streaming? I haven't seen him online in a while. But that's just my schedule and him are basically opposite. So it's not whether or not he's been live, it's just I'm asleep while he's live. Because Lamprey's good people. He's the one who actually holds the record now in Project Zomboid. But yeah, so it's a whole thing when you start the game. It's almost like you got this giant to-do list of like, get the generator, get the magazine, get this, get that, do this, get your maintenance, whatever. You got that long list, and as you play the game, you go, yep, got it, yep, got it, yep, got it. And then eventually you just kind of get to a point where you're like, okay, well, I got 10 more things I want to do, but, you know, I'm really not feeling like it. Let's see, of the vanilla and DLC maps you played, which is your favorite? So we're talking DLC, like, official ones. So, with Farm Sim 25, there's not that many options. I think Riverbend looks the best. I also think it's kind of the worst for actually playing. Like, it's got some cool things going on with it, but also very genuinely, a lot of the stuff's going to be more obnoxious. Man, we made almost $100,000 in just lumber for the year. Okay. So how are we doing so far as getting the playground built? So wood beams. So I need 2 more loads of wood beams, and then we'll need the 12 loads of rope, and I'll have to buy the rope. Okay, he's been taking a lengthy break. Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring, is I hadn't... Like, it's one of those things, even with my schedule and all that, you start to notice when someone has not been around as much. So having not seen Lamprey on for a while, it's like, okay, either he's taking a break, his schedule has changed, or something. That's the reason I asked, because it's just not, it's something that hadn't crossed my mind a little bit. Yeah, because I imagine he is absolutely maxed out, burned out on Zomboid. Like, maybe he's not, maybe he's still enjoying it, but, like, this might be just me projecting. But, like, the amount he's played versus mine, I would probably despise the game at the amount he's played. Like, I love the game, it's good, but I'm burnt out on it. But the amount he's played is way more than what I played. Bear with me one moment, chat. I need to grab myself some more drink. I'll be right back. Do I need a drink? Yes, I need more drink. So I'll be right back. So I'll see you again in just a couple minutes, because I also need to use restroom, and we're on ad break anyway, so I'm going to do that. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. This group, we're gonna bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, we're... Oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's take a minor detour. Alright. And I say we got a couple of the Project Zomboid clips pop in. There are no shortage of Project Zomboid clips. Where either A, it's me dying, or B, me barely getting out of stuff. Like that was my big run I didn't build for each. I can't remember what the kill count was. It wasn't super high. Like we didn't get to 100,000. I want to say we were like 30 or 40,000 or something like that. And oh man, the way they changed migration right at the beginning was real rough. That like I was just losing ground to the zombies. I was killing 600-700 zombies a day, and it was just getting busier and busier and busier because the sheer volume of zombies migrating over. I was just kind of like cutting this little hole in the pocket of zombies going by. And they always play with multiple helicopters, and so every helicopter was a harrowing experience. And I couldn't even tell you how many close calls. Like, there were clips that within the clip there'd be like 4 close calls because of just how ridiculous everything was getting. Like the whole screen would just be zombies and just kind of like maneuvering through the little pockets trying to just barely escape it. And you know, and eventually with all that, I finally did run out of luck. That we just kept. It's that thing when you're playing like a tabletop RPG or whatever, and it's like, okay, here's the deal. It's a 50-50. You roll less, 3 or less, you die. You roll 4 or higher, you live. Or sorry, it means something like, you got immune check. You only die if you roll a 1. Anything else, you live. And you just keep rolling and rolling and rolling and just getting... Or sorry, I'm doing this a terrible analogy. If you roll a 6, you live. If you roll anything else, you die. And it's like I just keep rolling nothing but 6s for roll after roll after roll. And, you know, people are visibly getting upset. And then you finally get that one dice that loses after a while, after you've long since past any statistical reasonability. It felt like that. Where it's like, no... I have exhausted all of the luck I will ever have. This cannot continue. That got wild. Which it was fun. I still think in all of my time playing Project Zomboid, the most fun, while also frustrating time I ever had in Project Zomboid was in Build 41, pretty late into it. There was a bug. There was a bug that got added to the game by accident that basically would cause it so it didn't matter what... I can't remember the exact specifics, but basically you could get worse than pinpoint hearing. And I had gotten a little bit of progress into... I started a 16 times pop run, which is a character I still have alive, by the way. She's in retirement, just kind of chilling. And she's had like 200,000 kills or whatever, and just enjoying her margaritas, and her and she has her pet zombie Dave that lives inside the porta potty, because that's a thing. Just living her best life with her fashionable hat and everything. But there was a bug that the zombies would get like 1.5 times the width of like pinpoint hearing. It's like really extreme hearing, and it was not an intentional thing. And so I was at Louisville in the military checkpoint. And Louisville's the highest population area in the map, is like a broad area. There's little pockets that have individual spots of higher density, but broadly speaking, highest population area in the map. And so I'm sitting there, and again, multiple helicopters and all that, and it was literally for like in-game month after in-game month. It was like 3-4 in-game months of wake up, the zombies have overrun my position, spend the entire day just fighting tooth and nail to just barely be able to close the door, and by then being exhausted, going back to bed, to wake up and start it all over. Okay, and we want to sell the barley. Was December, if I remember correctly. Yeah, December. And it was like seriously 3, 4, 5 in-game months of that. Like I killed, in that area, we killed over 50,000 zombies barely leaving that checkpoint. There are clips on the channel where I'm just like, you want to see the problem? You turn the camera, the game was running at like 1 or 2 frames per second because the zombies just flooded the area so badly and were getting caught up on the fences and couldn't figure out how to path to me. And it was a whole experience. And it was frustrating because I couldn't do crap other than wake up and just meat grinder. But I remember it was fairly early on that I backed up the save, and then I pulled up the backup, and I went to debug mode, like, how many zombies are on the grid? And on the map, there's like the checkpoint. There's a little corner there where there's like those couple of houses over there. And that little corner, just that little corner, had over 20,000 zombies in it. Just the corner, not the whole area, just that little corner, just that one cell right there had over 20,000 zombies in it. And then I had, all the way around me, that was what was going on. It was rough. but I did manage to get through it. Just fighting tooth and nail. Like, I eventually got to the point there was just no more zombies. Because I had just wiped out pretty much all of the zombies in the hearing range of where I was. You know, and the devs had fixed the bug, you know, after about a week and a half or something like that. 2 weeks or whatever it was. But yeah, the number of times we were like, you're going to die, I'm like, you're probably right. You are, if I were betting, I'm betting against myself right now, because I don't take bets I can't win. Because I was getting stuck fighting these zombies with this horrifically bad frame rate of like 2-3 frames a second. And like, you know, it would stutter and everything, so trying to time my swings and everything while all that crap is going on. Because that's what happened anytime I got anywhere near the fence. And as I mentioned, I play with the smart zombies. So, oh, actually, I have literally more than I can carry in this. That's a good problem to have. Okay, so let's see. So, oh, I'm looking at wood beams. I'm like, wait, why does the playground need the wood beams? All right, so let's see. We got 662. Farmer's Market's at 668. So that's our highest price. All right. I'm going to take the ferry for this one, I think. This is the first time we've taken the ferry this time. I played Riverbend before. I just usually find the time it takes for the ferry to get over here and to get across and all, I could just driven around. But in this particular case, like, I literally have to go to where that ferry is anyways. But yeah, this is a whole big thing. But there's a couple clips from that. It's mostly just turning and seeing the giant corner of zombies that you like. The whole game just hitches every time I look that way. But it was fun. It was rough. Would I want to do it again? No. But yeah, so like I said, even though I will fully confess I burned out of Product Zomboid, I usually come back every one like the major updates and I'll play for a little bit, but it's pretty short-lived these days. And I still would highly recommend the game. I just don't have it in me. Go to the front axis doesn't get clipped. Oh yeah, so what happens, so like usually you don't have to worry about that. I always forget the button. There's a button you can, oh, it's, you just have to not be in your vehicle in here. Man, so you get the idea is the ferry just takes time. So it's just, usually it's just faster to go around. It just happens to be like literally the place I'm going is the other side of the ferry. Even then, in the time it took me to do that, I could have gone south, gone around, gone up, and probably been there and done. Yeah, usually as long as you don't drive to the front of the platform and then, like, tip your wheels off and all that. So you're baffled already when Lamprey announced the rat race. I thought he'd stay away from Product Zomboid products for a while. Yeah, it's always a tricky one. So, like, when you're a creator who's known for a game, like, there's, you're like, even if you do play other games, you're known for, like, a specific game. It's really, really hard to step away from that game as a content creator, because especially if you're doing this for any kind of a living or anything like that, you know, when you're playing your main game, that's when you're doing numbers. That's when you are getting your viewership. That ultimately means your revenue. That means whether or not you're making the money to pay your bills and yada yada. And it's really, really hard to step away when you have that one game you're known for. And I would definitely say both myself and Lamprey, for the longest time, that's been true. That both of us were like, while we played other games, Project Zomboid is what we were known for. And I did a lot more effort early on for variety stuff and all that kind of stuff. And so it's tricky. Because again, especially if you're known for just that one game, when you play something else, it can be really bad. From like a numbers side of things. It can be really, really bad. And so you kind of feel almost held captive by that game, that if you play something else, you're not doing what you need to do to pay your bills. But at the same time, you're burning out on it, and you know that's not sustainable either. That if you just keep playing it, you're just going to get more and more miserable, which is also going to drive people away, which also means you're not going to pay your bills. And it's a real difficult thing to kind of juggle that part of it. That's other things, like I've always had variety on my channel, even though like my Project Zomboid content certainly outshined the rest of my content early on, because I just exploded in that category. So it's kind of like Project Zomboid plus, so far as like I was playing a lot of PZ and then other games here and there. And even then, when Build 41 started to kind of really wane, as it had been out for a long time and all that. And then, you know, when my record run died, my viewership dropped like that day afterwards, like 30%, because, you know, I was no longer on the top of the pile. I was no longer like the big, here's the person who is like doing the big numbers, number one, whatever. People were looking for that. They looked elsewhere because I had to start over. That's what happens when you die. But that kind of actually worked out for me because I had been burning out. Alright, so it's another 25,000. We got more barley. That actually kind of worked out for me. Like, Project Zomboid had been really kind of struggling on Twitch for a while at the time. Like, it's historically done relatively well. Like, it's still a safe category to be in, generally speaking. But, like, the numbers were way down, and there were still tons of people streaming it. And, like, less and less people were watching it, so we're kind of fighting over a smaller and smaller audience. And, like, I had been pretty burned out already. And so, having that sudden dip happen kind of worked out. Because I had been pushing the variety stuff for a while, because I knew I was burning out, and I needed something to change. And then when the record run dropped, that suddenly took it so that Project Zomboid was no longer the thing performing the best on my channel. That 30% dip now put my variety content ahead of that. You know, once that happened, it was like... Honestly, it's pretty much overnight. Other ships are crossing? What are you talking about? Oh, I've got a big tankard in the way. So like at that point I went for the variety like as the main thing, and I'm glad I did. I don't think I would still be streaming if I was stuck at Project Zomboid still. Again, nothing wrong with the game, but after that many thousands of hours, I can't think of games I would stay interested in into like the tens of thousands of hours as like a regular thing. Like on and off maybe. But, you know, I was over 4,000 hours or whatever it was, and I was spent. Again, still a good game that I will recommend, but you know. And right now, with how involved the crafting is, which I think is fine, but how poor the durability of the weapons are that you craft, even at higher levels, it just... I found when I was playing Build 42 last I played it, I was spending over a fourth of my time just crafting weapons. And that's fine and all, I do want to do some crafting weapons, but I also want to be fighting the zombies. And not spending like 1.5 days in-game, you know, 1.5 days an in-game week just crafting weapons. It's probably better now, because that's been a while. I haven't been keeping up with it. I've been enjoying doing a lot more variety. I've also been going pretty hard on RimWorld, though we're taking a little bit of a break from RimWorld at the moment. That said, I'm down to play more soon. I'm excited because it's sounding more and more and more like we got a RimWorld DLC on the way. Like, nothing official yet, but, you know, they hired an artist to, like, do a background image like they do with every one of their releases. There's, like, supposedly people seeing stuff in, like, the Steam DB kind of stuff, like, things getting set up for potentially doing mods and yada yada yada. None of it being, like, this guarantees it, but I would be more surprised if they weren't actively working on DLC. Return to your natural habitat on mobile? Gotcha. I need to be on the north side of the field to grab more of the barley. Yes, this is going pretty good. It looks like we're making over 100,000 a year. I mean, just the lumber was 100,000, making almost 150,000 a year now in game, with just one big field and the hit something there. The lumber.
What's the worst that could happen?
So we're on good track for getting some stuff done here. I actually have 20,000 more liters of barley. Well, depending on how this goes, what I might even consider doing is the next in-game year, we'll probably have enough of the loan paid off. I might genuinely be able to buy the the flour mill, which I think is 300,000. And if I could buy the flour mill, then instead of just selling, you know, selling the barley as barley, I can instead take it to the flour mill, put it through the production chain to make it into flour, which ups its value considerably by like almost 50%. And then honestly with that, I could probably just leave it selling the flour as we go versus waiting for it to all come in season, because at that'll be around the point I don't want to just play, like, you know, pallet lifter. So what I could do is I could switch it to selling, and then whenever we get the bakery, then I could switch it to distributing until the bakery is full, then switch it to selling, and just kind of ping-pong it back and forth every couple of days, I think. And then that'll be good, because then I can take all this barley and just chuck it in there. It won't be too long before I need to get a semi to handle moving the stuff around, but that's okay. It's good to see, though, that this thing, like, literally that one field, when I handle it correctly, can give me 1.5-ish trailers of barley. Just from that one field. But yeah, so of the objectives I've got left, there's one, using a versatile tractor, do 3 jobs. That's straightforward. I get a tractor. I just use it. If I replace this tractor with a versatile tractor, which again is a brand, then I literally just, at that point, I'm just going to use it for a couple of things, and then it'll be done. The Spell Ford trucks will be the last objective I do, most likely, because that's just a bunch of money, and it's a bunch of money that once I spend in a bunch of these vehicles, I'm not going to want them all, because I'm going to have, like, 8 tractors. So I'm just going to lease a bunch of them and then just eat the cost. I even debated backing up the save, leasing them all, you know, for that thing, spelling Ford, and then turning around and then restoring my save, because, again, it's literally just burning money for doing it. And I don't think that one had any stipulation about starting a new save or anything like that. It was the ones like making the cake and building the playground that were the ones that had the stipulation that I had to do a new save. Alright. so I can pay down a bit more debt. Okay. And basically right now I'm just continuing to pay down my debt again and again until either A, I run out of trees to cut down for my sawmill, at which point then I'll need to borrow money to get a second field online, which means I also get a second field online. 2, we have one of the versatile tractors show up on sale, at which point I will catch it on the discount because why would I not do that? If we do like pay off our loan, then I might just buy the versatile tractor, swap it out for this thing, and then we get into the whole upgrading equipment treadmill. And genuinely getting... That's the thing. So if we get the versatile tractor, it doesn't actually make my situation better right now, but it does get a dare drop done. If I get the flour mill, that's starting to work towards making a pallet of cake and selling it. It greatly increases my income, but, like, you know, it in itself directly doesn't make a dare drop happen. But it's probably still worth doing, and I think, let's just double check it. I'm pretty sure it's 300,000 for the one on the map. So... grain mill. $288,000. Yeah, so you get the idea here. Is we can make all of this flour, and that'll be good. And then what we do is we go from there to the bakery, and I need the bakery for the cake. Oh, you're only 50,000. Ooh. It doesn't help me until I've got the flour mill. All right, so honestly, that changes our strategy. All right, so once I have $300,000 to spare, like we're just straight up ready for $300,000 kind of thing. What I will likely do at that stage is, once I have the $300,000, I will buy the grain mill whenever we're ready to start delivering our grain. And then right away we'll try and get the bakery as well, so get both buildings. Because the bakery I can just leave it set to selling. The grain mill, I'll keep it on distributing until the bakery is full of flour. And then once the bakery is full of flour, I'll switch it to selling the flour until the bakery gets low. And you get the way this is going to work. I'm just going to toggle it back and forth as needed. Okay, so realistically with this, I probably am going to want to keep this on this trailer setup. You know, and around that point will likely be when I run out of trees. If I don't run out before then. Where I need to get another piece of land. Which will then get me a, you know, somewhat increased amount of grain I can feed into the system. Make us more money, yada yada. That'll be around the point I'll probably start needing a bigger tractor because I'll have more fields to do. Yeah, so I think we're going for the grain mill. The grain mill bakery combo. Because that extra money will go a long way. Okay. And how are you doing? Okay, so you probably need more wood being drug in there. All right. You can dance if you want to. You leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance? Well, they're no friends of mine? Yep. It is what it is. Okay, so let's grab this section we cut off earlier. It's not going to add much to our sawmill. Excuse me? Are you mean to tell me that little bush there? That little bush there is preventing me from doing anything with this. Now this is not worth putting effort into. But I don't want my vehicles to stop and be like, there's a thing in the way. So we're just gonna go ahead and chuck those in the river. And be done with it. Meanwhile, are you in my range? Cool. So I got more trees we can grab. Honestly, 4 tons? Try to make that work. Littering? No, it's fine. I was just returning nature to nature. I just had to reorganize my nature a little bit. Okay, so you're at 48%, so if I grab... Well, actually, let's just park this here. Because if we wait down, like, till we have 2 days, I can probably just drag that whole tree over and not have to sweat it. Okay, and I believe it's June we harvest the barley. And that'll probably be the point where, like I said, I gotta make that decision, you know. Are we buying another piece of land? Yeah, no, I gotcha. Super Troopers, I'm familiar with it. Okay, we can go here and let's pay down the loan one more time. We're about halfway paid off that loan. Every little bit we pay down that loan means less we gotta worry about the next time. Yep, so we have one more there. And it's June for the barley. And what I could be doing in the meantime is if I was just strictly motivated by the money, is I could actually be taking contracts and doing those and getting good money from that. With what we're doing, I gotta get pretty good money from the lumber. So sure, in-game days wise, I'm taking I'm going way farther ahead. And all that. But also it's not that big a deal. I also just keep checking here. Just hoping we see some of the good stuff. Alright, so you see there, that's very low. So I'm thinking I can now just grab this whole freaking tree and just feed it in there. Because the tree was only about 4 tons. And I believe I can tow 6 tons. And I'm expecting this will probably put it at like 60 or so % full. Oh, come on. Don't get caught in the little sticks, please. Stop getting caught in all the little sticks and everything. There we go. I almost careened into the crops. Probably should have drug it from the base. Would have likely made my life easier. Okay. So that actually didn't give me nearly as much. It only gave me about 50%. Let's go see. We got another tree we can cut down over here. Fast running out trees I can cut down and feed into this. So this small tree here might be in range. Nope. That's definitely a no. This will be a no. Okay, that's 1 ton. Because the archery put in there was about 4 tons. Okay. So I think what we do is we grab the heavier tree, drag that in. That should put it like in the 80-90 percentage. Then, you know, once it's down a little bit, the small tree can get fed in later. It's looking like it might have just 1 or 2 trees left. There's a real good chance that we're going to end up needing to buy the property first, just because I'll run out of trees, and then that one of my main incomes goes away. This must about the reason we started the wood isn't even for the income. That's like just bonus. Because I need to build the playground, I need the wood. The thing I'm not looking forward to is buying like 12 stacks of rope and then selling them. It'll take a pretty good hit money-wise when I do it, but I think I needed to raise sheep or something to do that, and at that point I'm going to buy the rope. Okay, so let's get you out of the way, because you're probably done until harvest time. 96%. Perfect. The only thing we don't want to see is 100%, because that means we wasted wood. Alright. And once they finish the playground, I'll probably just shut down the sawmill. Because we're messing up all the trees. Yeah, so we got, again, another one of the versatiles, but the problem is I don't want this one. Because we look at that, it doesn't have the 3-point hookup. So it's kind of, it's only really good for dragging a cultivator or whatever behind. So that's fine. And then you are fine here as well. Ever stream City Skylines? Yes. I streamed the original City Skylines a lot of times. I streamed City Skylines 2 a couple of times. Unfortunately, City Skylines 2 had a pretty rough launch, sadly. Like, I enjoyed it, but there's definitely, like, lots of problems with the game, like, so far as its economy and all that. Cool. Hail. I imagine this hail is probably pretty horrific for the encoding. Yeah, with that said, City Skylines 2 is coming along little by little. I've heard it's really improved from where it was on release, but at the same time, I haven't really gone back and give it a proper go through. This tree isn't going to give me crap. I haven't thought of that song in forever. La 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 la. What's sad is my brain immediately goes to, I believe it was the Weird Al Yankovic version, which is about Yoda. There's a lot of those songs around that time frame that, even though I was more like, I heard the actual song way more than the Weird Al Yankovic ones, there's just something about Weird Al that just sticks in your brain. Okay, so that's 4 tons there. Okay, so with it being at that, we're not going to stop and grab another tree yet. Did I drop it in the field? Tell me I didn't drop it on the field. Yeah, we're good. Because 4 tons is about 50-ish%. And so if I just wait till we're down to like 20% or so, I can just grab the whole tree and just drag it in all as one big thing. Because with the, when you're selling logs, like just straight up for cash, it cares about like what's the length of it, you know, did you remove the branches, all that kind of stuff. But when you are feeding into the sawmill, it just literally cares about volume. That's all it cares about, is just what's the volume. Oh wait, I want to put that in the front, because I need to move the stuff out of the lumber mill real quick. Alright, I know it's a little bit dry, but I'm going to put it over here because when they're in the bushes, I'm worried about losing pallets because I can't see them. Okay. Drop this all off over here real fast. And after this load is when I'm going to need the first batch of rope. So I'm really, really hoping that we won't need rope for like all the steps. Also, before I get too far, what I'm going to probably do is let's get all this out of the way, and let's just take a peek at the playground. It's entirely possible that I have gotten enough... Well, that's not what I want to do. That I've gotten enough materials there that I just need to do the rope. If it is just the one thing of blocks, I might just drive those over there really fast, just the one thing of blocks, or beams, or whatever. Grab the 12 rope, grab the beams, get the first phase of the playground done. There's so many wood products in here. Which is why I'm doing this, is it was getting close to full. When it gets full, it shuts off, and that means it's not making me money. Okay, that's looking like it's probably empty. Okay, so yeah, so you're empty, you're right about to have another thing of long planks. Let's go check in that playground. Okay, so it requires 2 stacks of beams and 12 stacks of ropes. So I'll just worry about that when we need to drop stuff off. Alright. So let's get out of the hail. As we get ourselves mildly concussed from hail coming down on us. Great demand at Playground Maker Hall. There's like an actual thing there. You're all fine. And I believe this will put us into June. And June is harvest time for the barley. Let's check to see how bad the wood sale is in this month. It's a shame that this is the one for the Volvo and not the other one, because I would have actually wanted that to get rid of the stumps. Okay, so you need wood. So how bad is the sale this month for the wood products? Because we're in June. Wood beam is literally maxed out, so good enough for me. And it looks like it's only $5 difference from top and bottom, so I guess we really don't care. And that's $9. I don't care. Like, this is it's only the regular planks that have any difference, so this is where we're gonna sell this. Alright, so first, before we get caught up in everything else, let's sell all our wood stuff. I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Alright, so I'm going to depend on the AI to not be terrible. I'm going to grab this, switch this trailer to the bale loader, start running all the wood beams down. I'll probably want to buy the rope to drop off. And my hope is where we're getting the barley right now, using the barley... Where am I going? No, this is right. This is right. I'm going to the configuration thing. Using the barley to make flour, using the wood to fund getting the flour mill, and trying to get that all set up. So customize. Switch you out. Get all that wood loaded up on here. It's going to probably be 2 trips. Realistically. And I will need to go through with the harvester when it fills up, drop it off in the silo for right now while we're doing this, and then send the AI back to it. There's going to be a back and forth on that, unfortunately. We should have plenty of blocks, so it's also probably a day to go to the warehouse and buy the, like, 12 pallets of rope as well. Think this through. Because normally I want to put on the other side, but I put too close to the field that I can't do without trampling the field. Once the harvester gets past with its first pass. Oh, I misjudged entirely where I was. What's the rope made from? I believe you can make it from wool, or there was or something else. It was like you had 2 choices. It was like wool or cotton, I believe, that you're allowed to make it from. Oh, I should have taken that lengthwise. Alright, give a moment for the harvester to go by, because that'll make it so I can put stuff on the other side. Alright, before you get on to the next spot, let me just go ahead and wheel you on back here. And Jep would be right here by the silo already. Alright. And how much money do I have right now? Yes, I can borrow $330,000. Which, like I said, if we buy the flour mill and we get that multiplier and all that, there's a good chance that literally I could just keep things going on this and not have to worry too much. Yeah, you take over that again. Grab more of these. What I'm gonna quickly do is just attach long enough to trigger all the straps, and then we'll keep piling. But some of these are gonna get pretty dodgy in placement, so I want to avoid shoving stuff off the other side on accident. That's not how I expected that to work at all. Also, why did you turn that way? Sure, whatever. That's more what I was expecting. Okay. Probably got a room for a couple more on the other side, and then we'll be spent. Try and center that one up. Stick it in between the other two small planks. If I didn't zoom in, I was gonna be just looking at tree the whole time. Alright, let's grab these beams from the other side here. And then that'll probably be all I can fit. Because I'd love to stack it higher, but the problem I run into is the forks on this only go so high. And that's kind of the limit of what you see on that already. I can go about 2 high, and then it gets like the 3rd high. Yeah, it's like right on the edge, so I just catch on the bottom. Alright. So let's get that delivered. Pretty soon we should get the alert saying that the harvester's almost full. Okay. So we've got 4 stacks of beams, 4 stacks of long planks, 5 stacks of short planks. You like how there are vanilla dump truck? Vanilla dump trucks. Alright. Do you mean the tippers? Like having a dedicated truck with a tipper? Okay. And before we go too much farther, you're right about to start your next row. Just drop the next drop of barley. Because then the hope here will be that we get all this money from the lumber. We use that to get the flour mill up and running. And if I get really lucky and get the flour mill and the bakery up and running, that's even better. Because then I can just open up the flour mill to distribute to the bakery and have the bakery just go straight to sales. And just let them churn. And that, you know, it'll avoid, like, I won't get all my money at once, which is really nice. But we'll get it gradually. I'm not going to sit here and wait for, like, the bread to be at peak price. You know, I probably should, but I'm not gonna. How much of a difference will it... Let's actually double check that. Like, if it's something staggering, like double the money or something like that, we'll wait for it. And I'll just deal with Forklift Simulator. But if it is just like 10, 20 more bucks... oh man, it is $900 difference. That's not nothing. Alright. Okay, so that means I will need to manage the inventory at the bakery. Now, I don't know about the big bakery. Oh, well, it wasn't a big bakery, it was a little bakery. So the downside, if the bakery works like I think it's gonna work, is it probably only has like the 2 spots for pallets at it. I might just sell it for the convenience, because like I said, it is gonna be a hit where I can make $900 difference per pallet, which is like a 25-30%, you know, increase in money. That's not a minor increase. But if it works like I remember... Well, actually, you know what? I haven't done the bakeries in Farm Sim 25 yet. In Farm Sim 22, one of the big negatives about the bakery is it had just spots for 2 things of bread on the outside, and its internal storage was very small. And so as a result, you had to always go by and, like, shuffle the pallets out constantly to manage it. Which wasn't that big a deal when you're using something like Autoloader and you just tab over to the trailer right there and just hit the button, it teleports them onto the back. But we don't have Autoloader and all that. So it means I'm going to have to go up with the forklift, grab 2 things of bread, and chuck them somewhere until it's time to sell. Otherwise the bakery will shut off and that kind of defeats the point. And we also potentially want to get that 12 stacks of rope. That'll be another thing I'm concerned about what the cost is. How much is rope? Don't be a lot, be cheap. Oh! Oh, rope is really expensive. Rope is really expensive. It's like $10,000 for a stack of rope. Well, crap. Because if I wanted to make my own rope as opposed to doing that, I have to buy the rope plates, which is $300,000. And then on top of that $300,000, I would need to either start growing cotton, not happening, or I'd have to start getting sheep, which is far more likely, but then I gotta get the stuff to get grass and all that, which again poses a whole thing. Okay, so there's 60,000 there. Yeah, so this is just waiting on rope. But if it's like $10,000 for a thing of rope, that's $120,000. That we can go buy the warehouse where you buy it. It is possible because they buy rope at a premium. I still expect to lose money on it, but it could be one of those things that we borrow $120,000 or whatever it is, buy the stack of rope, turn around and sell it, and get back like $115,000, so we lose a couple $1,000 to get it done. But really it's just tying up a bunch of money. I'm still not thrilled about that, but right now the playground, after that last load until we get the rope, will stop progressing. Where is the warehouse, by the way? I didn't even look. Boom. Those both playground, cement, dredging, grain, tailor shop, manure. And grain mill's right there in the middle of town. There's a sawmill down there. Cooper. Okay, let's actually also check. Can I just buy rope? So, for buying it, you have the warehouse. So you tag the warehouse, and the warehouse is where? Okay, so warehouse is right there. So if I were to just straight up buy rope, what are you going to charge me? Because it's selling for 10,000. And I don't imagine we could buy it and make money. If it's anything like the other time we did one of these, I'm going to lose like 10% each time we buy and sell. But here's hoping it's not bad rope. Ah, 13,000 is what it... I hate it. So yeah, so it'll be 130,000 to get my... No, it's more than that, I'm lying. It's... FYI, your playlists are all screwed up on YouTube. Yeah, I need to go through... It puts them, when I do the live streams, in reverse order, and it's really annoying. Because there isn't an easy UI way, like you have to like click and drag them and it moves them into position, all that. I need to go through and do the thumbnails and get it all sorted out. It's a whole big thing, and I did try and take the time to fix some of them, so I've got some that are fixed and some that are not. It just takes for freaking ever. And they do have some auto sort, but I can only auto sort in the opposite order that they should be. Which is weird. You would think, be like, hey, put the most recent one on the bottom of the playlist. But for whatever reason, that's just not how it works. And like, I need to go through and... Honestly, on one of my days off, I need to just take the day off properly and just work on thumbnails. Because I've been recycling thumbnails for stuff, like when I'm playing Farm Sim, I just have like the Farm Sim thumbnails that I keep reusing, which is fine, it's not great, but it can create some real confusion in the different series where it goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I need to do that. Because there used to be an option for viewers to change the sort order. Also use the option to shuffle the playlist for music. Yep. Yeah. There's definitely a lot they could do to make it a better experience. Man, it sucks that that rope is so much. Yeah, no, if you're news, I can agree that there's it makes sense for news feeds to have like the latest on top. And thank you for the follow. Stream. Yeah, no, that's exactly. There's a lot they could do to improve it. It is one of those things that I genuinely find the live streaming experience on the YouTube side it almost feels like something YouTube only does out of a feeling of obligation. That, like, if they didn't have the live streaming experience over there, that the people who have large audiences on YouTube wouldn't, would basically take stuff off platform. But it always feels like it's an afterthought to work on anything with the live streaming on the YouTube side. Like, the sheer amount of metadata I have to enter just to do a live stream makes it extremely annoying to switch categories. Because you can't just, like, flip the category. It changes the category for the entire live stream if you leave it as one thing. So I really do wish there was a way to be like, okay, like, we're switching categories and, like, cut in one spot, and then, I can fix any metadata after that point, or whatever. There's so much they could do to make that experience so much cleaner. But it seems like they're not super, which, to be fair, the thing that YouTube does well is recorded content. But yeah, no, I need to go through. The problem is I have literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos on YouTube, bunches of them in series and all that, and I just need to sit down. Like, and I tried to sit down, I fixed a lot of them, and I just like, oh my god, I spent like hours on this, and I've only got maybe a couple hundred cleaned up, and I got thousands and thousands more to fix. It's like, oh my god. Because every stream results in at least one video. If I switch categories, that's 2 videos. So if I were to stream 365 days a year, I'd be at over 700 videos to fix. With that said, though, I do take days off and all that. But it's a lot. I want to do more content on YouTube. My problem is, I like to get, like, the long-form stuff going. And finding some new ideas that excite me, that I want to stick to, has been a little bit of a problem. Because I was doing stuff like the Survivor Man Challenge on there, which I was enjoying, but unfortunately it just was performing so badly that for the sheer amount of hours I was putting into recording and editing and all that, it's like, hey man, I only got so many waking hours, and I'm putting all this in, and I'm getting next to nothing back out of it. Like, very genuinely, I should just be doing something else with this time. Like, there's other things that will do way more for me. Because I also want to do that because there's a lot of challenge runs I want to do and stuff like RimWorld. That there are some challenges that are great for streaming. That, like, RimWorld is doing RimWorld stuff the whole time. Then there are some challenges that are ridiculously slow, even by my standards. And so there'll be fun challenges to check out, but for streaming, you'd be watching like several full streams, and I'd be building my first building in RimWorld. Which, don't get me wrong, RimWorld is not typically a super high-octane, fast-paced game, but there's definitely a point where, like, all right, hang on, we are full molasses mode right now. Do you have ADHD, so you'll understand lack of motivation? Yep, I too have the ADHD. And so also, if you get it fixed now, and they only have to maintain the pattern, not do everything at once, Yeah, that's the thing. Once I can catch up, it's not too bad. It's just one of those things that, like, after every stream, I gotta take the time to clean it up and all that. I need to genuinely just kind of sit there and make it a thing where, like, if I could import a list of all of my videos into something like Notion or whatever, and be like, here's the list of everything I need to work on, go through, clean up ones, check them all off, get the next set. Like, set up a bot or something, so that every time I end a stream or whatever, it adds the line item onto Notion to do, like, all the stuff I gotta do. Because especially once I get past, like, some of the middle of the area where I'm kind of in the, like, the middle of getting through everything, there's not an easy way to look. Like, they have a chronological list, but once you're, like, 10 pages deep in it, it gets real hard to keep track of. Oh, that's gonna be not great. Trying to use, there's a trick where you can like finagle stuff by the fact that they have like a little bit of a cushion there. The problem is because it's a double pivoted trailer, it is the weird like springiness of this. It's really hard to get to play nice. Oh, you are so close. There you go. Okay, so we're finally free. Yeah, having those two pivots makes it really annoying to try and do anything meaningful backing up, because you have to, like... You have to do the thing where when you back up, the pivot turns one way, and you need it to turn the thing the other way to then have it go back. So it's kind of like the whole thing where, to, like... If I want to back up the trailer this way, I turn the wheel kind of the opposite way you'd think to need to go and start pivoting, and then you have to, like, bring it back to straighten it out. And that's with just the one pivot. The second pivot, you kind of have to do that to the pivot, so that does that with the other. And with enough work, it can be worth doing, but just kind of a pain. Alright, so where are you at? So we're gonna take over that real fast, because I need to empty you out again. So snipe that part of the field. You hate those types of trailers? Yeah. Yeah, the reason that one's the way it is we got one of the trailers that you could swap it between the bale trailer and a trailer, like the tipper trailer. We'll definitely eventually want to switch it over to using like a semi or something like that to try and move it around. At which point it will be way less of a pain. And even though I'm going to get the flour mill, I'm still dumping all the barley in here, because then I'll just be able to take the whole thing, well, half of it in a trailer at a time. Now let's get this load in. And then it'll be time, I do think we buy the flour mill. I'm accepting the rope is not happening right now. Because, like I said, for the 12 stacks at 13,000 each, where I'm losing 2,000 per stack, which does mean if I were to buy the rope, I'm going to lose $24,000 for, like, the whole exchange, which is going to need to happen to build the playground. But right now, where money's kind of more important, I'm just going to try and focus on the money making. Because then I can always, like, speed run building that. Like, if people remember what happened with the temple at the end, when I was doing that dare drop, we got to the end where it's making tons and tons and tons of money. And so all I was doing is just, you know, wake up, load up a crap ton of pallets of wood and all that, drive over to the temple, drop it off, fast forward 3 days, wake up doing that. How does one do a dare drop? It's a thing for content creators that basically we go to a website, we be like, hey, here's the number of viewers we have on our channel, yada yada yada, link it all over. And then what ends up happening is Dare Drop comes out and says, alright, we're doing a Dare Drop for Farming Simulator 25. And so you go to Farming Simulator 25 and you go, okay, here's your 20-something options. With your viewership, you're allowed to choose 6, 7, 8, whatever. And it'll be like, okay, you know, build this and we will give you a copy of the game to give out to your audience. Which is why we're doing these, is we're getting a bunch of keys for the base game plus the Plains and Prairies DLC to give out to the community. And for the record, I don't get those, I need to not be down here. We don't get those keys instantly. It's one of those things that I do the thing, we take a clip of the thing being done, I submit it, and usually between like 1 to 5 days, they get the key back to me, and then we do a key giveaway on the channel, which is just, you know, like, I'll be like, we're giving away a key, you enter the command to get yourself entered, we do a drawing, and whoever wins gets the key. But, it is a website called Dare Drop. But it's a content creator thing that that we get the keys through that. Because the reason they're giving out the keys is because by me playing their game, you're seeing their game, and you might be like, heck yeah, that game looks like fun. I should buy that game. And it works remarkably well for them from the marketing side. Like, very, very genuinely, playing the games on the channel does extremely well for them on the marketing side. Hey, Jakala, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 7 stream trick. I do appreciate that. That's the number of times I've like talked with like people in chat and they're like, "Yeah, you played that game yesterday. Bought it." It's probably honestly the best way game devs and publishers can market their games is through content creators. Because like stuff like trailers, if it's a cinematic trailer, there's a lot of people like myself. If your cinematic trailer doesn't show me gameplay, I just get annoyed with it. Like, it's cool that you can make like good cinematics and all that, but if I literally can't see what your game is, I'll usually pass. And that happens actually with a decent number of like the Next Fest demos I get. They'll have like this entire anime trailer, which looks cool, but then there's no footage of the game, and you're like, alright, you're telling me it's a simulation game and you showed me this cool anime, but like, what is your game? Like, where's the hook that gets me into the game? What's the gameplay loop? Like that kind of thing. And that happens a lot. Some of them are pretty good where they'll have the cinematic trailer, then they'll have a separate gameplay trailer. That's totally fine. Zero says, so one of the streamers who you've been really involved in their computer, you saw them watching Stationeers, you bought Stationeers, got overwhelmed with the tutorial. Then said the streamer gave you Gunny Hartman moment saying that you'll learn and he'll teach me. Gotcha. Well, that's, there's been a few times, like, I haven't done, like, you know, this is a course for whatever. There's a lot of games that I've gotten good at when, you know, someone pops in and they're like, okay, well, how do I learn this game? And I've done that with Farm Sim a bunch of times. I've done that with American Truck Simulator a couple of times. I did that with State of Decay. Project Zomboid's the one that came up the most, where it, like, literally became a joke in the channel that I had kind of my new player spiel in Project Zomboid, where I had this whole thing where, you know, we'd cover something that, like, stealth is a trap, don't fall for it. Like, stealth will just get you in trouble in Project Zomboid. You can use stealth to try and get out of trouble, but people will try and use stealth to get into places. Like, no. Like, you're just gonna get yourself killed, just the way the game works. But then, you know, I'd give them tips about, like, settings to put on, so you can see, like, the outline to know when you're in range, so while you're still learning the range, you can kind of know when you are and are not able to fight, and all these kind of things. And then even taking that a step farther and showing you, like, tricks, like if you knock over a zombie and stand on it, as long as it's not a crawler, you can pin the zombie to the ground so it can't hurt you, which is very important when you're early game and struggling. You can fight multiple zombies that way, where you just take one of them out of the fight. You know, tips, tricks, that kind of stuff. Reassuring people that when you play Project Zomboid and you're new to the game, just expect to die a hell of a lot. That's called playing Project Zomboid when you're new to the game. We all paid that tax. No exceptions. Every person who set a world record spent a whole lot of time dying when they were brand new to the game. That's just the way it is. Alright. I was waiting for the Versatile to show up on sale to force me into decision making. I do think getting the flower is the correct decision. Oh, let's also check the price of the flower right now. That's another thing worth considering. Or not right now, like how much does it vary? Not rice flour, just regular old flour. It does vary by almost 50%. Well, like 40% almost exactly. Alright. What's happening? Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. If you just assume you're gonna win, you probably don't put the same effort in. I don't know. I don't keep up with sports, so... Alright, so we got our tipper trailer. Yeah, it's the real question here is how I want to tackle this, because one of the other problems I'm going to run into once we start doing this is I am going to run into the problem of needing to switch back and forth between the tipper trailer and the regular trailer more, which is going to be a little annoying. Because I need the regular bale trailer almost every single day. Alright. So. Let's go ahead here. We're going to borrow all the money it'll let us borrow for right now. And see what we're up to. Oh, that's just barely enough. Okay. So we're going to go to the grain mill. We're going to visit that. I am going to buy it. You start taking the barley. You take it over to the old grain mill family restaurant. And drop this off there. Get it turned on to start producing flour. And then I gotta decide, do I let it just sell as it happens? Which means I'm gonna take a considerable reduction in that amount of money I could be making. Or do we let it pile up and then sell it when the flour is at its best price, which is probably the most correct, but it does mean a lot more forklift simulator. I mean, it's gonna be waiting till it's like the right time. And I kind of most likely what's going to happen after this is probably the next thing I'm going to need to do is I will likely next need to get more land for keeping the lumber mill online as my next big spend, which of course would mean more grain, which means more flour, which means more, you get the idea. So now you'll notice I'm not getting paid for my barley. That's because we're not selling it, we're putting into storage in the grain mill to make flour. So we're going to up the value of it. Now if I look at my list here, we can go to the grain mill. And this is where I got to make my decision. So, I can change the output mode to distributing, or storing, or selling. It's fine. Alright. We are officially making flour. But it is going to be a major uptick in the amount of money we get. So I think it's worthwhile. I believe we borrowed literally all the money we could, right? Okay. Let's go over here real fast. Get the barley out of the harvester. All right. And I mean, we do have a dedicated forklift I could get. I mean, I can't. I don't have the money for it. We could get an actual properly dedicated forklift to leave over there. And I believe the bakery is unfortunately nowhere nearby there, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so the grain mill's down there and the bakery's over there, unfortunately. So it's not one of those ones I could easily just have the forklift, like, pick up a couple things of flour, turn and drop it in the bakery. It would need to drive half across town to the point it would just make sense more to have a trailer and deal with it. Alright. So meanwhile, while we're waiting for that to keep harvesting, I have got to use the restroom. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real fast. And I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's going to sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off. Okay, and we are back. So, Harvester's still doing Harvester things. We do replant this in September. Yeah, so pH it says okay to good. We don't really care that weeds are growing. The needs rolling, you can get a little bit more yield. It honestly wouldn't be the worst idea in the world if we end up with some extra money to roll some of these fields. It generally is not really worth putting too much effort into it, unfortunately. I was thinking eventually I'm going to need to re-plow the field. We're just getting all these like little spots throughout the field where it's been damaged by hail. You can see like the little yellowish spots out in the distance where hail has like damaged the field and all that. All right. Looks like we got 2 passes left, maybe. And then this is all done. We're gonna drop all this off again at the flour mill. I just need to figure out how often I need to empty the flour mill. It might be 2 passes of this. I think it's gonna be 1 pass to get most of it, and then like a little slice kind of pass. The next big thing is going to be trying to get the bakery up, because like I said, I kind of want to go straight towards getting the bakery and the flour mill. It'll be a little bit of management to just move the pallets around. We definitely want to get the semi with the with the trailer for dealing with the pallets, because with that, what it can do then is I can probably just load up from the bakery, or that, like, just put the junk on it, run it back and forth. We'll have to see how much storage Alas has, because from the way it looked, for the grain mill storage, it's got 144,000 liters. And it turns 30 barley into 22 flour. So as you can imagine, if we're selling them at, you know, basically it eliminates 1/3 of the barley into flour. So we look at the barley and it's, you know, worth some, let's just say like 650 bucks. But now if we compare against the flour down here, so 660, and we only get 1/3 less in volume by processing it. It's 140, like almost 1,500 bucks. So we lose 1/3 of it by volume, and we more than double the price. So you get how it ends up being relatively in the ballpark of 1.5 the input to output. And then if we check on the bakery, the bakery takes, we get about half as much bread as we put in. But then we compare the flour, so it's, you know, 1,500 versus bread, which is over double. You get the idea. We'll make hell of money doing that. So next move is to get the 50,000 for the bakery. I might literally try to not sell the flour unless I'm just really running... Well, I mean, we'll probably make enough flour to whatever. That's going to be the big thing, is unfortunately I'm going to spend more and more time on the pallets, so there will definitely be a point I need to get a forklift. Or at least like a telehandler or something. Some means of handling the pallets really, really efficiently. Okay, so with this, we drop off the last of the barley into our grain mill. So again, we're taking this, the money we would get, which is like 40, 50, 60,000, and we're making it 1.5 that value. So this is going to ultimately end up being like 100,000 worth of flour. And if we manage to get the bakery online, it'll do it again and make it somewhere like the 112.5, 125,000 worth of bread. That's assuming we don't do anything to escalate it farther. And part of the other reason I'm going out of my way for this is that making the cake, you make that at the bakery, so no matter what, I need the bakery to accomplish that dare drop. Part of it is low-key, I'm thinking that we don't even bother setting up everything we need to make the, like, make all the stuff for the cake. I might just literally buy the rest of the ingredients and then just shove them in there to make the one pallet. Because I'd love to set that up, but cake requires, it was something like sugar, flour, eggs, milk, strawberry, like it's a whole range of things. It's the single most complicated recipe in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so we need to go over here. Reconfigure you back to being the bale trailer. And then I need to go and get some wood loaded into the sawmill. And then we'll probably need to take the bale trailer. The bale trailer can probably just leave wherever. But I'll probably need to take the forklift attachment over to the flour mill and all that. Now you can get a warehouse in the game that you can drag stuff to and just huck it in and have it spit out whatever individual thing you're looking for, which is useful. It is pretty laborious though. That's fine, I'll put the winch on the front, I don't care. Alright. So we can drag this whole tree over there and see how close that gets us. Alright, so it's a little over 4 tons. That should be about 50% or so of the sawmill. And it could have gotten the way smaller grain mill, but I'm figuring as big a field as we're getting, I want to make sure that grain mill, we can run it as much as possible. I can get you out of the way. Let's go ahead and pull this up over here, because then we can repair it and gas it up and all that later. Because now we're back into, I'm going to need to pay down the loans again. Because we got the loans down a bunch, and then we bought a grain mill. Okay, so let's check on the sawmill now. How close to full are you? I wasted a little bit of wood. That's fine. Okay, so we've got a bunch there. I wish it kind of gave me an idea of how much longer we had for it all. Okay. So flour-wise... Okay, so we can have 60 things of flour in storage before it overwhelms. Good to know. So that means I probably don't need to worry about the flour anytime soon. Alright, there's nothing else to do in this field. Lumber mill's all sorted. So let's go ahead and advance our day. So September is when we plant our next round of barley. Still waiting for that to screw me. Okay. So with 1 day passed, it made... Oh, I won't be able to see. I'll have to visit. It made how many stacks of flour? That is way more than I was expecting. So that's 1 day's production of flour that it gave us 9 pallets. I am going to need a semi with the trailer. Oh, when is flour at its best price? When am I selling flowers? Probably winter, right? Yeah, so flowers at its best price in December. That's what we're gonna need to remember. So December is flower sale time. Okay, and meanwhile, you are good to go. So we'll go back here, visit you. And I might have to dip into the flour a little bit early. Don't you need to store the flour somewhere? Not in the game. So in Farm Sim, the only things that rot, decay, whatever you want to say, is if you leave a pile of something on the ground. So like I leave a pile of grass and it gets rained on. When you have a pile of stuff like grass on the ground and it gets rained on, you'll lose a percentage of that stuff. But it doesn't have like like you can leave milk out and it's just fine or whatever. It doesn't have a rotting thing. Because honestly, it would be a little obnoxious to deal with a bunch of that stuff. So it's December that we have to deal with that. So you're good there, you're good there. And next month we plant the barley, so let's advance the month again. I kind of miss, there was a mod for Farm Sim 22 where instead of like this where I have to keep checking the calendar, I can go in and be like, all right, give me an alert when this item is worth this much. And so you just kind of put it roughly at the higher end of it. So you don't have to keep track of everything's grow time. You can just kind of hop in as you need. Okay, so you're going to want more wood soon. You're still just dumping a bunch of flour outside, which is fine. That said, this is time to plant. And we did just lime the field the last time, so it doesn't need more lime. Because you lime your field like, it's like every third harvest or so is about right to keep the pH in a good spot. But this does mean I'll end up needing to buy potentially fertilizer and seeds, which it's pretty costly. But the good news is when it's time to sell that flour, we should get a pretty big payday. Now the downside is, I don't think all of our barley is going to be processed by December. So there'll be some flour that'll just kind of sit there whenever. But honestly, 60,000 liters of storage of flour, we're going to be able to get through a good part of the year before finally we've kind of maxed it out. Alright. At 9, maybe 10 pallets a day, though. That's only, once we get into that storage, it's only like 6 days. And I'm gonna guess there's probably room for 20 outside of it. So that'd be like 8 days worth of storage and all that. Alright, so let's go grab you. So get our barley set up again. And while that's going around, yeah, so the grain mill is already getting low on barley. So it has almost already processed literally all of the barley. So what that tells me is we really need more fields. Because the longer that grain mill is just saying idling, that's money I'm paying and not getting out of it. Now granted, it doesn't cost that much to run the grain mill. It's a couple of $100 a month or something like that. It's not a super big amount. But having it sit there for like 8 months out of the year with nothing to do is definitely not a winning play. So we're going to need to get more fields, and then on top of that, we'll probably end up needing to upgrade our equipment as we do that. That's going to come anyways, because I think this small tree here on my right, that's in my range. Those two small trees aren't the kind of trees worth to get. That one back might be in my range. All of those are out of my range. Yeah, I think literally that small tree right there might be my very last tree I could feed into the sawmill. And then we're done. Like then I gotta go get someplace with more trees to feed. Let's check here. So if we check on the farmland, so we own this. So you see, like, it only own a little ways around that border, not very far. So that'd be the next one to grab, maybe. That's 119,000. That's 80,000. I'd probably grab this one. There's a decent number of trees around that area. So I think that'll be our good next one. It's right by, so I don't have to drive my vehicles half across the map. Because then it would own all those trees over there in that area. It's not a ton of trees, but then it also gives me the advantage of more crops to grow, keep the flour mill going, that kind of stuff. Because like I said, I like the idea of using the trees as a motivator, being like, okay, it's time to get more land. So yeah, we can buy that one, then that one. Then we're gonna start getting down to this area, which that gets huge areas of land that's all trees. The problem with a lot of that is it's very hilly. I don't anticipate we're gonna get that kind of nonsense going. We'll probably end up going after more normal fields. There will be a point where I have to get the versatile tractor, because with the versatile tractor, that'll give me enough horsepower to get a much larger one of these. What is the big one of these cost? So we go in here, we grab our seeders. We're looking for the biggest direct drill. Is like a direct drill here. That's 8 meters wide. There we go. 25.6 meters wide. If I get a tractor, that's 550 horsepower. Whereas my current tractor is a nice, comfortable 230. And if we check on the versatile brand, not those two. Oh, you only go to 500? Wait, did I not remember this right? I thought there was like... I thought there was one of these things that was like super high horsepower. Oh, you don't go high enough for that. No. And then these ones don't... Like, these two are the two that get a high enough horsepower. But I don't think they have the 3-pin, or the correct connector for it. Well, crap. Because I thought it was this one was way higher horsepower, but they're not. They're really not. It's only 400 horsepower, which is still a massive upstep. And then even those ones aren't high enough. It's literally just these two that have high enough horsepower. But both of them, if we look at the back, they don't have the 3-point connector. Same with that, no 3-point connector on this one either. It looks like it wants to be a 3-point. Is that a 3-point? I wish there was a way to look here and have a lot better confidence about what it had. Because I'd want to potentially get the giant drill cultivator, even have to get the monstrosity of a tractor that like has the pivot in it and all that, which I'm not a fan of. Because then that would qualify for the versatile tractor whatever doing stuff. But the vast majority of them don't have the 3-point connectors, which is what most of the equipment I need uses. It's just the smaller tractors they have. So let's see. If we click on this, yeah, it says it has a TM600, which is why I think this is back here. We go on this. There's a TM1000, which I think is again the connection back here. But then we get into these ones. Oh, this has a T418. I don't know what... I really wish this stuff was very clear. Now it doesn't mention anything at all. Like I wish these things. So that one says it has a TR137. I don't know. And so if we went on here and again went back down to our seeders, because we were talking, yes, this one is the 25 additional capacity. So it's a thing to drag behind the seeder and all that. Oh, that might work. Oh, that does work. It doesn't require a 3-point. Okay, so we should be able to do the drill thing. This is the biggest gripe with this game. Yeah, so it actually looks like I could use that thing. Now, granted, we're talking an obnoxious amount of money, but it looks like I could get the ridiculously overcompensating size tractor, and then be able to use that monstrosity of a tractor to then turn around and use the giant cedar cultivator. I should check to make sure it has the weeder as well. There's a good chance it might not, which is honestly not the end of the world. A lot of the weeders in that are relatively inexpensive. So we go here. One second, make sure I didn't accidentally turn something off. That's not what I wanted to do. Accidentally hit the wrong button trying to get all set up. It's just one button over from the other thing. That is, as much as I've really liked this keyboard over the years, that is the one big negative I have with it. There we go. So we're gonna try and suss out. So it's got the cultivator on the front. It's got the seeder. It does not appear to have the weeder on the back, nor the option for it. It has this weird extended capacity thing that follows behind, which is certainly interesting. Probably not necessary. I have no idea what this funnel is about. So basically, if I do that, I gotta get a weeder. That's not a big deal. It basically means I'll have to do one more pass. Can you attach a weeder to the back? Not from the way it looked. Like it looked like you'll need to get your own separate weeder kind of thing. Yeah, no problem. I can repeat myself once the ads are done. The downside is it does mean I have to get the really big, like, $500,000-$600,000 tractor to get that thing. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be buku bucks though, because I think it was the cultivator seeder thing was like $400,000, and then the big tractor I would need to pull it was like $400,000. Yeah, so you are 312,000 for that. And then the tractor I would need to work with that. It's interesting. Yeah, the tractor we're talking like $500,000. Yeah, we're talking $500,000. It has to be one of those two. Alright. So all things considered, talking just a little bit shy of $1 million to get that set up. That sucks so much. We didn't go for the giant seeder. What's the next one smaller? So this is the monstrosity of a seeder. And that drops it down to 300 horsepower. So we're willing to drop down to 300 horsepower here. We get 15. Man, that's 25.6. Let's see, it is needed because the seeder doesn't have a tank the seed, so the additional thing is a need tank. Oh, right! I didn't even look at that. Yeah. So yeah, we go to that thing. That means just that is basically 650,000. So we're talking $1 million. All things considered, we're talking basically $1 million. To get that. Now, granted, it'd be a 25.6 meter wide cedar cultivator, which, considering I think the one I'm dragging is 3 meters wide. I could be wrong about that. I could double check it. Actually, I turned it off. At least we did at the end. Just gotta redo this one row. I just noticed the covers were left open. It's fine. And on top of that, I need to get a dedicated weeder, which is not as big a deal. But that would be a ridiculously oversized thing. Oh, I'm trying to remember how wide the Nexat is. I want to say the Nexat was only 24 meters. So that means it'd be a cultivator, because it's also It's also a driller, so it drills its own seed, so you don't have to go through and cultivate ahead of time and everything. Okay, so we went down to the Nexat equipment. What was your seeder at? No, it's only 13.5 meters. So it's literally twice as wide as the Nexat when fully deployed. Dear goodness. That would be ridiculously large. The Nexat gets ridiculously unwieldy when fully deployed. Which means I absolutely want it, because it seems just silly to me. But it's also like $1 million to set that up. But to be fair, that still makes it cheaper than the Nexat setup. I was also going to check the width. I think this one is either 6 meters or 3 meters, and I want to say it's 3 meters. Yeah, so we go to the seeder I have right now. I have that one. It's 4 meters. Yeah, so we go from 4 meters to 25.6 meters. Tiny little bit of an upgrade. The downside is, honestly, I'm not sure it's worth getting on this map. Because if we look at it, I'm willing to bet there's only a couple of fields that I could really use it at all before it wouldn't just like snag on everything around because it's just too dang big. Yeah, because we look at the fields on the map. Like, this field would be okay. Those ones up there and those ones up there would be fine. These ones down here don't make much sense. All these little ones over here probably don't make sense. There's a lot of equipment that's kind of the case in Farm Sim. When you get to, like, the really, really big equipment, that quite often you get, like, the ridiculously oversized piece of equipment, and unless you're doing the largest fields, they're just not really the right answer. Still makes me wonder what cultivator and all that I would want that. Well, because that's the thing. The fact that it's a driller is one of the big draws to it, where it can kind of do one pass. It does the cultivating, it does that. Yeah, because you aren't a direct driller, are you? Neither are you. Yeah, so 9 meters is the largest next driller. So basically I can go to about just over twice the size of the thing I've got now is about as big as I'm going to get with the direct driller. Unless I go all the way up to that thing that's going to be like $1 million to set up. At which point then, you know, then we're talking 25.6, which I kind of just want to see so I can like watch it deploy out and just cover the whole field, kind of like the giant weeders do. I do imagine that's got to be pretty sweet for when you're doing really big fields, though. Because that would basically do, for every pass I'm doing here, it would be about 6 passes and like a quarter of an extra pass. So it's like 6 1/4 passes of what I'm doing here would be per pass of that giant seeder. But I'm going to need a tractor so large that it's going to be difficult to drive around the map. That'll be an interesting one. Now, the downside is trying to make that happen, the amount of money we are talking is going to be a pretty big undertaking. And certainly if we started abusing stuff like power generation or whatever, we can make that happen in no time. Because that's just the meme, is that you can just print money with power generation. Normally I'm running greenhouses at this point. I'll usually have like 2 greenhouses. Because of my limited map space, that's just not a thing I have even bothered with. Which I'm fine keeping it that way. We are taking advantage of lumber for pursuing the playground, which is just another thing to deal with now. Is the playground, I've got to get the rope, which the rope factory cost 300,000, but might still be worth it just because of how ridiculously expensive everything is. It might genuinely be worth my time to later on just get sheep to just feed the rope factory. All right. It also made contract work interesting, that big of a cedar. You don't get that many sewing contracts. But imagine you get through them pretty quick with that. Okay. We're getting all the fertilizer in there. Yeah, the other downside we run into is if I go the way of getting that giant tractor, it'll do that cultivating stuff well. I believe it can pull trailers well. For anything that requires the 3-point, it can't do it. It doesn't have a 3-point. So I gotta think about what machines that disallows me from using. I think the plows required a 3-point, which I don't really care about that. The lime wagon does not require a 3-point. I believe the forklift attachment requires a 3-point. I believe the winch requires a 3-point. It's almost anything we like pick up seems to be the stuff that requires 3-point. Stream's been good. Just waffling over ideas about future purchases we've got going on in the game right now. We got our grain mill running away, like doing that, feeding it barley and all that. And realizing like we need to get more tractors and all that. And looking at what we could do to improve our seeder. And we can get a seeder that's just over twice the width of what we got, and that's kind of the max before we lose a lot of functionality. But there is one that's like 5 1/4 times the size, so like just cartoonishly large. But getting everything I need to work with it is gonna cost me like $1 million. Which is gonna be some doing. And we're making over 100,000 a year, and probably more than that now we've got the flour and then soon enough the bakery stuff going. So I probably put up with this the way it is right now. We move on to getting that second field going, and then that's when we worry about that. Because the other thing we can honestly do is just watch here, start saving up a bunch of money. And if I could snag any of the things on sale, great, because there'll be 3 things I need. So it's 3 different opportunities for me to potentially get something on sale. And then if we do get to the point where we start creeping up on that amount of money, then we just buy the things. Alright. Honestly, that's the kind of stuff when you're doing like Survivor Man runs that you really feel like you made it. When you're starting down and you're like putting your chunks of log in your truck and barely able to afford what you need to like mow a lawn or something like that. But then you get into that late game where you've got like the 25-meter wide piece of equipment, you're just doing half a field to pass. And you're just like, yep. I want to get our Survivor Man runs going. The only reason I've been not getting another Survivor Man going is the way all Survivor Man runs typically start is either one, you just cut trees. Which is fine. You just cut trees and then sell the wood for your initial money until you know you have your 10,000 or 12,000 or 50,000, like probably more than that, like 50, 60,000 where you need to get the minimum, repeatable thing, whether it's like doing bales, mowing grass, greenhouse, whatever, to get something off the ground. And that's fine. But like I keep wanting there to be other options than just cut trees, because cut trees is fine. But it is one of those ones for even the people who really enjoy the Survivor Man challenge, that people are like, you know what, I'm kind of tired of seeing, 2 or 3 videos of cut trees, or like just, okay, we started cutting trees, advance, alright, well we have $80,000 from cutting trees. Like neither of those are super satisfactory, but just the way Farm Sim works from that, the alternative is you either give yourself the basics for cutting grass, which is automatically jumping yourself forward like $50,000, $60,000 to cut and sell grass, unless you get mods to get like yourself the Husqvarna riding mower, which lets you cut grass immediately for a couple $1,000. But that's whatever. I did look at doing a modded run where I started with a bunch of like vintage stuff to try and make it as cheap as possible, because what I was trying to do is like my justification in my head is usually with the Survivor Man runs for like content creation, you give yourself a chainsaw and then usually you give yourself like the bare minimum to have something you can put logs in, whether it's a pickup truck or like a tiny little tractor with a tiny little trailer. And by the time you're all said and done, that usually ends up being like $40,000, $50,000 between, like $30,000, $40,000 I should say, not more than that, in that. And I was trying to find like a bunch of mods that gave you like the 1 point whatever meter wide plow, the like the 2 meter wide like planter. You get the idea, like the bare minimum. And unfortunately, the smallest harvester I could find, which the game, they like, for the mods they made a couple thousand, and it was like this absolute microscopic little harvester. And I think when I did all of the math, it actually did end up being kind of in that same ballpark size-wise of, okay, I'm going to be in it like 30, 40,000 or whatever it was for like was it like 14 horsepower or whatever tractor, which is nothing considering this one's 230, to run that equipment. And it worked. But the issue I ran into was owning land, that the moment you had to give yourself land, if you gave yourself a super small field, it'd just take forever, because I had done my test and I made like $450 in a field. I'm like, all right, hang on, wait a second, I'm down for some grind. But something tells me, being like, okay, well, we made $450 a year with this, cool, I'll see you all in like 20 in-game years when I get my very first like tiniest real tractor, and move on from there. Maybe that's not a good play. Which that just means I need to give myself a bigger field. But like there's that juggle, the whole point of Survivor Man is to start with nothing. And if you're giving yourself all of this equipment, it kind of takes away from it. You know, granted that one, like I think I was debating like calling it like My Old Farm or Grandpa's Old Farm or whatever. That the idea is you got like nothing but the most outdated vintage, you know, low volume farming equipment you could and had to build up from there. Which should be fine. I could also see, because like I could also see just doing it by the, you know, cut down logs or whatever to get that point. But then you still run to the thing with the land. Because that's always one of the takeaways of Survivor Man as well. Is either one, you allow loans, leases, or contracts, which, you know, then the game gets far more, you know, far easier. Because those, like, contracts are extremely lucrative. And with loans and leases, you could basically do anything you want. Like, you just have enough materials to do that. Yeah, so there's a lot to figure out with that. Part of it is also with the slow start with cutting the trees, is you just get tired of like chopping the trees up into their segments and dumping them in the truck and then repeating it again and again, just to get things going. And plus, I actually don't like cutting down the trees that much, like the trees like this. From my understanding, I don't believe any of them respawn in any capacity. And you can plant trees, like go onto the map and put the tree back down, but it kind of just takes the money back from you of what you would have put in for that tree, planting a new tree like that. And on top of that, if you plant like the poplar trees, it's not like the tree, like it's not like these trees that are around the perimeter. They kind of have like, it's almost like an orchard you drive along to get it all. At least if I remember correctly, because you would chip them. You don't get lumber from them as much as I remember. I could be wrong in that one. I haven't done the poplar in forever. Okay. Okay, so we started this row just hitting 12%. Because we got about 4 or 5 maybe more passes. I want to see if I'm going to have to stop to refill the fertilizer. I think I will. Like if it goes more than 2%, we probably will. But if it just creeps down just barely over 1%, there's a good chance you get through the entire rest of this without needing to do a top off. It's gonna be right on that fence. Looks like it's actually 6 rows, maybe? Yeah, 2% with 6 rows. We definitely won't make it to all of that before we run out of fertilizer. It's looking like maybe 1.5%. Like 1.5% per pass. I don't think they're shortening up enough for it to matter. Yeah, so I'm going to have to top off the fertilizer. I'm going to come up like 1% short, maybe 1.5% short from being able to finish the whole field. Yeah, because it's just over, it's almost 2% per row. And there's 3 rows left. So when I get to this end, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick top off. Just race down, top it off. Drop down here. We'll want to fuel up and repair, probably. And that'll be an interesting thing to do. Let's go get our topping off of our fertilizer and all that. I can finish planting the field. That doesn't get harvested again until June. We'll probably want to go check in on the flour. Actually, I don't need to check in the flour because it's going to run out of barley before we finish. Okay. Yeah, so next season I'll need to get more seeds. That's fine. That's going to happen a lot. So finish those last 2 rows. Get the tractor and seeder all patched up. And then they'll be done for the season. Then we just kind of have to float until it's time to sell the flour, which is December. And then that's when we get our big cash out. We can check in on how the sawmill is doing. Sawmill is good for another day. It's starting to back up a little bit. Okay, we are starting... Well, actually, no, that's still piling up. I'm curious how much that flour mill's going to let me pile flour outside of it. I think it is going to be like 20 pallets worth. Which would be another significant investment I'm probably going to need to do, is getting a semi that has a proper trailer that can carry pallets really well. And then probably going from where we're just kind of putting a forklift attachment on this to like getting an actual forklift. And the reason for that boils down to, with the forklift situation, I need a forklift over by the flour mill and the bakery, and I also need a forklift over by the sawmill, and it's kind of not really an easy thing to put them in both places. Oh, honestly, right now with the lumber mill, I don't need to be stockpiling the lumber for selling at like peak season or anything like that, because it varies wildly from what it looked like. And it looked like the margins between top and bottom were pretty minimal. And since we don't have anything to do there, so let me go ahead and take the sawmill real fast. I'm going to go here, and we're going to set those to sell for right now, and just get the cash. I'll still have to sell the ones that are piled up, but I'm not super worried about that. Hey, Insane Spork, I'm doing pretty good. And go here. Repair for $500, repair for $100, and we're good. And we can go ahead and drop off our cedar. All right. Yep, so that is actually more than 20 because they're stacked 2 deep. So that'd be 16, 32. It'll be 32 stacks of pallets on the outside. So 32,000 liters of flour. Like I said, I believe we sell those in December. Yeah. All right, so that is going to be an interesting one. We'll need the forklift attachment. How's Farm Sim? Millionaires yet? Nah, this is a fairly new run. We started this like we have had one stream in this run before this one because it's for dare drop stuff. We're making good progress. We're about halfway through our dares. But it did mean starting fresh. So I don't need to worry about that as long as there's, so if you look at this, there's a buffer in here where it says down here flour 60,000 liters. When that fills up, that's when it stops producing, and we're gonna run out of barley way before that's a concern. There's only 2 of those there. Oh, because we were, yeah. Nope, that's not the right one. Yeah, we can use another tree in the lumber mill. And the problem we have is I'm pretty sure we're about out of trees. Because most of these I can't cut. So I think this one is a no. Oh, that one's a yes. Okay, never mind. So that means I can cut you down. I can cut you down. None of that's worth mentioning. No dice here. I'm just trying to get a feel of how many trees we got left. Nah, that's not worth mentioning. This is going to be a no dice here, definitely. No dice there. These I'm pretty sure out of range down here. Yeah, that's definitely out of range. Alright, so it's my last 2 trees. All the rest of the trees are out of range. So we are going to need to buy more land soon. Otherwise the sawmill starts idling and that'll be a major hit to our income. So we'll get the big tree there, it should go in. I might even have enough for both the trees. And like I said, we're kind of selling the wood now because justifying spending like the $160,000 to buy the rope to get us into our next phase. And then losing 2,000, they'd be losing almost $20,000 of that, just like straight up losing it for doing so. I just don't see doing that right now. We'll want to do that eventually. But I figure if we get ourselves up and running to making a lot of money, that's the point where we can start working on some of these objectives over here that are basically just cash stuff. Like building the playground, getting all the equipment and all that. Okay. Would you stop catching on literally everything, please? Okay. Alright, so we're not going to feed the archery in there yet, but I probably could. Right now, I'm going to just drop that right there. Okay. Grab and bring it over. Yeah, and I'm not worried about that right now. It'll be something we'll want to do. In about 4 days, we'll run out of wood in the sawmill and bring that over and maybe buy myself part of a 5th day. And that's when, like, all of this stuff will start mattering. So we are going to end up needing to do multiple trips with this trailer to deal with the flour when it's time. Like I said, I think it's not going to be too much longer until I'm going to need to get, like, a semi with a trailer just to deal with moving, like, flour and bread and crap like that around. It'd be really nice, really, really nice, if we had the possibility of getting the bakery right away as well. But I think realistically we probably want to prioritize the additional field first. Because right now we're going to have the grain mill idling a lot. It'll still be way, way lucrative. But if I get an extra field in there where we can keep the grain mill running that much longer, that's that much money rolling in. Let's get down here. I don't need to load it up yet, but I can get everything in the position for when we do. Yeah, so there's all of our flour so far. Okay. So with that, we teleport back down here. We advance the month. Because it's December is when we sell the flour. That's payday. Nothing we care about there. We can pay down a bunch of the loan. Okay. Yeah, so now we got about 8 stacks of flour in storage, and now we are completely out of barley. That's fine. So we just pop back over here. Nothing we care about in this batch. Not that exactly have a whole lot of money to do anything. Pay down that a little bit. Sawmill's getting plenty low, but that's okay. One more, and then that means it's time to cash out our flour. And then at the same time, I'll need to drag a little bit of wood in, and then hopefully that gives me enough money for another chunk of land, so we can start dragging the wood over from there. And expand our farming a little bit. Nothing I'm gonna grab here. Okay, so you're still doing that. You're about to run out. The grain mill's got a bunch in there, but it is payday. Oh, it's not lowered. Why are you having problems popping off? Needless to say, I've got flour. And that's the reason it's like, oh, I probably need to get an actual forklift now and not just make and do. Just strapping them in so that way if I slam into the trailer or something, I don't just send it sailing. Okay. Now, one thing I could probably do, if I want to take the time, is I could probably go and shove them all up against the wall. So that way instead of grabbing 4, I could grab 8 in a go. But then probably we're going to run into issues where, like, we start bouncing the tractor and all that, tipping it on its front wheels and whatnot. And also with an actual forklift, I can probably stack them higher. Okay. We have those 8. I want to put one more stack in there if we can. If I can fit one more stack in there, I have to do only 2 trips instead of 3. I'm going to try and scooch up here. Just nudge these forward. Okay, and I only need one more. Load on there. That'll be half of all the flour we've made. And then we gotta figure out where I can sell it for the best price. I saw there was a restaurant and the bakery. Those are strong candidates. Okay, so that's half my flour. Okay, so for flour, where can I sell this best? So flour right now, we've got 474. That's the train. That's the one option we won't be doing. The restaurant. So restaurant's the best price other than the train, because the train I got a whole extra thing I got to do with it, and I don't feel like it. So restaurant's over there on the right. So we need to cross the railroad tracks. Actually, I don't think we need to run. Let's not cross the railroad tracks. Let's run down this way. Because it is looking like it's south and west. So it might be I just skirt across this way. Okay, it's more just straight west. Either way, it's fine. We cross a bridge, we cross a bridge. I'm guessing it's going to be in that patch of buildings. Yeah, so it's in that group of buildings up there. That's not what I wanted. So for that... Yeah, so just keep going down this way. We take the road to the north, switch over. And then the big question is how much money we make in this total. Because this should be a massive multiplier. So this will be half of the money we're expecting to get from just what was effectively the barley before. So we should be looking at a really strong payday considering this is 20,000 liters of flour. As you can tell by the fact that my tractor is struggling to go up this hill, there's so much flour on this. And we have another 20,000 liters back at the grain mill. And at 4,500 or whatever it was per, or was it 4,000, 14,000? No, it's like 1,400 per 1,000 liters. We should be doing pretty solid. We can potentially use that to buy ourselves another field. That field becomes more barley, which becomes more flour, becomes more cash, gives us some more trees. Which if we start, honestly, if we start making enough money with the flour and barley and all that, I might discontinue the sawmill. And we eventually just turn to buying the wood. Just because it's going to get worse and worse dragging the trees across all the properties just to get over there. Like there's lots and lots of money in wood. But it will be something that'll get annoying. Especially with the weird property lines we're dealing with. Okay, so the first part of that was about $33,000. So from the flour, we're going to make about $66,000 by the time this is all said and done. I'm sorry, $34,000. So $68,000 just from the 1 year's worth of barley. And then we go and we take it a step farther to doing the bread as well. We should be able to get ourselves an extra big pile on top of that. Another added bonus with that is each time we go and we process it, you get like less physical volume you have to move around. Still. There's also the added bonus is you can set it to be on distribution. And if you set on distribution, it'll automatically kick the stuff over from like the flour mill to the bakery since the bakery uses the flour. And so you can keep that going. So it's also possible we get the bakery, and if the bakery starts filling up, we still have surplus flour. We can either set it to automatically sell if we don't want to deal with it, or set up another business that can use the flour to then, you know, again, keep it producing. It is one thing that's both pro and con of selling at like peak market. You get so much more money, but then it does mean you have to like do a lot more work all at once, and not like a lot of little as much. So you can't like, if you said just automatically sell, the loss of revenue is pretty steep. Like there is some overhead just from the fact that you are selling automatically, but it's more the loss of potential price is kind of the one that really hurts. That said, while selling all at once at peak price gives you way more money, there's certainly something to be said about selling it as it goes and paying down the load gradually, so you have less interest payments. You cut those payments down, because if from one month to the other I only get a couple $100 more, and I can manage to get 2-3 loan payments out of that, that's still ultimately going to save me a bunch of money over the extended period of time. I don't think, like, I'm sure mathematically there's a correct answer, but I don't think it's so severe that it matters, because this isn't a game that you have to be, like, min-maxing just to manage things. Min-maxing just means things go faster. Okay. But yeah, as you can imagine, if later on you are doing all of this yourself, all the forklifting, you can see how fast you'd get to like 5-6 production lines up and running, and you would just like wake up, start loading pallets, and that's your whole day. You just hand the AI the keys to your harvester and just start loading pallets. It's one of the reasons why eventually almost everyone sooner or later gets to doing something like using either like having stuff goes directly to sale or distribution or whatever, or they get a mod like auto loader, like whatever their solution is, that it's effectively to reduce the load of dealing with the forklift. Hey Mark, how's it going? But you know, in the Survivor Man run, I didn't use autoloader till a very long time. It was kind of like way later on when I had a bunch of greenhouses and all that set up. That was when I finally like did take autoloader, because it was just getting to a point where it's like I just can't take this anymore. Is this a new map? This is Riverbend. This is, we started this run, not like yesterday's stream, but, earlier this past week we had a sponsored stream of Farm Sim, and I, you know, did it for that because there was a dare drop that had to be done on this specific map, to do the collectibles. Okay, trying to get those scooched on a little bit so I can get the next set. Okay. Those ones in front are wobbling way more than I like. And lose them if I don't get them loaded up. Alright, I flew too close to the sun on that one. There's too much weight. And so I kept tipping more and more and more. Eventually I lost those two off of it. The good news, they're still stacked up, so I'm not sitting here retrieving individual boxes. Yeah, if I'm gonna do that, I need a counterweight. Okay, let's get these last two on here. You wake up because of coughing? That's no fun. Alright. Get these last two real fast. Ah, that one's gonna get loose, I just accept it. I could fight with it for 10 minutes, or we could just put these up, grab the last one, and just shove it on. Well, come on. There we go. Cool. And now we just need to get this last one over here. Which would be a little tricky because of the way it's rotated. Just need to get away from that real fast before I can roll it up onto its That works. I wasn't expected to work that way. Okay, so we can go ahead and put this back here. I'm gonna strap those in, and I need to quickly pop to the restroom again. Been drinking way too much soda tonight and all that. We'll get that sold. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. For potential alternative for saying no, too. Yeah, how's that feel, Boomalope? Sucks to be you, huh? That Boomalope right there? That one? The one who ate my crops, who ran away? Sucks to be you. Even Cassie's tired of your garbage. Locking you into a one-style spot, telling you to get wrecked. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because I pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel on that line? Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Get out of my way, man. Alright, and we are back. Let's go get paid. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay, so this, in theory, should be like another 36,000 or something like that. Then we need to go run over and drag the tree over to the sawmill. And then I'm kind of waffling in my head. And the reason I'm doing that is technically I got two choices. I can buy the extra field, and that gives me more field to grow, a couple more trees to maybe feed in the sawmill, or just get rid of the sawmill. Well, I mean, I'll probably just turn off the sawmill. I probably won't get rid of it. You know, turn off the sawmill and just focus on that. And instead get the bakery, so we can start feeding the flour into the bakery for even more pay, or get the extra field, which takes me a little bit more time to process to grow the crops and draw it into the thing, keeping the sawmill running more, or sorry, the grain mill running more year round. Both of them are good. They both have pros and cons. One of those cons is just the fact that, you know, I gotta pick up all these flour pellets. Well, actually, no, with the flour pellets, I can put those to distributing. Because there's 60,000 liters of capacity inside the place, and it would just keep building up in there. And then when the bakery is full, I could potentially just switch it to sell. And maybe I don't worry about dragging all of these pallets everywhere I go. Just so I don't have to go quite as hard on the forklift simulator. It just sucks because the difference between selling at peak market and like whenever is like 30% difference. It's not a small amount. Now at the distributing side, that doesn't matter as much, because until you sell it, you don't take that difference. I'm really tempted to do the bakery side of it. Get the bakery, the next load of flour goes into the bakery. We get delayed gratification so far as our money from the flour. But, on the other hand, we get way more for it. And that's kind of the consequence, so is you get kind of a delayed year almost before you really get your output. So that was about 23,000. That was almost 40,000. Okay, so we got 70,000. Now, we do go the route of the bakery, we don't buy it right this second. Like, whether we get the field or the bakery, we don't buy it right this second. If we do the field, we buy it when it comes time to plant. Yeah, you know what? I think we kill the sawmill. I think we get rid of the sawmill. It's done us well. We load in this last tree I've got. We let it process it. We get rid of the sawmill. Yes, the sawmill's very lucrative, but like I kind of was saying, is it will become a thing that I'm going to need to drag trees from farther and farther and farther away, which will mean I'll probably eventually need to switch from using the winch to getting a proper thing for picking up and loading the trees, and they're very cost prohibitive. Or I'll need to like tear down the sawmill, rebuild the sawmill in the next location, yada. You get the idea. So we can get money back from the sawmill. It cost us like 30,000 to initially purchase, and we'll probably get 15, 16, 20 back or something like that. And that means I'm not lumberjacking the whole time. We can get rid of the winch because it won't be needed anymore at that stage. We'll just sell like the last two pieces of lumber that are sitting there. Just take it over to the playground, sell it. We can just buy our way to victory with the playground when we've got the other stuff lined up. That'll lose us an income, but at the same time, the labor that's going to go into that trees as I have to drag them farther is going to be a real problem. You've been watching the past few weekends? Did you finish Roadcraft? I did. I finished Roadcraft yesterday. So if you want to see the end of Roadcraft, it's in the VOD from yesterday. It's really good. I very much have nothing but positive things to say about it. And also, getting rid of the sawmill would mean I'd have to do less like back and forth with this trailer as well. So I do think I want to go the bakery route. That what we'll do, we'll go here. I'll switch you to distributing. And then, like I said, once we get to the next harvest of the barley, I'll buy the bakery, turn the bakery on, and I might literally just set the bakery to selling. Yes, we won't get top dollar out of it, but it'll mean I'll get a gradual payout, of which some of it will be top dollar, most of it will be somewhere in between, and a little bit will be bottom dollar. So ultimately, it should end, I mean, we'll end up with the average amount it's worth. And considering how much less of a hassle it'll be, that'll probably be much easier. Okay. So for the moment, I just need to drop you off here. Drop you off. And I need to winch that last tree into the sawmill, let it run. And then, like I said, we'll need to sell those last two pieces of wood, the planks and whatnot. That'll be good. It's also probably something that we could ultimately get rid of the silo too and clean up this hill to be less an absolute disaster like it is. Worry about that later, though. Then if I'm also not cutting down the trees, I have less of a reason to get the stump grinder. Yeah, we've got some stumps around here that'll be a little annoying, but if it's just here, that's not that bad. Yeah, because I have our last tree that I can use right there. Because all the other trees are not on my property, technically. Okay. Ooh, almost trampled my crops. Okay, so we can go ahead and drag this over here. Stop snagging on everything and pulling me around. Alright, so with that, we're committing to getting out of it, so let's grab the winch, sell that. We get our 5,000 back. Cool. We have our sawmill, so it's got about a day and a quarter left of that. So let it produce its stuff and see how far it goes. And I've got those 2 things of planks there to sell. That's fine. So June is harvest. Let's go sell those now. Let's not wait. We'll just sell them now. Because that way, the moment that thing runs out of lumber, we can just sell the building. I don't even worry about the trailer. I'm just going to grab the forklift front, sell it, get our last payout from the lumber. And then we're going to be focused on bread. We're going to make our bread with bread. That way we're doing farming and not just lumberjacking. Work on paying down our loan. I was actually saying there's like, do I also sell the silo? But that's what I'm kind of going back and forth on. Because I could certainly handle a full extra field in the grain mill and having plenty of room to spare and not needing the silo at all. But the silo is convenient for this field to drop off as a middle stage. But it would kind of be nice to get rid of the things on the backside of this field, because we only really put them here because I didn't have a better spot for them. But now I've got the grain mill. Unless we get to the point that I literally have just got so much crop that I don't know what to do with, which is a potential problem. Well, crap. And honestly, what it could do is on that property that has the grain mill, I could probably put down some buildings. Put down a silo over there. So we've got a bunch of, like, if we do have extra grain, just plunk it there. Alright. Quickly sell these for about 2,000, I'd guess, 3,000 maybe. Well, that's how we can go here. Finances. Repay as much as the loan as we can, because about to get more money. Try and spare some interest payments. Now, oh wait, we plant in June, right? No, we harvest in June. Right, we harvest in June, we plant in September. Now, if we do run into the situation where... Sorry, if we do run into a situation where I have enough money, I could potentially get the field and the bakery when it comes time to seed, because I think it was seed in September? Yeah, seed in September. Yeah, so if we get to September and, you know, I've got enough money for the field and the bakery. So bakery is June, and if we have enough money in September, we can buy the field as well and kind of expand our operation. And then really after that, we'd need to be starting to up the size of our equipment to make it so planting isn't painfully slow and yada yada. Right now, the big thing is bringing in more cash, making the things we're producing give us more money overall, and then trying to reduce the number of human hours we have to that output of money. That's the reason I'm trying to get away from the sawmill, I think, is it is going to start scaling up the human hours I need to do the same processes, unless I keep moving it around. Which, you know, each time I move it, you know, I delete it, I lose 10,000 bucks to build it again, because, like, the cost of the used one versus the other one. And it certainly will make more money than that, but that doesn't take into consideration, like, the time to produce and all that. It's very lucrative. But if I wanted to do a long term, I would need the truck with the little claw arm to pick up logs, and then strip the branches off so I can load it in that. But the moment I start doing that, I'm losing a lot of the potential wood. Oh right, I have to put this on the fence for it to work here. It's like it's weird like that. Okay, so did get more. Enough that we can do one more payment down. Because all that's just lowering those interest rates. Alright. So for right now, we're automatically selling what wood's there. Once we get the grain mill online, we'll get the bakery built. Or not built, we'll buy the bakery. We'll set the grain mill to automatically redistribute to the bakery until the bakery is full. Then we'll flip it to just sell the flour until the bakery gets low. The bakery, I'm just going to keep it on auto sale. I know I'm not going to get nearly as much money doing it that way as opposed to manually doing all the forklifting stuff. It's just, unless something's changed... Actually, let's look at the bakery. Bakery is over here. Yeah, it's a different bakery than I had before. This one might actually be able to... Okay, we won't automatically sell from the bakery. And the reason... Because the bakery that I remember from Farm Sim 22, it could only keep, like, 2 or 4 pallets of bread outside. Like, it just had a very limited output capacity. And so you basically had to rotate the bread every single day. And so, with my tractor being my forklift, I just really didn't want to get into that pattern. But that looks like it might be able to carry a good 8 or 10 pallets, which is actually a full trailer, so that might be worth my time. Alright. A lot of good stuff there. Not what I need, though. Okay, so if we check you, you've got a little bit more wood in there. Probably not enough to do anything with, but still. You're fully out of materials. That's not surprising. We can go in here, repay a little bit more of that loan. We're in January. Nothing else to do in January. Move the month forward. So we're mostly watching on sales right now until we hit June. June we buy the bakery, we load up the barley into the stuff, and we get all that set up. We should also check, more than likely the bread also sells the best in the winter. Well, there's if we want to do the hoe and all that. Okay. Oh, it's an auger wagon, I see. How much are we paying on interest per month right now? Yeah, it's over 1,000, so we don't want to pay that down. Okay. So with that, the sawmill is kaputsk. It's got nothing left to give. So if I remember correctly how to do this, because I hadn't done this in a while, we would go to construction. Yeah, it's the south end of the map, I believe. Well, disoriented now. Yeah, there we go. So we can sell that for 16,000 and for 9,000. They probably shouldn't bother with this. Yeah, we're on soften. And basically, I'm trying to not have it have really rough edges. Okay. And then we could also go in here. Oh, what was the buttons? There we go. We spent a little bit covering that up. It was purely cosmetic, so it wasn't necessarily worth doing, but that's fine. So now I have the grain mill. We'll be able to get the bakery later. That's fine. For the moment, we're going to go back here, and we're going to pay down that loan a bunch more, because again, we're just trying to lower our interest rates as best we can. Well, not interest rates, sorry. Lower our interest payments in general each month as much as we can. Now, this does mean I'm getting literally zero income other than the bakery for right now. So each month, I'm just losing cash. Okay. There's March. April, May, then June. So we're just trying to get to June. That's when we get the bakery and all that online. Now, what's going to probably happen is I'm going to get one of the things I really want to buy is going to come up, and I won't be able to do anything with it. Okay, that's fine. None of these we care about. This will take us into May. Cool. The last question is, when was the bread? We didn't check. I assume it's going to be winter that the bread will be worth the most. Yeah, so the bread price changes. Yeah, so it's one of those things that changes by $1,100 from top to bottom. Now granted, most of the time it spends like right around the middle, so it'd probably make about 3,000-ish year-round from it. Which is still certainly something to say. That is not a bad forklift, but right now we're not really looking to have a whole lot of money. And then this would be for June. Yeah, so if I sold it year-round, it would average about $3,000 per load. If I wait till it's all in the winter, I get about $3,500 per load. So it's certainly something to say that it easily could be an extra $1,000, $2,000 a month. So with this, we're gonna go here, financial. We're gonna borrow all that money again. Well, there is one of the things. I'm not buying it right now because that would wipe us out without giving the bakery, but that would be one of the useful things. There's a strong possibility I'm snagging that forklift while we're here, but we'll see. Honestly, well, actually, honestly, at that price for the forklift, for $22,000, what's the forklift's connection on my tractor worth? I bet you it's worth another $5,000. Sold. All right, so we're going to sell the forklift attachment here. And even though I probably shouldn't, I'm going to grab this thing while it's on sale. So that gives me an actual forklift, which will be able to tilt and all that, and I can leave it by the bakery to deal with stuff. So I haven't planned on doing that. We can get you in position to start loading up all of the barley to then get into the flour mill, and then from the flour mill, I am so disoriented. Oh, I know where we are at. Yeah. So you get the barley loaded into the grain mill to then get that going to the bakery. And we'll see if we can keep the bakery running year-round. Because if we can keep the bakery running year-round, that's going to be really good money. We won't have quite enough money to buy another field right this moment, which is okay. September would be the day to consider, and it is possible that even if I don't get top dollar, it might still be worth selling what bread we get in September to be able to get the extra field, to then be able to drop, you know, drop some seed in that extra field and all that, to then increase my barley production, to, you know, get more bread the next year. You get the idea. Okay. In hindsight, I should have grabbed you. So let's get you repaired, because if your harvester is damaged, it cuts into your yield, and not by a little. That's $500 in repairs. That's fine. So get you to work. We'll get the tractor in place to start doing the trailer stuff. Then we can repair up the forklift. And we can start getting the forklift in position over by the bakery. Deal with all that garbage. Honestly, do I care about fixing the forklift? Because the reason you fix a lot of that stuff is it penalizes stuff like its horsepower and like how efficient stuff is. And I don't think I actually care. Like, I would imagine with the forklift, you probably lose either horsepower or top speed. Would be the most likely things it'll penalize. In neither of those am I really fretting over. Like, either case, it's just going to load a bunch of bread onto a trailer, and it'll drive off with it. Okay, so I need to switch your configuration over. So that way we're all ready to get the barley loaded up, to get it to the grain mill. Then I'll start feeding the bakery, and we'll see how far this goes. Because we'll be at about 75,000 after we buy the bakery, is my expectation. Okay, so next move is to go here. We've got the grain mill. Grab the bakery. Visit. Your 50,000. So now we can go here. So the bakery. So we want to go ahead and activate that. We will change its output to storing for right now. And it can carry 11,000 or 110,000 flour in there. It can store. So this is much better. This is much better than the bakery in Farm Sim 22. This would imply I can carry about 55 pallets worth of bread inside the bakery, which is much better versus I think Farm Sim 22 was like 8. Alright, so meanwhile... Oh, you're an electric. Okay. I missed that was an electric forklift. I don't care one way or the other. It was like, it sounded weird from, I was like, what? It's like, oh, it's an electric forklift. Okay, that's fine. I have no idea how long that battery lasts, which is okay. All I care is, can it lift up pallets? Because we're gonna stage this over by the bakery to just deal with whatever. Oh, it's got a fuel thing down there that's got 39.8 hours of battery life left on it. And that'll be operating capacity, not just sitting there. Like, I don't have to just recharge it every 2 days. it needs to be working for 2 days to run the battery out. It's almost like they don't make forklifts for top speed travel. That's fine. Literally all I'm going to do on this end is it's just going to sit outside the bakery, pick up a pallet, move it around, pick up a pallet, move it around. Repeat that. Yeah, so unlike the other one that we were dealing with, this one should be able to go way higher. Yeah, so we got quite a bit higher it can go. The other thing you can do is you can notice I can tip this back and forward. I can't actually do that with the tractor one, which is part of what makes it hard to pick up any meaningful amount is because it's vertical and you can't bend it back, it's much easier to get too much weight in the front where you roll forward versus if you tip it back against your tractor. You move the center of gravity a little ways back. So it's a little bit on the small side compared to the other forklift, but that's fine. It cost almost nothing. Okay, you're about to fill up. Don't turn around. Alright, so we have to wait till it carves in at least enough that I won't destroy the crops when I take it over. Crushed 1 single unit of barley plant. Alright, meanwhile that's emptying. So you should be almost here. Somewhere around here is the bakery. Oh, it's literally right here. I'm driving past it right now. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and park you right up here. Okay. And I know we're nowhere near full. I'm just going to drop off this, because this will be at least enough to get the flour production online, so that all those buildings aren't just sitting there idle, wasting time and money. Yeah, more than likely end up taking over the harvester here in a minute, and then doing it myself where I just keep filling this thing up. Just trying to get that first load into the grain mill so it can get its first load of flour going. I suspect the grain mill will be more than capable of outrunning the bakery. Then it comes down to a matter of, am I producing enough barley to keep the bakery online year-round? Which I'm going to guess no. But there's only one way to find out. And as nice as that thing would be to get, I don't think that's the right play right now to get the 1 out of the 3 pieces I need to get the giant cedar, as much as I'd like it. It's $1 million. Even if I get it half off, we're still talking $500,000. That's not happening soon, and that's if everything I got half off. Okay, and this brings barley production on, or flour production back online. And once that makes a single container of flour, that brings the bakery online. Which would be fine, considering we figured it was something like 9 or 10 pallets worth of flour produced per day from the grain mill. Which sounds like it's going to be massively overkill for the bakery. So like I said, once the bakery gets full of flour, I'm literally just going to flip the building to just start selling the flour. We won't get top dollar for it that way, but I'm not managing that many pallets if I don't have to. I'll eat the cost. Okay, so just get you someplace easy to find. We'll go to the gap where I had all the stuff over here in the trees. One, because I want to see how bad it is. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Not gonna lie. It's pretty appalling. Perfect. And then you are now under my control. Because then what I can do is, as I'm going the lap around, I can just stop at the trailer, top it off. And then when we start crossing the field and all that, will be good. And we want to pay down the loan some more, because I grabbed everything we could just because I didn't know what we need. And if you take a loan and immediately pay it off, you don't actually lose anything in the game. Like, it's not accruing interest by the second or anything else, it's purely by the end of each day, midnight. Okay, let's get this dropped off while we're sitting here. We can go to loans. Hit down to like 5 or 8 or wherever we're at. There we go. Cool. Now basically just keep doing that till that trailer's full. We then drop it all off. No, don't trample the crops. We then drop it all off at the grain mill. And we go from there. Now, I want to say there's other production lines. I want to say there was something like with preserves you could do with the flour as well, like the canning place. Like maybe made like tortilla shells? I can't remember. The big thing is bread and cake. But cake being a huge hassle to set up, which of course is one of my dare drops. Which, like I said, I very well might just buy a pallet of milk, buy a pallet of egg, buy a pallet of strawberries, just shove them all in the bakery. Because we look at our production lines for the bakery real fast. If you look at what's cake. Cake requires butter, eggs, flour, milk, bottled rice. Oh, that's... yeah, rice flour or regular flour, either or. Strawberries, and sugar. All of that goes into making cake. You're not supposed to only make cake, but make a full pallet of cake. Or full pallet of cake and sell it. Hey, one Professor Cheese. Yeah, I can't remember. I almost felt like there was some of the stuff you didn't need, like some of it was optional or something. But yeah, you get the idea. So that'd be sugar cane, flour. Yeah, no, it's either or with something. So it might be milk or butter. I don't remember. I know flour you have to have. I'm going to just see if I just turn that on, what happens. I'm assuming it won't work at all until it has more of the ingredients. But like getting the milk starting to happen and delivering that to the bakery and all that, that'll be a whole thing. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, both of these are missing materials. You're actively working on making the flour. When it hits 1,000 flour, it'll kick it over to the bakery. And then we'll just see if it gives us any progress towards cake. I'm not expecting it to. Alright, I'll need to clean up those 2 rows later. I think I can get one more pass in here before I have to run back over to drop off again. Okay. Yeah, so this has started making a little bit of bread, and no cake has happened. Which is interesting. Because I doubt they've got a full 1,000 liters of flour made so far. Alright, so that'll be this row done. I think we'll reach the end of the row before we hit 100%. It's gonna be close. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. It'll be at like 98%, I think, when it'll be done. So we drop this off to the trailer. Keep working on the field and all that. Now, certainly I could have the AI working on the harvesting the field and I just operate the trailer. It's just gonna be a lot of downtime with that. It's probably still not a bad idea. The only downside is it stop in the middle of the field and I gotta take it over anyways. So you're at 59 liters of bread. Okay. So let's work on getting the end of the field over here and just working our way down. On the wrong line, that's fine, we can clean that all up. I know I keep checking, I just want to see, like, if we see even 1 liter of cake show up, then I can just leave that going until we get a full pallet. I don't expect it. I'm imagining you have to have at least some of the other ingredients. Whether it's the strawberries or the milk or whatever, or the sugar. Which the problem is that means, if I were to try and do all of it, it would mean cows, sugarcane, greenhouse, we already have the flour, chickens. I think that's all of it. Yeah, because it's cows, chickens, flour, cows, greenhouse, the rice flour, it's this, one of the flours, and then sugarcane or the sugar beets to get all that. Oh, I can actually go here and pay off one more. Still at 59. He'll probably be when this field's mostly done. And as we get more fields online, instead of just going barley the whole way round, we could do like barley, sorghum, and wheat, so that we have different cultivate plant dates, harvest dates a little bit. That makes it so it's not all of the labor happening on one day. And then in addition, that lets me keep the grain mill running longer, just because of the different stuff coming in at different times. All that could be helpful. You get to see more variety of crops instead of just barley. Nothing but barley. Yeah, so it's going up about 30 or so liters each row. So it's honestly getting 1,000 liters relatively quick. Like I said, I fully expect it to just go to the bread. I can't imagine it helps out with the cake. If it does help out with the cake, that'd be interesting. How much is cake worth again? I want to say cake is like extremely valuable. I mean, it's not as valuable as I thought. It gets up to 6,400, which is double the value of bread. But then the big question goes into, what's the ratio for production to get that? It should tell me here. I was expecting it to say, like, maybe it says, where was it that I saw that? Where it was saying, like, you know, X amount of flour per... I bet you it's on the building, like, in the... I could have sworn it... Was it here that we saw it? Yeah, so it's here, it tells you the recipe, what it is. But then once I own it, it's not showing me that recipe anymore. Oh, there it is, down at the bottom. Yeah, so basically for every 6 flour, it's 21 cakes. So it's a lot of different ingredients that do that. So you really need very, very little flour for a cake. But I need a crap ton of different things. So you'd really need very, very small amount of individual items to get it, just the whole range. It doesn't list the separate types of flour and all that, so yeah, I think we need all 6 of those just to make cake. The strawberries are easy, that's a greenhouse, you just say redistribute. That's fine. The cows will be a little bit obnoxious. The chickens will be a little bit obnoxious. That'd certainly be doable. That we could use, like, we could set up a big chicken pen. We just keep expanding our grain production. The grain is what we feed the chickens with, as well as our flour production. The sugar's the bad one, because sugarcane sucks and sugar beets aren't exactly the greatest either. Like, I should rephrase that. They pay extremely well. Like, the sugar beets are extremely lucrative for like what you're doing for the field and all that, but they are extremely laborious because you have to like chop the green part off the top of them, fish them out of the ground with like, it's like you have 2 extra processes for harvesting. None of the machines are particularly large or fast moving, so it's really hard to do at any meaningful scale. So it's a very slow process to do it, but they do pay extremely well. Yeah, so you can see the cake, the bread went up by another 50, but the cake didn't get a single liter. Yeah, so just turn off the cake. Because it'll actually, I believe having that production line turned on will increase the cost of operating the building, even if I'm not doing it. Now, granted, you're talking operating cost of the building being like 50 or 100 bucks per day. You know, to clean up all these edges, that's fine. We'll definitely want to invest in a lot of equipment. That would be nice, out of our price range. Or actually, yeah, out of our price range. We'll want to get a better seeder, we'll want to get a better tractor, we're going to want to get a better harvester, we're going to want to get a better, seeder, tractor, harvester are the big ones we need. The fertilizer wagon, not really, because I put the fertilizer down with the seeder. I also don't need to worry about the lime that much, because there's literally only one piece of equipment in the game that puts down lime. So I've got the best and the worst piece of equipment in the game to do it.
Take a sip.
Because of the same piece of equipment.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. But we should make really good money on the bakery. We'll get an idea at the end of the in-game day how we're looking. And the amount we need to save up for the next field. So we're looking at 83. So it's 120,000 to get that next neighboring field. It would be nice if we can make that happen by September. I don't think we can, but if we can make that happen by September, that'll be an extra field for us. I should also check, because one of the things to consider here is we should be checking... You are growing what right now? Sugar beets. To hell with you. That's what I have to say about that. To hell with you. Stretch, I'll get that in just a moment. Let me start the next row. I was basically checking if it was another grain to be harvested, like barley or wheat or sorghum or even canola or soybean or whatever. Any of those would have worked out fine, where what we could have done is purchase the field, harvest the crop, and then use that harvest to like make back the money on the field. But sugar beet, I'd have to lease something and all that when it's ready for harvest, and that just doesn't make sense. Yeah, honestly, we definitely have a good pace. We basically, in the course of one stream, we're gonna this will be like, what, our third or fourth harvest we're gonna knock out real fast. So it's on for a pretty good pacing going on. Now, granted, that's because we have one big field that we're doing versus a ton of different fields. That's kind of one of the pros and cons of as you scale the game up going on. If you just scale up the amount of farms you have, your money per hour doesn't really benefit that much, because the time you're putting in harvesting is like 90%, like your seeding and harvesting the field is 90% of your actual human hours, versus fast forwarding time to harvest, and then harvesting it is, you know, like the last third of the time investment. So, you know, doubling the number of your fields so far as area doubles the amount of time, which means your price per hour is about the same ish. Whereas the flour mill and the bakery did improve our price, like the amount of money per human hour, not in-game hour. I mean, it does help with the in-game hours too, but the price per hour goes up because I'm getting more of a multiplier on my effort. Whereas the way I'd get better money per hour, human hour, is if we get bigger equipment that I can do more field in less time. Alright, so let's go ahead and just touch this spot real fast here, do the drop-off on the trailer real fast before we start our next row. Won't be too much longer till it's time for me to drop off the trailer. Okay. Alright, so it looks like we probably are... Yeah, oh sorry, we don't have a full pallet yet. We're starting to get a little bit of, flour in there. It does seem like the bakery is currently pacing what we're able to produce in flour, which honestly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because that would imply that like literally I'm not losing any like I'm not having a backup anywhere. The downside is that wouldn't give me a whole lot of buffer. John Deere's Farming Simulator 2009. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about there. I actually don't have a John Deere on the farm at all. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out. You sleep well and all that good stuff. It's always good to have you. And thank you so much for everyone who's been hanging out. I haven't decided yet what I'm playing tomorrow on the stream. I've been kind of trying to set aside the weekends as like the first week I'm actually doing it to be simulation games. So I could see doing more Farm Sim, and I could see doing SnowRunner. I would say more Roadcraft, but we actually literally finished Roadcraft, like did literally everything in the game, which came out to be around 110, 120 hours for our playthrough, with about maybe 10 of those hours being duplicate content kind of thing, because I did multiplayer. So we'll just say like an even 100 was roughly what the playthrough took me. To do all of the missions and all that. I have like 2 or 3 side missions I gotta wrap up. But, so there's that. The estimated playtime the devs gave was about 80 hours. And I'll honestly say, with that estimated playtime being 80 hours and ending up at 100, that's probably about right. Because with content creation, I'm doing it with being like distractions, a little bit of memeing, a little bit of this and that. And just when you have those quoted playtimes by the devs, there's such a range that could be there. And it's so much of it is guesswork. If you're within like 10-20%, that's pretty much, you know, thumbs up on the money as far as I'm concerned. The margin of error is pretty high there. Because you'll have some people who like sweaty try hard just like beam right at the objective who'll get a faster playtime who are already familiar with the genre. And then you have people who are relatively new, they're wanting to be like more complete about it. And they could take literally 3 to 4 times as much time to finish the game by, you know, doing lots of extra works, paving all the roads, even the stuff that isn't part of the actual mission, just because they can. I know I keep checking it. I'm sorry if that's a whole thing. You know, I'm trying to get a feel for how much is going to get knocked out in a day. So after this load drops off, I'm going to hand it over to the AI because I'm going to need to drive the trailer back down to the grain mill. It's got maybe 5 or 6 more passes to go, and about every 3-ish passes is about a drop off. I think I can get 1 more pass in here. Yeah, probably, maybe even 7 passes to finish it. But yeah, so let the AI take that over while I'm delivering the barley to the grain mill. Because I gave it just like a partial, like 10, 15, 20% load just to get the grain mill online, so it's producing. Yeah, so we can just do that. And then I'll just hand over the keys to the AI, let it start working on the field. what is the Oh, I'd have to go to precision farming. Yeah, so if you look at it, our environment score is 96, and it's only a hair below because the fertilizer was slightly low. So we'll get actually about a 14% bonus on our sale. Honestly, with all this, I do wonder with all those bonuses and all that kind of going on, if it is actually worth me doing the roller as well. Because normally without precision farming, I don't bother with the roller. Like, you do your roller and you get like the tiny, like they throw nickels at you and they say, does that make you feel better? But with the 15% like the 15% bonus for like the taking good care of the field, and the far higher efficiency with the fertilizer and all that stuff, effectively letting you pretty close to max out. You do take a penalty based on the soil and all that you can't really avoid, so I guess that acts against what I was about to state. But with all those bonuses, you know, I imagine the sale bonus is effectively multiplicative compared to the rolling bonus and all your basically, the sale bonus is multiplicative to your yield bonus, in the sense that it does stack, like in that manner, versus like your yield bonus. If I got something that gives like a 5% yield bonus here and a 5% yield bonus there, that's additive, where it's like getting 5 on 5, not 5, you know, times 5. Like when you hit 100%, you hit 100%. Not that there's really a cap, but I mean there is. But you get the idea. If I add 5% more to the yield bonus, and my yield bonus right now is 100%, I'm getting 5% more. If I have a 90%, are you gonna go? What are you doing right now? Oh, glad I checked that. Okay. Versus I'm at 90%, I get 5% yield bonus. It's technically slightly higher, because I'm getting 5% more on 90%, which means 5% is more than 5% of 90%, because it's 5% of 100. You get the idea. But if it's 15% on all of that, it'll do more. I'm not explaining that well. It's fine. The point is, price go up equals good. Big number, bigger, better. So my thought is the roller, which I think gives you like 5%. If I get 5% more stuff to sell at 15% more on top of it, like the price is 15% more, that should make that 5% go farther than if it was 15% yield bonus kind of thing on what we already had. I don't know if that's even true. I gotta sit down and actually do the math on the paper to see if that actually works out, or my brain is telling me lies. I think what you're trying to say is money is good. Yeah, my big thing I was trying to say is, where normally the 5% bonus you get from the roller, I believe it's either 2.5 or 5% you get from the roller, normally it's not that exciting. For like a whole extra process, it's not necessarily worth your time. With the amount of money I'm getting per item being increased by about 15% because of precision farming's yield bonus, or not yield bonus, payment bonus, whatever you want to call it, price bonus, it's one of those things that's like, right, but that 5% gets a little bit more mileage because the amount that 5% sells for goes up, as opposed to, you know, getting a slightly higher yield bonus. Only worth it in large scale. Well, that's the thing. The labor scales accordingly. If I have a small field and I do the extra process, and it takes me 5 minutes to do that, it's 5 minutes. But if I have a large field and it takes me 20 minutes, it takes 20 minutes. So, I mean, maybe not in the large scale. I'm trying to think of the 15% increased cash impact, like how that carries. Because yeah, no, I know a lot of people who do the roller, and a lot of people are like, I'm not bothering. It's not worth it, kind of thing, like the pennies or whatever. All right. And how are we doing on these? So you are not getting, like, the flower I think is getting ahead very slowly, but not very much. I mean, larger equipment since it reduces. Well, that's the thing with the roller. If I remember correctly with the rollers, they really don't have much options, not unless there's something maybe with this one. So it was the yield improvement. Where's the rollers? So rollers. Oh no, they've got some big rollers. I take that back. Is this just with Farm Sim 25? Because I remember there wasn't much in the way of roller options in... Yeah, that one's a mod. I feel like that's new. Could be wrong in that one. Because I remember this roller in Farm Sim 22. And then I think you could get where it had like the fin things on it, yeah. But this one I don't remember. I feel like that one's new, but that, yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that thing being 27 meters versus the 12, there's definitely some justification there. Maybe I'm just not remembering in Farm Sim 22 because I did the roller thing. Yeah, not much in vanilla, but mods have larger options with realistic pricing. Yeah, well, that was kind of the thing, is I feel like part of it is because of how little yield bonus you got from the rollers, so few people did it. And then on top of it, there was, like, in Farm Sim 22, I feel like it was just two, I think there was just 2 sets of rollers you could get. There was a fairly small one, and then, like, one that, like, it was honestly not a bad size, like, all things considered. But being able to get, like, a giant roller, there's certainly something to say about that. Being able to get one that's, like, 27 meters wide where you can knock out a field in a couple of passes. Like, 27 meters is starting to talk, like, sprayer ranges. Yeah, 27 meters, it might be worth it. The downside is I'll have to wait till I have a much bigger tractor. And I'll have to check if that's one that needs a 3-point or not. Because if I decide to do the giant driller seeder that came out with the latest DLC, where it's like a 27 meter wide drilling seeder that does fertilizer as well, which is just absurd. I think it does fertilizer as well. I shouldn't swear to that. You. You do not appear to do fertilizer. Okay, so that's strictly a driller seeder. I would need to do the fertilizer and probably the weeder myself, which is honestly fine. Considering how gargantuan that thing is, then getting like one of the giant sprayer setups would take care of both the weeding and the weeding and the fertilizer, and it would just be 2 more passes. And going from 4 meter wide, being able to do all 3 in one pass, to 27 or whatever, is 25 or whatever meters wide. Yeah, I can live with that. Didn't check the speed, because we're looking, like right now we're using this one, which is 4 meters wide at 11 miles per hour, but does do fertilizer. Versus this thing, so it's 7, so it is slower by about like 30-40%. But it is literally 5 and some change. No, that's wrong. 6 and some change times as wide. So it's 6 times as wide at about 30% slower. Math says, heck yeah. But the whole setup's, you know, with the tractor included, is going to cost like $1 million because it's like 400 horsepower, 500 horsepower or something needed for it. And then it has like the drilling seeder part, and then it's like reservoir is a separate thing that's another 300,000. But I kind of want it because I kind of want to go to a field like this and just like spider web it out and do the whole field in like 4 passes. Okay. And then it'll be just 2 more passes, one for this one and one to clean up that last one. And then we drop that off, and we get to see how that bread's going to start working out towards December. We're only going to have a couple of months of bread production online when we get our first payout. So when we get the payout, the thing to keep in mind with the bread is of the, we'll say it's 80,000 liters of barley. I don't know what we got for barley. Of that, it'll only be a fraction of it that actually gets processed in time. But that's what I was kind of making the comment when you involve the bakery. It's kind of like getting this year's payment next year, but at a much higher rate. Just gonna go ahead and take over the last row. And the reason for that is that last line over there, I'm imagining the AI is going to struggle with, so I'm just going to pick it up. It'll be fine. I'm going to think we got all the missed spots. Yeah, because that wasn't a missed spot over there. That's like where it got damaged by hail. Alright. And that'll be another successful harvest of barley. And then once we get paid out, I do think potentially expanding our fields is worthwhile because I do have part of the year that the stuff isn't running, which hurts me. But it's also going to be watching these sales. Like this is the storage thing for that giant cedar I was talking about. 35,000 liters of storage for the cedar. So just a cedar, 35,000 liters of storage. Good God, how big of a field are they expecting me to handle that with? But at the moment, what I can handle so far as the potential debt, we have about 75,000 that I can borrow, which is kind of our limit on that, and the bread we sell in December. That's fair. None of that's surprising. So I'll probably end up needing to take a little teeny tiny bit of bump on our loan just to do the interest payments until it's cash out on the bread. Unless something like amazing comes by on sale and we need to snag it up. Oh right, the other thing I was going to check is, was the roller a 3-point or not? Because if it's a 3-point, then I'd need to, like, that would run into problems because the tractor I want to do for, like, the giant cedar wouldn't work. Because it's not a 3... Like, the tractor itself is not a 3-point. Okay, so the roller... is not a 3-point. Have I been worrying too much about things having 3-point or not? It almost felt like everything seemed like it needed a 3-point at one point. You know, for what I was doing. And it seems like now I'm like, what vehicle exactly did use a 3-point? Like I know the 3-point, my forklift attachment and the winch used the 3-point. I'm also pretty sure the stump grinder used the 3-point. I believe the mulcher uses the 3-point. Maybe the lawnmower stuff, I want to say some of that uses the 3-point. Like I think the trailer on the back doesn't, but I want to say the mower on the front does. Okay, so we can drop off another half load of barley. And that's this season's harvest. So it should keep the grain mill running for a good couple of in-game months. which means bread's being produced for a couple in-game months. And I guess the idea would be to try and get the bakery producing year-round. Because once I've got the bakery producing year-round, like that's basically maxed out its profit. I mean, until we get cake online, which that's gonna be a whole thing. But like once we got the bakery running year-round, like the bakery physically can't make more money from me from bread. So throwing more barley at it just means I'm selling flour, which is certainly not a bad thing. Okay, so with that, I don't have anything left to do in June because it's September we plant. That is all doing its thing. So yeah, we were probably sitting at about, I would guess, 57,000 liters of barley for the year, maybe. Because it's being actively consumed into making flour to make bread and all that, which is certainly a good thing. Yeah, so September is when we plant stuff again, so let's go ahead and we can hop on down to the farmhouse. There's nothing else for us to do today that we care about. And I want to check before we move on to the next day, even though there's not going to be a whole lot, I want to take a peek at how things look at the bakery. If we're going to be sitting outside the bakery, there's going to be like all these stacks of stuff. So already... Oh, is that a different graphic for the bread? That's a different graphic for the bread, because the old bread, it was just this one set of loaves. So that's cool. So they changed the graphic for the bread. And it does look like the flour slowly does get ahead of it. Just very slowly. We also burned through in the grain mill almost 20,000 liters of barley. So that's only about 3 months, 4 months worth of barley-ish for that entire field's harvest. So we're only running about a third of the year. That's still fine. The point is, we're still making bread with our bread. And how much was my interest payment? I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to borrow slightly more to keep the loan payment. I could technically buy that back for less than I sold it for. That's fine. Regardless, we're not buying that, so let's go back over here. Visit, because we need to get to September, because September is planting time for the barley. I mean, that's a bigger harvester, but I can't make it happen. Yeah, it's burning through almost 20,000 liters of barley a day. Okay, so the bread is starting to stockpile inside the building. Still, we'll have 64... No, I'm sorry, that's a lie. We'll have 59 pallets worth of bread able to pile up in there, which is a certainly non-insignificant amount. Right, so we have that, so let's go down here, visit Walter, go back to sleep, and then it is time to put down seeds. I'll probably this time need to pay to get more fertilizer and more seeds going on. Not pay, I'll pay, but I'll have to borrow money to do that as well. Again, just putting ourselves a little bit back into the debt side. Next at. I mean, I would love to have that giant harvester, but that's not gonna happen. Okay, so checking, making sure nothing's getting backed up. Yeah, so you're doing fine. You're going to run out of flour or out of barley today. So that is a lot we're going through very quickly. So what I want to check is is how are you looking on your acidity? Is this a lime situation? It's okay to bad depending on where we're at, so I think we do... Yeah, we're gonna lime that field. Alright. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and go here, go you, consumables, lime. Grab 8 of them. I need to borrow more money. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll end up needing to get some of that back, but that's fine. So let's go customize lime, buy 8 of them, get it done. Okay, okay. Grab the lime wagon. Fill it on up. No problem, Rachel. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. And as a reminder, if you haven't been enjoying the stream, don't forget to drop the follow. That is kind of the way the whole Twitch thing works. You find content you like, you follow it, you watch more of it. Repeat until you no longer are interested in the content or the person no longer provides the content. Okay. So we're loading up a whole lot of lime. We're going to get the field all back into good acidity. And I got to seed the field. But yeah, no, it's been a solid progression kind of day. Or until life gets in your way. Or anything, life gets in your way. Yeah. That's also a fair one. Sometimes it's neither the person stops providing content or you lose interest so much as like your work schedule changes or like you relocate, daylight savings time. You get the idea. Something throws a wrench into the works. Alright, so we can go over here and get the lime put down. Yeah, time zones? Uh-huh. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Did you have a good day RPing? Because I know I was hanging out there earlier. I hung out a little bit for RP. Oh, I accidentally closed that, didn't I? Or opened it, whatever. But I do hope you had a good time with your RP and all that good stuff. That card is awkward to reverse. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are. Had a blast. Glad to hear. It's been fun watching you, like, it's been fun having you, like, do the RP thing and all that, because it was very much one of those things that, like, you know, we've talked about that's where this channel started, that I was doing RP to practice kind of improv things for my conference talks, because I could practice the technical, but not really a good way to practice the improv. And so, like, just, you know, GTRP is like, you know what, that kind of works. It was something that, like, I had no interest in watching before that or anything. Like, it was just literally, it was like, oh yeah, I could practice improv doing that. And then I got into it. I still don't watch much RP. I've watched some, but yeah, no, it was a thing that was amusing, like seeing the difference in the RP setup on the server you're on versus what I remember and all that. You know, all the servers are different. You snuck out at some point, you're not into a position to say anything. But yeah, no, that was the whole thing. But yeah, so for those who don't know, and I've told this before, the backstory of how this channel got started. So, you know, I have a long history in software development and all that, but what ended up happening was I also am a very active person when it came to speaking at TechCon. Say active, I should say past tense. I haven't done a whole lot of it since the pandemic kicked off, because like a lot of the conferences I was at really changed a lot of the formula and everything, or you know, they didn't make it to the other side of the pandemic, that kind of stuff. But so I was doing all these conference talks, and like I said, I could practice the technical. I was authoring courses to teach software development and all that. But when it comes to like when you're in the moment on the stage and someone's like, hey, you know, what about this question that you're not expecting entirely out of left field? And you do your best, but it's like, you know, it would be nice to be able to practice like being on your feet, having something come out of left field and just needing to deal with it, like figure it out, handle it, and do that. And it's like that's a place I don't have as much practice as I would like, and I was trying to come up with a way of doing it. And so I was like, well, you know, in a lot of ways, when people do stuff like GTRP, it's effectively improv, is what you're doing. There's like a game around it, and it's got rules and all that, but it's effectively improv, like when at the end of the day. And so I started doing that, and I was having a good time. I made some friends on the server and all that I was hanging out with like almost all the time, because that's like right when the pandemic really kicked off and people weren't going out, so you know, I was doing a lot more time with that. And at work I was dealing with a project that was kind of one of those things where it was like very hurry up and wait, where I had the things I wanted to get done and needed to get done, but I couldn't because I was depending on all the people who were on the periphery not getting it done. That last project I had at that company, literally I didn't have crap to do for like 5-6 months. And it's not like I was just milking the time either. I was like, hey, you know, you're paying me really good money to do these things, but like, because of how you're handling everything, because the company had just recently IPO'd and all sorts of nonsense, and you know, had to make money go up to make investor happy, so people got laid off. It's like, you know, you're paying me to do these things, and you have value in having my name associated with your company and all that. Like, I understand that's as valuable as my actual work. You're kind of wasting me as a resource by having me just kind of sit around waiting. You got to get your stuff sorted out. But I was just kind of stuck sitting at home doing all this stuff, so I was just RPing a whole lot between when I actually could do some work and whatnot. And I had some friends on the server that there was one of them who wasn't going to be able to be, you know, in the city, but she could be online, which is just like whether or not you're going to be able to RP or just watch. I'm like, you know what? Because we had been talking about that, like our perception of the way the city was in the game was entirely different based on who we were interacting with. And so we had been talking about that. I was like, you know what? I could stream it so you could see like my perspective and see how much different of an experience it is from what you're going through. And so I did that, and I just kind of kept streaming. Like, I just kind of enjoyed it, so I just kept doing it. And the server I was on was only up like 2-3 days out of the week. The other days they were working on adding more stuff to the server, so they would have development and testing and all that kind of stuff. And on those days I'd play things like Project Zomboid and RimWorld. And at first it was just like the handful of people I would RP and all that stuff. And it was just kind of one of those things that very, very quickly I had other people start showing up and enjoying the content beyond that. I think the reason it helped me get my foot in the door on content creation so quickly is because I had like 7, 8, 9 people who were tuning in fairly regularly out of the group of people I was RPing with. It means when I went into a category for someone who had just started streaming and had only been streaming like, you know, a couple of days to weeks or whatever, that right from the beginning I was sitting at, you know, averaging 5, 6, 7, 8 viewers most nights just because that group of friends kind of popping in. So when it came to streaming in the category, instead of being in that very bottom of the pile where you're between like 0 and 3 viewers or whatever, that really, like, which is the really hard place to climb yourself out of, because most people, when they see that low viewership, a lot of them assume that you're just not going to talk on the mic or, you know, have a camera up or literally anything, that you're just, you know, and it's unfair. Everyone has to start somewhere. but you get that expectation because a lot of times when you hop into those super duper low viewership channels, a lot of them are that, where they're just not talking to the, like not talking at all, not even talking to chat, just not even talking at all, they're just playing a game. That kind of thing. You get a lot of that stuff where their audio is just really, really bad. And so it's kind of hard to find the diamonds in the rough down there. So I kind of skipped that by getting the 7, 8, 9 viewers most nights, which quickly became like 15, 20, 25 viewers checking out when I play RimWorld. At the time, I kind of burned out on the RP because I've been doing it for a long time, and I kind of found when I was RPing, I could RP and do like nothing else or not RP. And so I was kind of like, well, I want to do other things now. So I just, started doing more Project Zomboid and RimWorld, and the channel started popping off. There was a content creator, Trustin, who rated me, like, when I was still early on in Project Zomboid, and I ended up getting kind of established as a name in the Project Zomboid community pretty early on, and then Build 41 dropped, and my channel just went like this, straight up to the moon, because of it. And, that's been nothing but good news with all that. Which again, part of that was strategic, and a big part of that was luck. So I don't want to be like, haha, I know how to play the game. Like, I'd make the comment that you can't really create opportunity for yourself, but you can position yourself so should opportunity knock, you can capitalize on it. Like, you need to position yourself to be able to take advantage of opportunity. That's not even a content creator thing, that's just career-wise and everything. So stuff like doing the work to get trained into something you might be interested in. You can't wait until you already have the position to then start training, because you won't get the position until you get the training, that kind of thing. So there's a lot that goes into it. But there's no guarantees you'll get the opportunity in the first place. You're on a different server now? So when you're saying you're on a different server now, is that a different server than when I was first checking out the RP you're doing earlier today? Or was that with the RP that we had talked about in your channel like the other day? It's also okay for like, I don't remember what the timing was. That would be totally fair. I should probably introduce myself, because I haven't done that part. I actually should do multiple things that I haven't done. First, before I get into my own introductions, let me go shout out Sui. For those who don't know Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been doing some Grand Theft Auto RP. Good time over there. So if you want to see some RP, some fun stuff over there. We've done a bit of RP with Sui before, not in Grand Theft Auto, but in Project Zomboid. But fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Plays a lot of games like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, doing some GTRP, like a lot of stuff. So very similar content. Not as much. I shouldn't say not as much in the simulation. That's not fair. We've done American Truck Simulator and Farming Simulator together. But plays a whole range of games. And I imagine, and I could be doing assumption here, now that you've had your change in working circumstances is how I'll phrase. I'll let you choose how much you want to say or not say. I assume you're going to be streaming more? I probably should have asked about that before I said anything. Like, I know you've been open about it on your channel, which is the reason I feel comfortable saying something. But I assume you'll be streaming more. I also understand if you gotta like raid and run, or you may have already run. You like totally get it. Do your self-care, all that. But with all that said, now they've got that part done. For everyone popping in, first of all, if you're in Sui's channel, you probably already know who I am. Just the same. Most likely, it's mostly true the other way around too. But I am Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. Me and Sui share a lot. The reason I made the comment is me and Sui do share a lot of viewers. So that was the only reason I made that comment. I wasn't trying to be like, oh, if you know Sui, you must know me. Oh. But I am Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense on that. And it had like no mods to change itemization or vehicles and all that good stuff. Sweaty try hard, you get the idea. But with all that said though, that record has been beaten, and I don't play nearly as much Project Zomboid anymore. I still think it's a great game. It's just kind of one of those things that after thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours, I'm a little burned out. So I still think it's a wonderful game that I'd highly recommend people check out if they have any interest in, crafting survival zombies-esque games. But for me personally, I still check it each time there's like a major update, but after as much as I played, no matter how good a game is, eventually you play it a little bit less because you kind of done a whole lot. There you go. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and seed this for barley. Unfortunately, I don't think it's realistic for me to get another field up today because we need $120,000, and I think I can borrow $70,000. And so I'm doing the math, and it ain't working out. But yeah, so these days I do play a lot of RimWorld. That's a pretty regular one on the channel. I play a decent amount of Farm Sim. That happens a lot. I've been playing some SnowRunner and Roadcraft. We literally rolled credits in Roadcraft yesterday. So that game is all done for now until the next DLC. Well, first DLC as far as maps and all that come out. Definitely been enjoying that kind of stuff. I have been fishing for ideas for games to play on the channel in the midterm, because now that Roadcraft is done, I've got some room on the schedule for doing some other things, and we are trying, I'm trying to keep, simulation stuff on the weekends. So doing, SnowRunner, Farming Sim, that kind of stuff on the weekend, American Truck Simulator, Roadcraft, we get more content there. But, during the week, getting some other stuff in there, because very genuinely I play a range of games, but I've been going pretty hard on the simulation stuff for probably, the last month or so. And then before that, we were going really hard on RimWorld again, and I was like, I need a RimWorld break, because I love RimWorld, but it's one of those things that, I'll go hard for a month or so, and then it'll take, or 2 months or so, then I'll take a month-long break from RimWorld, then I'll play for 2-3 months or whatever, and then I'll take a break from RimWorld. I go back and forth. It's just a good game to stream. It's just I don't want it to be everything I do, because getting stuck where I feel like I have to play one game to maintain my audience is a very terrifying thing for me. Because when you ride or die with one game, you're at that game's mercy, and it's a very not fun place to be, where you don't feel like you're in control of your own situation. But, so some of the games I've been considering that I'm planning on doing a poll on the Discord after stream today is I've been looking at maybe starting a run.
What's the worst?
I can do a hydrate real fast. I've not played Stardeus in a very long time. Checking out what's happened with Stardeus, that's sort of like Space RimWorld as a very, very broad generalization to the borderline inaccuracy. Space Haven, more or less the same idea. Space RimWorld, again, is a very broad generalization to a point of inaccuracy. Check out some Star Sector, which is a more open world, you do fleet combat and resource management, so a lot of space stuff on that first one, the first set. Factorio, going back and doing another round of Factorio. We did Factorio when the DLC dropped, had a really good time that I went entirely too hard on. Basically did almost Factorio exclusively for a month when that happened, or whatever time it was, 2.5 weeks. And I did not regret it one bit, because that DLC is amazing. Check out Captain of Industry. It's been a long time. That's our factory automation game. That it's a lot less inserters and conveyor belts and more about smelters piping liquid hot metal and dump trucks dragging stuff around. I put RimWorld on there because it's always good to see if people are starting to feel that itch for RimWorld. Vintage Story, which is a game I've not played yet. It's kind of Minecraft-esque, except it's got a lot more detail going into it. Instead of just you slam ore into a smelter and magic happens, there's a little bit more to it. Apparently Planet Crafter had a free DLC called Moons that came out that I don't believe I've checked out. So I put that on the list as a potential one, because Planet Crafter is amazing, where you land on this piece of rock that's awful and inhospitable and everything, and you slowly terraform it into a livable planet. And so it's not... It's weird because it's sort of automation. There is some automation in it, but it's not really automation so much as you know, getting the very, like, it's a survival crafter. That is definitely an accurate thing to call it. But, like, it's a lot more of not balancing stuff, like, you can't make the planet too hot or too whatever, but, like, you are trying to progress the planet along, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. It's not the kind of game that's, like, super sweaty tryhard. It's a lot of exploration and all that, which is one of the things that I really love and adore the game, but kind of makes it a negative is once you beat the game, you kind of already know your way around the world. It's not procedurally generated, so it's easy after that. It's the exact same problem you have with Subnautica. That Subnautica is a wonderful, wonderful game that I highly, highly recommend, as long as you aren't absolutely petrified of the idea of deep water. But it's kind of one of those things that once you've played Subnautica, and you know, like, over there's that biome, and over here's this biome, and we sneak into that biome from here, and then I go and I get that part over there. Like, once you kind of have a good layout for the map after you've played through the whole way, your later playthroughs are you just beeline over, grab that thing, and now you're already in the end game kind of thing. So, it's really, really good and fun for a playthrough, but it doesn't really hold up for a lot of multiple playthroughs. Unless you just, like, really like the base building or something, maybe. You hate deep water, but you still love Subnautica? Yeah, Subnautica does an amazing job of making going into the depths truly an uncomfortable experience in the best way possible, where there are things that lurk in them their waters. And very much makes you feel very vulnerable when you're going your little glass bubble and big terrifying things pop in. You're like, yep, hate it. Hate it all. It's awful. Love it. Great game. Awful. Hate it. Current feelings conflicted in a good way. But yeah, I've been fishing for probably like 3 more ideas of games to add on the list. And to be clear, Farming Sim's going to be on there. SnowRunner's going to be on there. I didn't bother adding them to the list just because my intention to do those for like the simulation days anyways. So having people vote on something I'm going to already do regardless doesn't really make sense. I mean, I've done it in the past where like you use as a way of gauging, do people still have interest in that game? Thanks, I hate it, more please. So the best part is I actually have a thanks, I hate it emote, which for those who saw when I had my first and second draft of it, Eonek took a crack at it, making it a little bit better. It is definitely improved. It's definitely way better than it was. Yeah, so let's go. I think it was, yeah. It's better than it was. It's still hard to read, but it's definitely not as hard as it was. The first version, like, I didn't even tell people it was there because the big one looked really good, and then you went to the tiny one, you're like, yep, you know what that is? It's a bunch of blur. It's a vaguely orange blur. Completely illegible. Yeah, no, it's definitely better. I think we can still do more to improve it. But that was a massive improvement over, like, the first version was completely, like, it was a blur, you couldn't even make out it was words when you got to this tiny one. The second version I made, you could at least make out it was words and vaguely make out what it was. If you really focused or clicked on it, you could see it said, thanks, I hate it. This one, if you look, like, and it's not, like, right now I've got a light behind me, which makes it harder to read, but you can actually be like, oh, it says, thanks, I hate it. Because that's definitely something I say from time to time on the channel. It's like, oh good, thanks, I hate it. I wonder, would people want me to replay the crime scene cleaner? Would that be something that would interest people or not really? Like, this isn't like the actual poll. I'm debating whether or not I'm adding it to the poll. Because, like, Hard Space Shipbreaker I enjoy a lot, and I think I've played through that on the channel, like, 3-4 times now. We did one that was a hardcore run, and I got like 2 missions from the end and then died because I went to hit the atmosphere control and I hit the airlock button, heard the beep, thought I hit the right thing, and then cut a hole in the hull, and that didn't go well. That was really bad for existence. Being catapulted directly into a wall face first was not great for my health. definitely brought a very abrupt end to that run. And I wouldn't have minded it that... I mean, it's still... I don't mind it that much. It wouldn't have been as bad, except had it happened, like, way earlier, not a big deal. But it was the fact that it was, like, it's basically tripping at the finish line. Like, you've run the whole marathon, you got all those miles in, and then, like, there's the finish line, and you tripped and broke your nose and, like, blacked out, like, right there. So, you know, the EMTs or whatever drug you off, so you didn't technically finish the marathon, even though, like, you could have thrown something at the finish line. You were so close. That's how it felt. It felt like it's the person who's all excited that they're finally home and stops paying attention and crashes their car. You got right there, and you just goofed right at the last possible second. And I had a game that people suggested early. I did drop it in the game suggested channel for myself so I could check after stream. Which was Slormancer. I haven't looked at it. I was told it was like a casual action RPG, which is curious because I have played a lot of action RPGs. Like, to this day, even with as much as I played Project Zomboid and everything, Path of Exile still is my #1 most played game on Steam. Now, granted, slowly it's going to be overtaken because they haven't updated the first game in forever. They're going to do a new league soon. But since I started streaming and that game has performed horrifically badly on my channel, it's still like, I think Path of Exile is still like the 3rd or 4th most played game on my channel. But it's always like league launch guilty pleasure kind of thing, and just watching my viewership go into free fall as I play it. And being like, okay, I accept that I can't play this game on my stream. Like, I get it. I understand. It does not fit the vibe. So I haven't been able to really enjoy the league, because that's definitely one of those games you either play a league or you don't play a league. You're either putting real time into it or you're not. Because it is not a particularly friendly game for casual play. You can't really dabble. There's a few games like that it's always when there's like a time-sensitive nature to it. I debated putting No Man's Sky up there because I know they've got their big settlement update or whatever. But I've done 2 hardcore runs of No Man's Sky on the channel, and I've done a bunch of the times that they've done like new, what's the word for it? Not leagues, not seasons, not missions. You played Path of Exile for 4 years. It was the best time. Oh man, I played entirely too much. And honestly, if Path of Exile 2 wasn't such a heavy departure... Expeditions, that's the one, yeah. If Path of Exile 2 didn't just underwhelm me so much, I probably would keep playing it on my own time if I could make time for it, which is a big if. Honestly, it's content creation it's limited my time to play to the point I can't really enjoy a league. I just don't have enough time to play it. So it's as much as I want to blame Path of Exile 2, that's not really fair. That said, Path of Exile 2, going back to like the gritty crunchiness, I like the sound and I like the aesthetics, but how slow it is, like, this is not Path of Exile. If I wanted to play Diablo, I'd go play Diablo. If I want to go play, you know, Last Epoch, I'd go play Last Epoch. The thing that Path of Exile did that was magic was zoom. And I wasn't even like a super zoomy character. I generally was actually a lower on the zoom factor than most people. But that was kind of Path of Exile's thing, is as much as they try to balance the game, the power creep in Path of Exile got silly at times. And it was wonderful. Because so many games, there's a lot of games that are just really scared about letting the player get too strong. Because, yeah, it makes the game easy. I understand. I get the fear. But I appreciate the occasional game that's like, you know what? You're 300 hours into this run. Go ahead and delete a boss. We don't care. You've earned it. Like, go be silly. Go be ridiculous. So, like, Well, it sucks that, you know, Sunhaven did the stuff where it was crappy about artists and everything. Before that, like, I really did appreciate that Sunhaven was like, you know what? We've got these potions you can get. They permanently increase your movement speed. There is no cap. Have fun. Use these responsibly. And so there was a lot of grind to getting those, like, in abundance. But it was just one of those things that as you played through the game and you did the story, you got the resource, you could use it. So if you didn't like the movement speed of the character, you could just keep feeding these potions into yourself and keep moving faster and faster. Or whatever, make your combat do more. So it's kind of interesting in the regards that there was combat in the game, and it was fine. Like, it wasn't bad, it was fine. It's your typical slice of life kind of game combat where it's like, it's serviceable, you're not upset about it, you're also not ranting and raving about it, it's fine. But it had, like, you know, the big bad you could fight at the end. But for, you know, the style of, like, cozy game and all that, if you just didn't enjoy combat, but you wanted the endings, you could choose to just keep grinding and keep drinking these potions to make yourself stronger and stronger and stronger until you just outclassed the final boss. Which I do always find an amusing trope in some games. Like, you're playing, like, the Dark Souls-esque game, and you're like, well, I'm just going to keep leveling until I can just smash the boss into the dirt if I really want to. I never played that way. Dark Souls, I did all the achievements and just got through it as I got through it. I never felt the need to backtrack and level in Dark Souls. But there's definitely been games I've needed to do that. I also need to figure out, I've got a bunch of keys for Tinkerlands we got from the other Dare Drop. I need to give those out at some point. That's not going to be tonight, before anyone gets excited. I need to do that soon, because otherwise I'll forget, and they'll just sit there. It's not like they expire or anything, but they'll just sit there doing nothing. I think I got like 7 or 8 of them too. It's a decent number. Probably more than I should reasonably do in a stream without being super disruptive. Yeah, I'll get that all figured out. It was also like, I also debated trying to do something like X4, but man, X4 is one of those games I would like to go back to. I played the crap out of X3, but that is one of those games I wouldn't watch someone else play it unless they're one hell of a storyteller streamer. It's just not the kind of game that feels particularly watchable to me. But it's also something I've never tried either on stream, so you never know. I'm trying to think if there's any, like Subnautica's not had any updates in forever, because they're working on the next one. Raft has not had any updates that aren't just fixing stuff in forever. I don't know if they're working on a sequel, I haven't heard anything, but that could just be not remembering, which is a very legitimate concern. I'm trying to think of, like, a game like that, you know, there's a big interest in it that might be worth going back to. But a lot of those kind of games, like your Undertales, your Rafts, your Subnauticas, you know, you kind of play it once on your channel, maybe twice, and it's really hard to revisit them. Like, because you know what's going to happen. And so, like, you don't want to be like, oh man, I'm caught by surprise. Oh darn, I didn't see that coming. No, you've played it on your channel before. People know what's up. Like, don't get me wrong, you don't fake your stuff, but you lean into things. But when you've already, like, right now it's like, oh man, we got a good moment coming here, it really ruins it for everybody. And I know there's a bunch of games like the Disco Elysiums and all that I've missed. But those are also games, I don't know. Like, certainly there's an audience for that. I don't know if, like, the people who regularly view my channel, if that would be something that would interest them. I just need Steam to, like, heuristically look out at all of the things happening on Twitch and all that, and then just happen to personally know all of my audience members and the kind of things they're into, and formulaically be able to predict the exact, precise, best game I can provide to entertain people. If someone can make that, I'd appreciate it. Don't call it AI, because I'll not use it on principle. Obviously, none of that's possible. If for no other reason than data. I'm trying to peek at, like, what other games I might wanna break out for that. Because Big Ambitions I looked at, I played that on the channel a bunch of times. It's really good early game for like streaming and all that, where you're like setting up your, because for those who don't know Big Ambitions, it is like a serial entrepreneur game. That the idea is you get a bunch of money like gifted to you from your uncle, you set up a gift shop, and then you spin that off to also open a fast food restaurant. So it's not like really focused on the running of those individual businesses. It's more like running this giant like corporate conglomerate of all of these businesses. And so the early game, you're a lot more hands-on inside the individual stores, restocking the shelves, maybe running the register, that kind of stuff. But as you get employees and all that, and you grow your empire, you start getting kind of higher in level, where now you're like, okay, I'm not gonna go over there, because like the first one you buy the shelves and you organize your store and all that, and like the later one you're like, no, I am hiring a group of people to just set up and install the entire place for me. Like, I'm not even going to do the layout. We're just going to spit out this layout here. I'm not even going to walk into the store. I literally will never walk into the store. I'm just going to chuck that over there. They set it up. I hire all these people and send them there remotely, set their schedules, and then I put them on HR's responsibility so I don't even have to deal with it. And then you just kind of start spinning up the stores. And it's actually very fun to play. But from a viewer standpoint, when you get to that mid to late game, it is literally a lot of just, get on your character's phone, call this people to do that, call that people to do that, call that people to do that, fast forward time. Next morning, call that people to do this, call that people to do that, call that people to do that, fast forward time. Adjust the amount of stuff going into your various warehouses and all that, tell them to deliver different places, fast forward time. So it becomes your person going full mole person, and just like locking themselves inside their little apartment, where you do all that stuff, and then you just have your character play a bunch of video games or run on a treadmill or watch TV or whatever to make them happy, and then they go to bed and they do it all again the next day. And then every once in a while, once per like year or whatever, the IRS sends you a bill being like, you need to pay your taxes, and you emerge from your mole person life and scurry over to the tax building to pay your taxes, picking up groceries on the way home to restock your fridge for the next 2 weeks, and then go back to full mole person. I also debated popping back into like City Skylines 2 or Planet Coaster 2. I very much enjoy those. Both games had a pretty rough launch. I understand both are in much better places now than they were. But it's kind of one of those things that I feel like City Skylines, especially with the DLC, they kind of burned their bridge really hard with the community. That I do think they'll eventually recover their rep, but it's gonna be a lot of work to get there. Whereas Planet Coaster 2, its rough launch wasn't nearly as rough as City Skylines 2, because they didn't like do shady stuff like, I shouldn't say shady, they didn't have like the game in a really dire state and then tried to do DLC at the same time and that kind of stuff. Like, they released it, the game definitely had some pretty strong shortcomings, and they came by and they were like, hey, we're not happy with this, we're gonna get it fixed. And they've been slowly doing that. Like, people are very upset that a lot of the themes that they liked from Planet Coaster 1 were gone, and they've been slowly adding all those themes back for free. And so just kind of one of those things that they've been working on getting all that sorted out. So it's kind of like you look at both games and they both had like a rough, buggy start. Now granted, City Skylines 2 bugginess was way more egregious. But you compare the two games on it, and it's kind of like they had very similar issues, and you kind of saw like the bad way of handling it versus the good way of handling it. The bad way of handling it was just keep your DLC schedule the way it is when everyone's already pissed off at you because your game under-delivered. And be like, yep, paid DLC on the way. By the way, because we're running into all these problems, there ain't crap in this DLC. Versus Planet Coaster was like, hey, we messed up. We needed to do better. You know, we're nose to the grindstone. We're gonna get this solved. Now, granted, like, as far as content creation platforms, Planet Coaster 2 is still not in a great place. But generally, I think people have been much happier with it. I've seen more people come back and check it out and be pretty happy now. Like, I think they're on, like, their 6th major update, like, content update they've done for free. I think they just add security guards back into the game with, like... Because, like, right now you just had... Like, before that you just had the cameras, and you just put the camera over the area, and if people vandalize stuff or whatever... So they introduced the security guards. I don't remember if those were in Planet Coaster 1. They were definitely in Planet Zoo, where they would chase the people around the park or whatever who are vandalizing stuff. But I've debated putting that on. But that's another one of those games that I play and people seem to really enjoy it for a stream and then kind of falls off. Yeah, I wonder if people would want to see Crime Scene Clear, because I really enjoyed that game a lot. But I'm not sure that's one of those ones that... I'm not sure people would want to see it again. Like, I feel like that's a game you play through it, you see the whole game, and then you're kind of... That's it. Like, you've seen it at that point. Not that that's a bad thing or anything. I've also debated replaying Little Guardsman, because that was fantastic. It's like Papers, Please, but instead of overly the top depressing in a fun parody kind of way, it's a lot more silly stuff, like running into a Disney princess that burns things and only speaks to you in song, and it deeply upsets your character. Let's see, what else could I consider doing there? Software Inc.'s another one I want to revisit, but they've had a lot of updates since the last time I played, but none of the updates really feel like meaningful content updates. Like, a lot of them are, it's like, okay, that's project management functionality works a little bit cleaner, okay, that UI is a little bit more elegant, but, like, it's all like, kind of spit polish kind of stuff, making the game run a little bit smoother, but nothing that, like, if you saw me play it previously and I played it now, it's gonna kind of look the exact same. And I do feel like that's one of those games that aren't amazing. And I know, like, Discounty is a game I definitely want to check out. That's coming out with the demo for Next Fest. That's a game that looks really, really cool. That's sort of slice of life, which, you know, it follows the kind of the Stardew formula where you've got your grandparent, they have a business, and you've been, like, not happy in the city and yada yada. You show up to take over the family business, that kind of thing. Like, it's not the same where I don't think your grandmother dies. I think she just gives you the business or whatever. I could be wrong. But instead of focus on, like, all the building of the romances, I don't know if there's even romancing in the game. It could be not. But my understanding is they have, like, the city is full of drama between the different people, and there's a mystery to uncover and all that. So it's like, okay, you're doing sort of a Stardew Valley thing where instead of just slapping crops in the farm, you're running a store. That's nothing new, that side of thing. That's been done before by a couple different games. But you've got, like, this whole mystery, drama, people getting in arguments with each other, that kind of stuff going on. It's got some pretty touching graphics. So, yeah, I'm down to check that out. Or, like, another game that I need to check when Grave Seasons is supposed to drop. It's supposed to be a Stardew Valley-esque game, but, you know, you've got, like, your little town, you're farming, you're romancing people. There may or may not be nightmarish things happening in the town and potential murdering of citizens in the town, and you might end up being the herald for some, demonic entity or something. It's just typical Stardew Valley-esque things. So it's looking interesting in the sense that it's taking that genre and kind of flipping it outside. I'm imagining it'll be something feeling kind of like, oh, what the heck was that game? Graveyard Keeper. I imagine it's going to feel like Graveyard Keeper. Release still to be announced? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. There was also, oh man, there's a couple of games that have been announced recently, but it's one of those things that they were announcing, like, when it's coming out. Who knows? That there was a game being made that has the artists from Celeste dealing with the art in the game, and it was this big pixel art game that was another one of these. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the one that you were the herald of some, like, undead god or whatever. That it was the artists for Celeste are working on a game that I want to say is a Stardew Valley-esque game. I could be wrong in that one. But the whole thing is you're a herald for some, like, undead god at the same time. So, like, everything is cutesy Stardew Valley thing, but also you're literally nightmare fuel. I'm liking that there's so many games kind of approaching that where it's like, alright, what if Stardew Valley but nightmares? And, like, I can get on board with that. Because we checked out one game that was like that. I don't remember the name of it. And the idea was good, the story was good, but it was made with Game Maker. And so the UI ended up being appallingly bad. And so, while I liked what they were trying to do, I felt like I was fighting the user interface everywhere I went. Not even like figuring my way around, but just getting it to take the inputs the way I want them to go. Like, it was like jumping back into 1991 RPG UI and going, oh man, I don't remember this being nearly as awful as this is. Okay. What game? I'm trying to remember the name of it. Like, the one I'm thinking, and someone might be able to remind me the name if I describe it. The idea was it was sort of like you had some, like, exploration of the island, and it wasn't like Stardew Valley, like, there wasn't romancing people. You did grow stuff a little bit, and you had to forage for stuff. But it was, what would happen is there was the gods of the island or whatever, and they would have demands that you needed to, like, bring them chicken eggs or cabbage or whatever. And if you failed to do so, bad things would happen. But it had kind of this, like, whole mystery going on to it, and there's a supernatural side of it, and, like, you'd have these weird nightmare things happen. And so it was kind of cool, but yeah, the UI was so rough. Because, like, you'd be trying to go through the prompts and the keys wouldn't work the way you expect them to, and it was just, again, it was a limitation because, especially the older versions of Game Maker, they'll let just about anyone be able to make a game, but you've got to put a lot of work into Game Maker to make it not a bad experience. And then honestly, there's a certain point where you are spending more resources fighting with Game Maker than actually developing your game. There's zero chance I find this game right. I can't remember the name of it. We played it like 2 years ago, whatever it was. I think, so I've got a list of games played. I bet you I know where I can find it. I got a list of games played that I keep in Notion and all that I've got, like, I think it's like game list or something is a command that lets you go check the list. And a lot of them don't have my ratings and all that on it because I started making it way after I started streaming. But I think I have it on that list. as like one of the games to be like, I can't recommend it in good faith because like it is just really, really rough. I've got a number of ones on that list that's like, the idea is good. So you played Repellent Rimworld, have you ever played Clanfolk? Yes, not in a long time. Let me check. It's something like games list or game list. Let me check that command. Was it just literally game? Okay, that can't be right. Imagine game is just saying what game we're playing right now. Yeah, no, game is what we're playing right now. What do they have for the list? They could delete it at some point? It's very possible. Alright, I'll make a new command for it after stream, because I actually don't see it. It's possible it got deleted at some point. Well, crap. I was alt-tabbed out of it. That's actually pretty bad. So the downside there is there's a possibility I'm going to lose what's in the tractor. Can I teleport this tractor still? No. So resetting the tractor doesn't hurt anything, but if I reset the seeder, I believe I will lose the contents of the seeder. I'll have to look. I thought I had a command for it. It may have gotten cleared out with like a backup restore, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so what happened, for those who didn't see, I was alt-tabbed out of the game trying to figure out the command, and I just drove right into the river. And unfortunately, unlike SnowRunner where we got winches and all that we could deal with here, I don't have that. So there's stuff you can pick it up, but I don't own any of them. That's the catch. And I don't think the forklift could do it. The forklift's a maybe. The forklift is either A, going to pick it up, or B, it's going to absolutely dump it in the river. But if I could make it kick out the fertilizer and everything, that'd be fine. But yeah, like there's stuff that has like an overhanging arm that you could definitely make that work. We're going to try resetting the forklift back over here just because it's slow and it doesn't really cost me anything to do that. I'm not expecting this to work, by the way. Because I'm expecting to lift and just shove it in there on accident. I don't think I could hook the trailer behind it. I was just thinking, like, if I could get that to hook behind it, but I think it'll just roll over it. But I might get lucky and get this just enough under, like, the rail to, like, pick up the side and just slowly back up a little bit with it. Because if I can get at least, like, kind of horizontal to shore, then I can pick it up with the tractor and drag it out. Oh, wait, with the tipping it back, that might actually work. Because what I could potentially do is get it underneath the arm, tip it back, giving me a slight angle. That might be enough that I could drag it sideways. Because I don't need to move it far. The problem is this is very steep. But the only reason I don't reset this is if I reset it, I believe we will lose all the seed and fertilizer in it. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. There's no grip to it. I might be able to make this work. Please, please, no, 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 go, 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 go. Too far. This might surprise you, chat, but the forklift doesn't really have a whole lot of go to it. Any winch? I don't believe you can attach the winch to vehicles, and then we don't have the winch anymore because I got rid of it. Yeah, this isn't SnowRunner, so you can't just like anchor a point and pull. There is mods that do that, but I don't have them. How much you lose to teleport back? A good couple thousand. Because again, the seeds aren't a big deal. That's fine. But it's got, I literally just filled up its fertilizer. And the fertilizer ain't cheap. But teleporting back the tractor, I can get that way deeper in than give myself credit for. I'm not making my situation much better. If I can turn it though, so that's gonna be too deep. That's too deep. If I can get it to turn this anchor point up, then I can make that work. It's also those ones if I actually still had that forklift attachment for this thing, I'd probably be in better shape as well, because this can drive pretty deep in there before it goes under. And that might be enough that I could go up, lift the front half, kind of swing it around. Because like I said, if I can turn it around, I could just grab it and pull it out. But the problem is the anchor point is over here. I'm going to try... I might be able to make this work. Pretty far down there, but I might be able to get close enough that it lets me snap it in. I don't think we're getting nearly close enough. I mean, we're getting pretty close. I'm also trying to not bump that farther in. startled me. Okay, so it needs to be farther up to get there. We're like right on the edge of being able to connect to it, but not far enough on the edge. Yeah, this is one of those situations, if you had the front loader attachment, you just take the arms, grab it with take the hooks, like put it down and pull it back. I don't have that. We don't really want to spend the money on it if we don't have to. If I have to, I have to. Honestly, it wouldn't necessarily be the worst spend, because sure, it might cost me $10,000, and then we're saving ourselves $8,000, but then I'd have the attachment. So, you know, it'd only be out $2,000 bucks, but at least have something to show for it. And honestly, then I could also sell it back, and I wouldn't necessarily lose all of it, but it's fine. So we can get pretty far in there. Too far. Yeah, broken needs to be reset. Yeah, what does it say? Reset. I'm just gonna do it. We'll see how bad it is. Because I can sit here for the next half hour just going back and forth. So my assumption is we lost all the seeds and everything. Because that's the way it worked in Farm Sim 22. Is when you reset something that had capacity. Yep. So that's about 1,200 there. That's about another 1,200. And go solid fertilizer. That's another 1,800. Okay, well, okay, so the fertilizer wasn't as bad. It was one container. So yes, that probably sent me back about 4,000. Still sucks. Yeah, so dumping that in the water was about a $4,000 setback. And that is why you don't alt-tab while driving near water. But yeah, if I wanted to fix that properly, like I said, I could get attachments on one of my stuff, like things that I could just like lower an arm. Like even honestly that the stump grinder I had, just because I could lower that. That probably would have worked okay as well. Yeah, now really if I spent the time, I probably could have kept, like, trying to wiggle it. You know, I also kind of could have probably maybe taken the harvester, gone over, like, lowered the harvester thing on it and tried to pull back. I don't think I would have been able to pull it out of the water that way, but if I could rotate it just enough to get where the tractor could grab it, the tractor would have been able to pull it out fine. It just... You saw I was in, like, just on the edge of being able to attach to it. If it would have been able to attach to it, I would have been able to just pull it out. It's fine. Regardless, let's go ahead and get this field done. Losing 4,000 bucks ain't the end of the world. So what I'll probably end up doing is we're going to get this field done, and I will probably advance the day to sell the bread, and then we'll probably wrap from there, because I'm a little bit over my normal time anyways. But I want to have the satisfaction of having some money come in after burning $4,000 for no discernible reason other than I wasn't paying that close attention. Alright, I'm closing this. As I immediately started looking at the list again, like, you know, I'm just going to drive in the water and cost myself another $4,000. We don't need to do that. That's not a thing we need to do right now. Gotta love ADD. Well, I mean, the thing is, I was trying to remember what the heck the name of that game was. Like, conceptually was a really good idea, but just the unfortunate reality was because they used Game Maker and, like, didn't... Like, Game Maker can make good games, but it is just so much fighting with the tools. They, like, really have to kind of replace 90% of what Game Maker does, at which point you kind of have to stop and go, alright, but why did you use Game Maker then? Or was it Game Maker or RPG Maker? I don't remember. It was one of them. Like, there's certain games that you just see and they pop up like, I know exactly what tools you used to make that game. Like, zero question about it. Absolutely know what you used to make that game. The worst thing is because I can't buy, like, the edge of the water, like, it's just not available. I couldn't, like, give myself, like, a safety fence or something to be like, here, I'm protecting myself from myself. I put this big fence around the outside of the perimeter, so if I'm not paying attention, I just smack into the fence and call it a day. Alright. That's definitely going to eat into the margin we were giving ourselves with the bread. Look, we're making relatively good money, so even that's not that big a deal. The other way you could fix is if you had something like the Volvo High Lift or something like that. Or like one of the machines that's got a claw, you can just reach down, grab it, and just drag it back a little. It doesn't even need to have a good grip on it. It just needs enough that you can wiggle it out of the water enough you can get the connection on something. Because yeah, it's not SnowRunner where you just slap it with the winch and you just start driving and everything's fine. I say that as if SnowRunner doesn't have times where you just get into bad places and you just can't recover your vehicle. It absolutely does have, like, you wedge yourself into trees, so no matter what angle you get the winch and you're just pulling it into a tree. I've had some pretty snug fits in SnowRunner trying to figure out how to deal with it. Alright, so we got our barley planted. Okay, and let's check, because I think we figured out that, the grain mill's about to run out of barley, and we have plenty of storage there. So for the finances, the prices, the bread, December's when we sell it. So let's go ahead and, like I said, we're going to go ahead and pop over here. And pretty much, I need to borrow a little bit more money to make sure we have enough for the interest. At the end of the water auto drive? Yeah, we had cruise control on, and I had like alt tab to check something, and when I looked down, I just heard plonk, and it was just too late. So distracted driving, pretty much is what it was. Which, for the record, the first time I've done it in this game. Cool stuff. None of it I'm gonna buy. So at this point, the grain mill is out of barley, and you are out of flour. So I should have a pretty good number of things there. We're not going to get to the harvest day, but I am going to get to where it's time to sell the bread, because I guess we will have the full amount of bread to see how much we make on it, because it should be really good money. Minus the 4,000. Yeah, it's such a shame. We got some decent things coming by and I cannot make it happen. Alright, and that takes us to December, and December is when we sell the bread. So we can make our bread with our bread. The video games are good at showing you what could go wrong if you don't pay attention while driving. You once tried to play Euro Truck Simulator after a few beers, and it didn't go well. Yep. Alright, so gotta get our forklift back in position, unfortunately. Actually, 1 second. So what I can do is let's grab you. Bring it back around. Convert it back into the bale trailer. And go to coordinates. Start job. The tractor's going to be a wee bit faster than we are, so it should overtake us. That way I'm not waiting on it. It's only going to cost like a couple of bucks in fuel. And there goes my tractor. No, definitely don't let this car get ahead. So as we're driving out here, everything will be just good. And a lot of those, like, drive over here, work this field. It is kind of fun that you can sort of have your base of operations where you just send stuff everywhere. There's a couple of jobs the AI can't do, like they can't bale stuff. At least I don't believe they can bale stuff. They can't pick up bales. There's just a handful of jobs they won't do, but everything else they can. And you can almost, like, you can't run literally everything with them. Like, you can have them harvest stuff, but often they can't empty out the harvester themselves, that kind of thing. But I can get most of the way there. Alright. So there's the bread. So let's get you in position. Do you not go down? Oh. There's our problem. Not exactly what I had in mind. Oh yeah, I remember the trick. It's a shame I've already messed it up for this one. There's a trick you can use to make life easier for grabbing stuff. The trick is you just gotta sit in the spot, pick the thing up, put it down on top of the other one. It's fine. So what I should be able to do is, if I do this right, we lower this down the whole way. Tip it forward a little bit. I don't think I've got that. I do not. It's fine. We won't do fancy stuff. Let's just get this loaded. Basically, if you can set it up with a forklift, you can kind of line it up. You just pick up a box, wait for it to appear, put it back down on top of the other one, pick up the stack again, wait for it to disappear, and just go until you can't reasonably carry the stuff anymore. Why are you not... This driveway is like weirdly not flat. It's messing with so much. Like, you can see my wheels aren't all on the ground. So as I'm backing up, I'm kind of lifting a little. It'll take a little getting used to. I'll just pick up the one and do it. Trying to get too greedy. I'm beaching this. I'm actually sliding sideways because I'm on like a really terrible driveway. Now we lift it really high. Should reappear. There we go. And then we put it back down. And then we go down here. And then we pick it up again. Oh, those aren't staying steady. That's fine. I'm watching the one on top slide as I move. I used to do that in Farm Sim 22 all the time. Is like, pick it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down, and then eventually you'd get all sorts. It's fine. I'm putting way too much effort into this, and I should just be picking them up. Let me try taking this from the side over here. It definitely feels like this driveway is horrific. Yeah, like you can see I'm like sliding sideways the moment I start rubbing on the ground, because it's so not flat, it doesn't know how to navigate it. Okay. Just strap them in before I start shoving stuff around. Okay, now I can go pop over here. And honestly, with that bump down, I can't even... I'm gonna park this on the road. Because that rough terrain here is making it so I can't really do half of this the way it needs to be done. Okay. Back it up onto the road. Because the road is at least not lumpy. Okay. So, needless to say, little underwhelmed by this forklift. It's not a power thing or anything, like it's got a shorter height than I'm used to and everything for the forklifts. I haven't used too many of the forklifts in the game. Because I want to say like the first, like Farm Sim 22, we only had like 2 options or something like that. It wasn't that many forklifts. No, there's more than 2. But it wasn't a lot of forklift options. Okay. Get the next 2 up here. Get a couple on the other side. It looks like that might be the last few. So I'm gonna try to make this work. Okay, so if we lower this the whole way... Try and stack this 3 high and we'll see how it goes. Fully expect to spill one. Slow on those turns. As we get right to the back, I can put this 3 high right back here. Alright. So now there's 4 more. I got room on this side for 2 and probably 2 in the front. But if we can stack 3 of these again, I'm not going to complain. So that's the magic when you can make it happen, is like this. We're snagging. I was gonna go for 4, but I already don't feel great about this stack staying together. Alright. So the tricky part's gonna be turning around that we don't spill it, because it's not balanced. Okay, and now we just gotta lift it high enough. And just slot it on in without spilling. Oh, I thought for a moment it was definitely gonna tip off. Okay. Like it started to lean this way, I was like, crap. Alright, we got 1 left. I can just put on the top of one of the other ones on the other side. Yeah, so it looks like for this one, the big thing is I don't want to use the actual parking lot for loading because it's all weirdly like super duper lumpy, whereas the road itself is pretty nice. So I was having real problems loading it up because I kept bottoming out the forks on the ground, and when I went to unload it, like I was like sliding up a hill. So it was really hard to keep the forks down so I wouldn't like snag the thing, pulling it back up as he went by. Alright. Is that gonna stay, or are you gonna slide off immediately? Alright, so we park this up real fast, we sell our bread, and we get paid. Give me 2 seconds to snooze this ad real fast so you don't have to deal with it. Okay, so with all that crap out of the way, let's go ahead and check on prices, bread. So the restaurant's giving me... Alright, so it looks like our best price is actually the farmer's market. So let's tag that. Why can I not tag the farmer's market? So farmer's market over there will sell it. Why can I not... The farmer's market's down here, if I remember correctly. No, that was the restaurant. Where was the farmer's market? That's not what I wanted. Okay, so farmer's market's up here. So this, we just gotta run up the road, take a right, cut across. And I got 20,000 liters of bread, which is pretty snazzy. And it should be a pretty good haul of money. It might be one of those things that we do end up just turning the turning the bakery to try and sell as we go, because like I said, we'll make an average of somewhere around $3,000 per sale, whereas going through all this hassle, I was just about to check. Going through all this hassle, checking on our prices. Yes, we're at that. Yeah, so I'm gonna make about $400 more per unit by doing it this way. So 20 units. I mean, it's not a little bit of money. That's an extra 8,000. And it's not counting our like 14-15% bonus for our fields being, you know, and all that. Hi, trailer. Could you remain flat on the ground, please? Alright. So here's hoping we get ourselves a nice, like, 100,000 or so here. The last time we made it was like 60-something thousand, I believe, with the flour, I think. And we made like 40 or something thousand, like 40, 50,000, I think, with the barley. I'm trying to go by memory, so many grains of salt. And this is exactly one of that field's harvest worth of bread. They're hoping for a big payout. Because the really big payout, we potentially grab ourselves the second field to keep the bread production going longer. We do need to upgrade our equipment though, and we do need to upgrade a bunch of other things. But that's just it. We need to keep building up, getting ourselves better tools for the trade to go faster, be able to produce more stuff just in general. I'll need to cross over to this road. I need to wrap soon because I need to use a restroom in a bad way. But that's okay. We'll sell this real fast. Okay, where's the not grain spot? There's the spot I need to sell. That's the thing, I pulled up, it's like, why did you mark that? Right, that's fine. And sell. 80,000. Alright, so solid 80,000 from that, so that's good news. We can go here real fast to our finances, actually. The heck are you? Oh, it's a cedar. Okay. We got ourselves 80,000, so we can repay a lot of that to keep the interest down. But that means I'll be able to borrow 125,000-ish, which is enough to get that that other location potentially. But with that said, chat, I have got to wrap up because 1, I'm already gone like an hour over. 2, I have got to pee like no one's business. And so I don't want to hold you all here. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host scheduled and all that sort of stuff. But thank you again so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe because the stream will be ending. If you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop